You better be listening to Sleazoids or I must break you.
I find music a useful distraction. A focus tool. Keeps the inner voice from wandering.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Boom Talk. Today, teaching myself to make a homemade blasting cap. If this works, it'll be step one, making our own improvised explosive.
This is a national emergency.
Detonator charged.
Saying goodbyes?
Saying hello.
You think your wife can hear you?
No.
Then why bother?
Maybe I'm wrong.
You're going to die.
Maybe not.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Sleazoids, the podcast where we go down the rabbit hole of 20th century genre fare from the most influential canon classics to the trashiest exploitation films we can get our hands on and invite you to tag along in helping us create a canon of sleaze. Each week is a double feature grindhouse style where we discuss two films loosely related by subject, genre, actor, filmmaker, or franchise, and at the end of each episode, along with our honorary Sleazoid, which you can become by subscribing on Patreon.
Next week, to bring in the new year, we are giving one of our favorite patrons, DQ, their chance at the spotlight. And I just can't wait for it. Lions are going to be attacking people, and that's all you need to know about it. So join the sleaze.
That's right. We decide on all the official ratings and rankings for every film that we cover as well. Patreon subscribers also get an honor shout out and 2 bonus episodes every single month, which we are about to enter we're just completing maybe our 6th year. So we're entering our 7th year of bonus episodes. There's like 150 bonus episodes, as well as 50 going on more bonus transmissions where we talk about new release genre movies over on the Patreon. So again, patreon.com/Sleazoids podcast if you haven't made the jump to that yet. And speaking of which, we had quite a few people make the jump here just at the end of the year. A nice little holiday gift to us. So thank you to Gabriel Gaboni, Sean Mellon, Lucas, Wade Freeman, Tom Viggers, Sam Canini, Judith Sandler. Is that the Judith Sandler? Like Adam Sandler's mother? I don't know. Okay, hold on.
I'm saying yes.
Doug Oxland, Darren Merlot, who actually signed up at $10 a month, will be joining us for the monthly virtual screening, which we try to do on the last Thursday of any given month. And we are also upload the recordings after the fact for anyone who can't make the live show. So if you're interested in that, thanks so much to Darren for signing up. We had Nick Hill subscribe, Matthew Zeitlin, Dario Solzman, Jeff Ash. This guy likes cool stuff. I agree. Very
awesome.
Riley White, Herschel Hatcher the Fourth.
Okay.
Got some royalty. Nice. We had Matt Bat 68 sign up for an entire year of the show at the annual tier. If you get a little bit of a discounted rate per month if you get an entire year of the show in advance. So thanks to Matt for that. And then last but not least, Jeff Coots, who also signed up at $10 a month and is going to be joining us for the virtual screening. So thanks so much to all of you folks. Hope you are enjoying those bonus episodes. We appreciate the support.
Yes, thank you very much.
That is the one plug for the week. The other, as always, is Apple Podcasts and Spotify. If you are listening on either one of those platforms, and I can see the stats, I can see you right now listening on both those platforms, give us a good old rating and review over there. It helps us climb the ranks and find new listeners, and we appreciate that support as well. And the very last plug, as always, is merch. If you like the poster art that based out of Toronto horror artist Trevor Henderson did for our show, you can get that put on basically anything that you can think of. You can get pillow, you can get a hoodie, you can get a notebook. The link to that is in the description, as well as over at sleazoidspodcast.com for anyone interested. But that is it for the intro. Welcome back to another week. As always, I am your host, Josh Lewis, and joining me also, as always, is my co-host,
Jamie Miller. Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome. I believe 2 weeks ago would have been the last time you folks over on the main feed would have heard from us, where we would have had special returning guest Michael Chow back on to discuss the legendary American comedian Albert Brooks, both as an actor and as a director. We talked about his debut satirical feature film Real Life from 1979, which was this very darkly, sort of prophetically satirized sort of reality TV style film that really took a look at sort of like the ethics of that, the sociopathy of that, even before it was like way before it was like an actual popular thing that it is now. And then we also talked about his attempt to kind of tone down that postmodern cynicism that he was really famous for in his early comedy days and in his Saturday Night Live days, and deliver a bit of a warmer, more gentle, yet still existential and witty rom-com with the film Defending Your Life in 1991, co-starring Meryl Streep after he had been nominated for the Oscar in broadcast news, and definitely was kind of broadening out his appeal, but still maintaining, I think, what kind of made him such a funny, unique guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was really interesting to see kind of his beginning, and then not his end necessarily, but just where he ended up about like 10 to 15 years later, just because with Real Life, it's so cynical and sharp in that sense. And he does kind of cut off a little bit of the edges for Defending Your Life, but by no means does any of the wit go out the window. I mean, he's just...
Yeah, one ends with him getting the girl,
man.
and one ends with him burning a family's house down while being like becoming completely detached from reality.
Yes, in a clown suit. It's fantastic.
Like it's totally cool to see the trajectory of like, where his interest kind of became as a filmmaker, and he kind of warmed up and became a little bit more of a sentimental guy. It feels like, but still very artistically sound.
And of course, now we know him as just the absolute ruthless killer in Drive as well. So that's just just fun.
He's had such a strange career.
He has.
Very happy to watch his stuff. So if you haven't heard that episode, we talked about that with Michael 2 weeks ago over on the main feed. I'd recommend checking that out. And then last week, though, over on the Patreon feed, it was the annual Christmas episode where we went back and talked about some kind of underseen 1972 holiday horror films. We did a double feature of Curtis Harrington's sort of like tragic, psycho-bitty exploitation riff on Hansel and Gretel called Whoever Slew Auntie Roo, and we paired that with John Lewin Moxey's made-for-TV like murder mystery, but also borderline sort of like giallo slasher melodrama film, Home for the Holidays, and both were pure 1970s, just kind of creepy melodrama vibes.
Yeah, big mansions, all of that. Less cobwebs and more just like a corrupt and decaying family. That's really what's going on in those.
And Christmas decorations.
Yes, yeah. But they're quite good for what they are. Home for the Holiday really does take a cool spin once you see the giallo killer, but instead of just like a trench coat, they're in a raincoat and red rubber boots.
Yes,
yeah, it's
and
it's
also written by the screenwriter of Psycho. So like some of the actual character work, and some of the actresses. Sally Field is in there, Jessica Walter is in there. There's some interesting stuff actually happening dramatically. And Whoever Slew Auntie Roo, you've got Shelley Winters, as the deranged sort of like grief-stricken witch who is like literally trying to, hunt, have these kids kind of replace like her mummified like dead daughter that she hoards like a doll in her nursery.
Yeah.
It's really creepy little sort of like Victorian dollhouse kind of horror film.
Yeah, and there's even a little bit of kind of strange, I don't know if you want, it's like delusion that one of the kids is going through in a way where he's connecting it to a fairy tale, and most of it almost makes sense the way he's connecting it, but as it gets closer to the end, you kind of question whether or not what they do to Auntie Roo is totally justified, at least the way that he's putting it all together. It's connecting to the Hansel and Gretel
bit of ambiguity
fairy tale,
there,
and so it's kind of interesting that way too. But yeah, solid films.
Yeah, so if you haven't heard that episode, that was last week over on the Patreon feed. So if you're still in the holiday spirit, you feel like you missed out, go back and check it out. Check out those films. They were definitely ones I was happy to finally kind of check off my list. But moving on to this week, oh boy, are we ready for this? Is it time?
Are you all ready for this?
I don't. Yeah. Jamie and I got to hype ourselves up a little bit here. I'm a little traumatized from going for 4 hours and whatever 10 minutes, 15 minutes last year.
We just know what's going to happen now every single year. I think for so many years we were kind of just constantly telling ourselves, it's going to be a little less this time. We're going to do it, and now we've totally convinced ourselves that there's no point in fighting what we do naturally. You know what I mean? We're just going to let it ride and hope that this isn't
previously
a 6 hour
we were
extravaganza.
actually deluding each other into being like, we'll contain ourselves this year. It's fine. Every year gets like a half hour longer. That's fine. And so,
exactly.
it's,
we hope that you like all the hours that we're about to give you here.
We're already getting hysterical about it before we even explained what we're doing.
Yeah, for real.
But as always, when a year comes to an end, which it shall be shortly here for us and for all of you, Jamie and I like to celebrate by taking a break on the main feed from the older movies. And for 1 week only, we count down our top favorite, best, whatever genre movies that came out over the course of the last 12 months. And also, as always, there are, we have a lot of honorable mentions, which is a segment we both really love because it's the part where we get to talk about the weird shit, the stuff that maybe wasn't the best movie we saw last year, or but was like maybe the most like underseen or maybe underrated in comparison to a lot of mainstream releases. So it's an essential part of the spirit of this episode. But 2 years ago, it was almost 90 minutes of the episode, and last year we opened by saying we're going to try and keep it a little bit lower than 90 minutes this year, and it ended up being 2 hours of the episode. So once again, we are maybe going to we're going to maybe try to tone it down, but the history is not in our favor on this one. So prepare for 2.5 hours of honorable mentions. And, we will once again be exhausted before we even hit our official list, because that's just the way that this goes. But that is the episode for this week. No more old movies, talking about new movies, but some things, as always, to note up front about this episode. Same as last year, for anyone who is like, hey, I really liked hearing them talk about that film, but they only talked about it for like 3 minutes. What the hell is that all about? We do a thing called the bonus transmission series over on the Patreon. We're approximately once a month, sometimes more. We drop an episode about the new release genre stuff that we're watching in theaters or on rental or streaming, and we talk about those movies from anywhere from 15 minutes to like an hour. So for any patrons out there, a lot of these titles on this list are going to be familiar to you because many of them are stuff we covered throughout the year over on the Patreon. Though, as always, there are sure to be a couple surprises and films we didn't cover on the bonus transmission that made it on to our list, which I think Jamie and I probably both have some, which is usually just in part because we don't typically do one in December, since we're so busy preparing for this episode and playing catch up on anything we missed throughout the year. We don't really have time. And also, there's so much stuff. In this case, fucking December was packed with theatrical releases of stuff that
we actually missed a few things because of how packed it was, honestly.
Yeah, I didn't get to see Poor Things, and you probably didn't either, right?
Nope.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a couple that I unfortunately missed that, people might yell at us. So it's just simply didn't get to see it. I bet it's amazing. Can't wait to.
Well, and the schedule of the years has not been helpful recently, that it's been making the last free episode is always like into December now. Before, we used to actually have until January, because the free episode was in January when we first started the show. So eventually we're going to circle back around to the first episode of January is going to be the the New Year's best of episode, and we'll have an extra week to catch up on stuff that came out on like Christmas Day and whatnot, but did not happen this year, unfortunately. But for anyone who is just listening to the show for the first time, and we do see the stats on this, there are a lot of people who discover our show through this annual episode. Actually, I saw from our Spotify Wrap numbers this year that like 60% of our new listeners this year, the first episode they ever listened to was the best genre movies of last year episode. So
people love a top 10 list, baby.
That's right. So for anyone who, is listening for the first time like that, and you go, hey, I would have loved to have heard them talk about that movie they only talked about for like 2 minutes while they were listening in the honorable mentions, go over to the Patreon, search the title. It's very possible that we already have talked about that movie for longer. And unfortunately, it's just we don't have the time to do half-hour discussions on everything we're going to be mentioning today, even if we wanted to, and easily, maybe love the movie enough that we could. And sometimes we already have. So look over there for that. What's the other thing I usually bring up? Spoilers.
Yes, we probably will have spoilers here. I try my best on these not to do it too much, but there's always like one or two details on some of the major ones that you just have to kind of let people know if you're giving it the top 10. And I don't know. It might happen. It does. Again, we watch so much stuff throughout the year, and this is a very spoiler-heavy show, typically. Yeah. On this episode, we do try to avoid them on this particular episode just because there are certainly people who are going to be hearing about a few of these movies for the first time, especially some of the more underseen stuff on the honorable mentions section. But we are just so used to like not caring about spoilers on the main show. And, we do firmly believe that sometimes, you need to get into details about a movie to properly discuss why it works and why you like it. And so every once in a while, something might possibly leak out, which is just an upfront warning, but we are going to do our best to avoid them on here, and maybe not just like give away any major endings or things like of that nature. Yeah. Endings specifically, I try my best to avoid, but there's definitely going to be probably some middle stuff that might have been significant. But I think overall, a lot of the time too with spoilers, although I do dislike spoilers. Minor ones, I think it'll still make the film work if it's doing it well. You know what I mean? I don't think we're going to destroy any film for you in the next few hours. That's right. And lastly, also, again, for anyone who is legitimately listening for the first time, the way that this is going to work is Jamie and I are going to go back and forth, each listing out an honorable mention or two as like one kind of big segment, trying to basically just fire out as many underrated or underseen movies as we can possibly think of off the top of our heads. And then from there, we're going to break each list of ours, the numbered list, into like an official countdown, and and each sort of number will get its own sort of like ranked segment, and we'll go back and forth doing those as well. But one detail new for this year, because I'm going to assume that quite a few people have maybe been listening for a couple years now, maybe are used to listening to this episode, and I'm happy that you're all here. I hope you all have your notes app out to write any down that maybe you didn't get a chance to see. Your Letterboxd just ready to go, just watch everything. List. That's what I used to do all the time. Some of my fave critics would just like post their year-end lists, and I'd be like, what the hell was that? Instant, so that's why I really understand anyone who tunes in for this episode. But because Jamie and I are idiots, and we love doing this so much, and felt that this was quite a strong year, and felt really bad about cutting some stuff on our list this year. Our usual top 10 is now also going to be a top 15, which I swear, based on our math, won't actually make the episode any longer, since we would talk about the 15 through 11 anyway on the honorable mention section. We just kind of wanted to get a little bit more of a diverse list going for each of us this year. And I'll say this maybe was one of the harder ones for me for figuring out what technically counts as a genre movie or not. And so to feel less bad about the borderline art house dramas or like classy old fashioned comedies, like kicking out a legitimate horror, action, or sci-fi film or something, we felt comfortable kind of broadening out the term a bit if we were to add a few more slots for both of us. And also, this is our show. We're the genre guys. We get to decide what genre movies are. And if you think anything we say doesn't count, our position on that is fuck you. We've decided. That's right. That is right. And I think I speak for Jamie and I when I say that we both took a little bit of a personal kind of vibes-based approach to genre this year. Totally. So you might even hear us occasionally try to make our arguments for why it counts or what our thinking on it was at some point when we get into some of our choices as well. Yeah. And and I'm not sure, maybe I'll just say it now instead of just right before the top 15 and everything. There are a couple that I think maybe we're going to get to right now, even that we call them, I guess, like disqualifiers, or just maybe it's something that we even just want to throw out there because it's not even good. It would never make the genre list. Some of the ones that I have, I don't even know if I would call them disqualifiers. I just made my list more specifically the obvious genre films. And I think, Josh, you have a couple in there that are on that borderline. And I thought that it would just be better for us to have a more diverse top 15 list each in that sense. And then we just have more to show people, more to talk about. And I thought that would be a good approach. So
yeah, neither Jamie and I discussed our philosophies when picking this year, and we're just going to surprise each other with each other's lists, which I think is a very fun way to do this live anyway. So, but don't expect any consistency on what we are saying is officially a genre movie, or what is the best one, or what consists as one. And, there's going to be no consistency here. And at a certain point, maybe we'll just have to just do like what our favorite movies are, so we stop ruining our brains over this process every year.
I was just destroying myself with some of the ones that I'm like, I want to put it on, but then I also want to shine some light on something that might be more underseen that really is a straight up horror movie. I was just destroying myself.
So, before you yell at us, consider the fact that we've already tortured ourselves over this entire process.
I've already waterboarded myself.
And before we end up going for too long, I have one section to enter that Jamie, as always, I always welcome to join in if he has anything that he wants to throw in here as well, just before we get into the honorable mentions, which is two different distinct sections, which is one, my saving for 2024 list, which is Jamie and I sometimes get to see some festival releases early, and sometimes those festival releases actually don't get a theatrical release or even like an online release before the year's up. And so no one has a chance to see them. So there's really no point in me saying this is the best genre movie of this year when none of you actually had a chance to see it or can even watch it right now. So I have three of those titles for me. One was Hitman, which was Richard Linklater's new kind of deceptively breezy sort of like dark romantic comedy about Glenn Powell as like a fake undercover sort of like sting operation hitman who constructs a bunch of sort of various identities and role plays as these hitmen that people hire to kill their spouses or family members in order to entrap them. And it eventually gets kind of wrapped up in a perverse, almost like Hitchcockian identity thriller sort of romance thing with one of his targets that gets into some kind of hilarious and kind of like sexy rom-com places. And Netflix bought it out of the Toronto Film Festival this year, so I was sort of expecting it to get released in November, December, but I guess they just didn't. It just never came out. So I was like, okay, so look forward to that next year. The other one was Hundreds of Beavers, which I will be very brief about just because I don't want to spoil it for Jamie, who actually hasn't had a chance to watch it either. And this will be a contender 100% next year, which is basically just this very minimalist cast and crew doing using a DSLR and After Effects and a bunch of like generic beaver mascot costumes that they bought online. And they created this like lo-fi survivalist horror action comedy like epic about a fur trapper fighting a make-believe empire of beavers. And it's functionally like a Guy Madden Looney Tune. So I won't say anything else more about it. We'll definitely be talking about it next year because it absolutely like blew the audience away when I saw it at TIFF this year. And then the very last one on this list for me is The Beast, which is the new film by the French genre art house filmmaker Bertrand Bonello. And it's an adaptation of a 1903 Henry James novella. And I also don't really want to say much more about this until next year, other than saying that a lot of people have been comparing it to things like David Lynch and Cloud Atlas in terms of it just being kind of a kind of a romance, a melodrama about people finding each other in multiple sort of like lifetimes angle. I think that's where the Cloud Atlas comparison is coming from. It's like a 1/3 of it is a 1910 like Parisian costume drama. 1/3 of it is like a Mulholland Drive style, like 2014 Los Angeles. And then the last one is like a sci-fi near future where sort of these old memories and old lives are kind of being deleted from them because they're kind of traumatizing them in the future. But it has Léa Seydoux and George McKay in it, and it's just one of the most insane and ambitious genre things that I saw this year. That does like a full like incel murderer home invasion section of the film, does a whole like weird kind of like costume drama that turns into like this fiery flood sequence. And either way, very incredible film. We'll definitely be talking about it next year. So those all got knocked off. And now, Jamie, do you have anything that you want to disqualify or that you kind of personally maybe decided to leave off your list, even though it might have been somewhere in the top 10?
Yeah, I do have a few of those. First, I'm just going to say a few it's similar to you. These are more, I just didn't get to see them. There's just like 3 of them. And they probably would have made the list, I feel like. So I just wanted to throw them out there. The Boy and the Heron, directed by Miyazaki. I'm absolutely in love with Miyazaki from what I've seen. I did kind of hear that this was a almost spiritual successor to or like an unofficial sequel in a sense to Spirited Away. It's very similar in the sense of a fantasy where I think it's a boy this time that goes off to kind of a different realm of some sort. And I don't know too much about it, but it just looked absolutely gorgeous from what I've seen. And I heard good things from you as well, Josh. So that was one I just can't wait to see, but didn't get to see it. The other one just came out, so I'm hoping to see this very soon, but The Iron Claw, directed by Sean Durkin, stars Zac Efron. It's about the true story of the Von Erich brothers. It's like an 80s wrestling drama, but I imagine that there's quite a bit of well shot action in it. From the trailer, it seems like it'd be something that I'd really enjoy. I love wrestling, and everyone that I've talked to so far has been really giving it high praise. So that was something I wanted to throw out there as well. And then the last one, I think this one is also on your list of didn't get to see it, but wish you did, was Poor Things. That was the one that kind of hurt to not see, just because that like clearly was doing like a little bit of like a sci-fi monster kind of thing, and like it was doing like a female Frankenstein was kind of like the concept, like but sex worker Frankenstein or something. So I was like, I don't know, that sounds interesting. I would have liked to have had a chance to see it, but I didn't. Yeah, and seeing Emma Stone in something this strange, although she does, kind of branch out into some interesting stuff. Like I know she's doing The Curse with Nathan Fielder right now, which I haven't seen, but seems very, very out there and interesting. And kind of, I've heard it's very awkward and kind of crude, and I don't know if mean-spirited would be the word, but just the way it makes you feel is uneasy. And I feel like this Poor Things would have a lot of that in a different way, of course. But anything by Yorgos, I'm not sure how to say his last name. Is it Lanthimos? I think Lanthimos. He is just. He has a very, very individual style. I've loved some of his past movies, like The Lobster specifically is one of my favorites. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing that whenever I get a chance to.
Cool. Yeah. So those are all ones that Jamie and I did not get to see. And for me, a couple that I kind of disqualified, these were ones that I just couldn't make. I felt like I couldn't make enough of an argument, for personally. I got rid of the movie A Fire, directed by Christian Petzold, which was pretty high on my list, which I half expected to qualify because his films like Phoenix and Transit, which I love, are these like practically like neo-Hitchcockian like wartime identity melodramas. But this film was just not that at all. It was like this pretentious like insecure like asshole comedy, and like a sort of more of like a lyrical like literary like European art house vacation romance. And it's still very psychologically perspective and tragic, but it was definitely a drama just about a shithead writer who's so self-absorbed he just like makes himself miserable. And I'd recommend people check it out, but I couldn't justify putting it anywhere. I felt the same thing about sort of like Passive Fiction, directed by Albert Serra, which was this kind of like experimental take on like a colonial diplomat sort of espionage, quote unquote, thriller. But I have a hard time actually, it's gorgeous and glacial and hypnotic and rambling, and I really loved it. But I had a hard time actually making the argument that it's, it's more Zama than it is Miami Vice, is all I can say about that. Yeah. I also disqualified personally, just for myself. I don't know if Jamie ended up putting his anywhere. Blackberry, directed by Matt Johnson, but I wanted to give it a shout out here because it was probably the best of this new wave of like product based biopics that we've been getting, where the drama is about like how good at capitalism the underdog characters are. And I really, liked Matt Johnson's approach, where the depiction was just, it's a bit more critical. It's a bit more interesting. People have been comparing it. Yeah, people have been comparing it to like The Social Network, only in this case it's about like an angry, bitter like marketing huckster, like con man who vampirically like latches himself on to these like nerdy engineers who actually create and develop this technology, and he slowly kind of corrupts them. And it was a very compelling and refreshing approach, and it definitely helps that anyone familiar with this as like a piece of Canadian history knows how like unromantic it needs to get about it, because like the actual story itself has so much compromise and kind of failure involved in it. And shout out to Glenn Howerton, who is just like really great in the film, and who I thought was wearing a bald cap, but actually did just shave his head. So
that's awesome. The commitment to the side king, baby. That's awesome.
That's right. He put the effort in. So Canadian boys, we definitely had to give Blackberry a shout out, even if I didn't think it really landed anywhere on my list.
Yeah, I totally agree. Because this was one of my favorite comedies of the year. But I agree with everything you said. And there is, what I liked about it stylistically is like within the dialogue, there's almost, they're not trying to be sophisticated. With The Social Network, it has that very writerly dialogue back and forth. There's so many people just saying "fuck you" in this to each other in an office that it feels much more realistic about how they would probably be talking to each other as they're going through all of this chaos. So I really, really enjoyed just the kind of how loose it felt as they were talking amongst each other in the offices and focusing on whatever innovation they're trying to get onto the BlackBerry and as the iPhone is taking over and everything. So yeah, it was very funny, but yeah, I just didn't want to quite put it onto the genre list. So another one
great
great
soundtrack as well on that one. And did you have any? Oh, sorry, did you have anything else in yours?
For the disqualifiers?
Yeah.
Well, see, this is for me again. When I say disqualifier, I'm not necessarily even saying that these don't have an argument for being having genre elements, but there are a few that I just didn't throw on there because one, I thought you might already be throwing them on your list, so I think I was trying to kind of just make a different list. And wanted to focus on
again. If you think I'm doing them, we can definitely save them, and when I bring them up, you can say this was on. I thought about this one, but I maybe disqualified this one.
Okay, because I think most of them, I'm looking at them and I feel like they would be. So I can.
This is what happens when we don't exchange notes ahead of time. One of the downfalls of it.
If one of them doesn't get popped up, I'll just say it at the end. I'll do that. But I have a feeling that these three I have are on your list, so I think we'll have a discussion anyway. So.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, the very last one then for me before honorable mentions was just one that would be pretty high on my list, but something about it just didn't seem right to be including it on a genre movie list in like a kind of like an exploitation or an entertainment kind of fashion, which was The Zone of Interest, directed by Jonathan Glazer, which is a very loose adaptation of the late Martin Amis's Holocaust novel about the sort of banal horror machinery of Auschwitz as viewed through the monotonous ambiance of sort of Nazi domesticity, literally sort of living right next door to it, which Glazer conceptually even takes a step further than the source material by kind of funneling it through this sort of austere Michael Haneke and a kind of compartmentalized sort of architecture style of like Roy Anderson, where like we literally see a Nazi family playing or gardening, but we can see the smoke plumes from the camps like just over the fence line of their backyard, or constantly hear the hum of just like executions in the background. And so either way, there are a number of scenes in it which were among some of the more upsetting that I saw last year. But the true impact for me of the film was just his commitment to the approach of not just giving you like a single shocking moment, but just kind of the overall effect of it. How it really slowly and very deliberately kind of sinks you into its management of rooms, its routines, its, garden excursions, the table setting. And, he did this by developing a kind of documentary hidden camera voyeurism approach of, which for anyone familiar with Under the Skin and how Scarlett Johansson like drove around with cameras and like picked up real people. It's a little bit similar to that, where it's like a multi-camera sort of reality thing. But in this case, it's like complete meticulous historical recreation of the Nazi homes, 100% natural lighting, so no like fake lighting setups anywhere, and then essentially filming the rooms as you would like reality television, with like the entire house set up and the actors just walking around it and cutting to the various cameras throughout the house and stuff. And he so methodically sticks to that concept and so thoroughly leaves the kind of monumental evil of this history on like the edges of his frames that it's just it's such an incredible sort of filmmaking exercise. And I know that some people are maybe going to take issue with the fact that it turns this history into almost like this like art installation, but for me, I really did think that it's captured so well how these characters, through the careful maintenance and mundane logistics of their houses and their jobs, like really do try to suppress the contradiction of their lives and everything like that. And it builds to a really, really harrowing ending, which I won't spoil, but it has this sort of temporal cutting, and it's a really great gut punch of a movie. And it would have been fairly high for me, but something about declaring Holocaust cinema as a genre just kind of seemed wrong. So I wanted to get rid of it up front.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I'm a huge fan of Glazer, and I can't wait to watch that. It does, like, as you describe it, it does sound like just in the feelings like a horror film, but I totally understand that, it all being on the periphery, having the history that it does, it's like you don't really want to just line it up with just that, It sounds like a very complicated film.
Yeah, it's not Under the Skin, whereas Under the Skin I think would absolutely qualify for the list, And totally. That was just it. That was why I went into it kind of maybe thinking that it could, but I kind of felt like leaving it off. But with that being said, we should get into the honorable mentions and hopefully not go for a total 2 hours, but if it happens, so be it. And if you get upset about it, there's time codes on the episode. You can skip right past the honorable mentions. You can go just to the numbers if you'd like to. But honestly, I'd recommend
hour by hour.
Yeah, I'd recommend sticking it out for this one because there's so many films that, just barely don't make the list that I go, those were still better movies than some of the things that, we were forced to see en masse this year, just for discourse purposes or because they made a lot of money or, whatever. And I'm going to immediately discredit myself by going first and putting one that literally nobody else will have on their list. And I just am hoping to get a laugh out of Jamie. Marlowe. Is number one for me, directed by Neil Jordan, which is a pick exclusively for me. We did talk about it on the bonus transmission. It is Liam Neeson as a geriatric Philip Marlowe, kind of conspiratorially investigating wealthy actresses and nightclubs that, very much felt like watching Grandpa get drunk and think he was reenacting Chinatown or like LA Confidential. It was one of those things where if your movie is anything like the video game LA Noire, I probably kind of like it a little bit. And
true.
So that is the only reason that this is on here. I totally admit shameless, hollow pastiche work that's like barely doing anything that even resembles Philip Marlowe. Like they definitely should have just called it like Sam Spade or Jake Gittes from Chinatown. And it's been hobbled together stylistically. I forget where it was shot, but it was not shot in LA at all. So it's like a totally digital, artificial approximation of 1930s and 40s Los Angeles. Totally just recreated from people's imagination of what it's like in the movies. But also weirdly graphically violent. And you know what? Yeah, I'm a mark for someone doing some classic noir shit, even in a strange kind of compromised form like that. So that was why it was my first one.
And it is fun just watching Neeson be a grumpy old man. It's a good time.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know what? Just because that one was kind of the one to make me laugh, I'm going to do the one to make you laugh. Hypnotic, directed by Robert Rodriguez. Let's fucking get it, boys.
We're going with brain dead. The brain smoothing choices is how we're launching the honorable mentions up front here.
We're launching with the smooth brains for sure. So this one, the reason that I like this film is just because it is kind of that quintessential like stupid guy thriller script where they have just a ton of convoluted twists and turns, half of which don't make any sense, half of which are just purely like they're very obvious that they're coming. But the way that the film takes it it's incredibly sincere. It's taken very seriously. And to have someone like Ben Affleck star in it is something else as well, where you don't expect someone of this caliber to be in something like this at this point in his career. And he's really, I wouldn't say he's dedicated to the role. He's definitely kind of sleeping through it, but just for him to try to sincerely give some of this dialogue is incredible to watch, in my opinion. And I really did have a lot of fun with every fucking stupid twist that happens. And I don't even really want to spoil it, but essentially it's about a detective, and he's missing his daughter, and he's trying to unravel this mystery. And as he does, he discovers that he's actually kind of in a machine of sorts, in which he's doing this case over and over again so that a specific company can discover something that only he knows about. And at the same time, there's a villain that uses hypnosis to control people and make like guards kill each other and all of this. And it's just absolutely ridiculous.
It's the bozo version of Cure, where the killer is going around, literally hypnotizing people into like committing crimes and shit.
Yes, exactly. So if that interests you, I'd recommend it just on the level that I thought it was stupid enough to be entertaining. And I think at least you'll get a chuckle out of it. It may not be something that you thoroughly enjoy, but this is the type of stuff that I can, really latch on to. And there's usually one really dumb movie like this a year that I like, and this was that one. So,
hell yeah. My next one is Limbo, directed by a Australian filmmaker by the name of Ivan Sen. Nice. Which is this downbeat, meditative sort of digital black and white take on like the hard-boiled neo-Western neo-noir that traces the cold murder investigation of this indigenous girl, which is being given, quote unquote, like fresh eyes, decades, too late by this guilt-ridden, drug-addicted former vice cop named Travis Hurley, played by the mentalist himself, Simon Baker. We talked about briefly in LA Confidential as well, which was his first role that he ever got. And either way, he's kind of aged himself into like, having some harder facial features, having a bit more of like a scraggly beard. And I kind of liked his performance in the film as he becomes witness to this casual cycle of kind of suffering and institutional indifference and the kind of festering wounds that are left in the wake of this small desert sort of indigenous Australian community after this murder. And anyone familiar with this kind of procedural mystery, I don't think will find too many like narrative surprises as he digs into the various sort of like witnesses and suspects and suspicious family members of the girl who want nothing to do with this like white cop. But this was my first time watching an Ivan Sen film, who is also the cinematographer and the editor and the composer on the film. So he's doing it all. And I honestly felt that he had a good feel for kind of all of it. Like it has this mundane sort of purgatorial mood to it. It has these very harsh, like dusty sort of landscape photography that's really nice. And there's a great great shot in it that's like especially impactful of like all these holes that have been dug up in the desert that kind of metaphorically speak to what he's doing there and how daunting this task is. And I just thought it was very like artfully controlled. And instead of ending on sort of like shootouts and sort of excitement, it's a movie all about just like a lack of resolution and kind of a disappointment that this character can't solve this mystery, and that the damages are so long lasting that even if he did, it might not make a difference. And so if anyone didn't get a chance to see it, Limbo, little Australian noir that kind of surprised me this year.
Cool. Yeah, that was on my list, actually. I just didn't get around to it. This one I'm just going to throw out because I honestly think I mentioned it last year, but it got the official theatrical release this year, so I figured I'd just throw it out there again. Skinamarink, directed by Kyle Edward Ball.
Some more Canadian cinema.
Yeah, this one is really interesting. I definitely would say it's not for everybody. It's kind of in the realm of that, slow cinema in a sense. But it's about two children. They wake up in the middle of the night, and basically all of the doors are starting to disappear. Their house is kind of becoming this almost ghostly labyrinth that they're familiar with, but things are changing to the point they can't quite understand it. And they're about the age of 5 or 6, something like that. So they have a very minimal understanding of the world and reality in general. So it's kind of like going through a child's nightmare. And the way that it is shot is you really just get a lot of the things from the ceiling and the floor. You never see the children's faces. It's only their feet, and you kind of hear these whispers. And the way that they record the audio is through like really high gained microphones, because a lot of the time the children are trying to not, they're trying to be quiet because they're very scared and they don't know what's around them. And so they'll actually have subtitles to so that you can understand all of the dialogue as well, because it's that quiet. It just has a very creepy mood. It kind of, for me, it reminded, I think I told the story last year, but it reminded me of this dream I had as a kid when I was sleeping in my parents' room and I woke up and it was pitch black. And I just, no matter what I was doing, I would go in every direction and eventually just hit a wall. And it was just a reoccurring thing that kept happening until I woke up. And it feels like that. It's just kind of this locked in nightmare. And I think it's very, very interesting. It is slow, again, so I'll warn you. But I think if you turn all the lights off and really try to sink into it, it can be a very effective horror film.
Yeah, that one definitely has one of the most effective like lo-fi aesthetics of the year this year, where it, very eerie, very fragmented, sort of like low light digital photography that they've like put this like 16 millimeter fuzz on top of, and this like crackling, as you put it, like overcranked like gain sort of sound design to it. And it very much takes this like nostalgic childhood home for the filmmaker and really does turn it into this like subconscious nightmare that has been, as we've been hearing from people, like really pulling up these like old memories and old nightmares that people have been experiencing. But also I will say, like it's really successful at it. It turns CRT televisions into and like carpeted floors and various sort of like night lights and stuff into this like
toys,
purgatory.
Like things that should be comfortable, like something that reminds you of your childhood, nostalgia, and it's just making it scary.
Yeah, and that's just it though, is that for anyone who's going into this expecting like some conventional genre thrills, like expecting some kind of like Blair Witch or maybe Ghostwatch style kind of like found footage maybe kind of stuff, like there's a couple good scares in it, but beyond that, you really do just kind of have to get into the abstract repetition of its mood if you want to really get on its wavelength. So but good movie. And good shout out, because it did come out this year finally, and we did briefly shout it out last year. So people should be checking it out.
Definitely.
One that weirdly says 2022 on it, that I was trying to figure out why it said 2022 on it, is another one of the bigger horror movies this year, Talk to Me, which I imagine is also on Jamie's honorable mentions. We can probably both do it.
Definitely.
This was another Australian one. Canadian and Australian cinema. We're kind of giving them a shout out front here.
We're killing it.
Yeah, this one directed by brothers by the name of Michael Philippou and Danny Philippou, who we talked about this one over on the bonus transmission a few months ago. And my only real reservation about it was its kind of commercial trendiness, where it does sometimes get a little lost in this weird middle ground between being like a modern A24 sort of allegory horror film about grief and drugs and self-harm or suicide, kind of pick your poison, designed to kind of fit nicely on a streaming playlist that includes something like It Follows or Hereditary or Smile. You can kind of see where it's like these films or how they pitched it that way. And while also being a little bit more of like on premise wise on like the lowbrow like Blumhouse side of like an internet curse or possession horror film, like a Ouija board movie or a Truth or Dare type kind of thing, as it's essentially about like TikTok zoomers and their dang cell phones using an embalmed hand that if they summon it, it will temporarily like possess their body, like they're doing like Evil Dead possession as like a party trick or something, which I guess they sort of get like addicted to like it's a drug, which I'm not entirely sure the movie like totally makes sense of. But regardless of that reservation up front, what I dug about it, what I think we both dug about it, was that it was genuinely fucking nasty and distasteful, and it was made by these YouTube pranksters who I went into it being suspicious of, because I'm like, oh, YouTubers making movies, and then I came out of the movie being like, wow, YouTubers made a fucking movie, because like and you can tell that these guys at one point made like amateur wrestling videos and jackass type content where they were all about just being weird and gross for entertainment, and seeing that energy kind of put into this is and having that kind of like devilish first filmmaker attitude with the camera playfulness and just the the inventive scenarios that they come up with to brutalize their characters. And that was what really kind of struck me about this film and what got it higher on my honorable mentions that I kind of expected it to, especially just that brief moment in the film where we see what getting lost on like the other side of this like possession hand dimension thing looks like, and it's this really like unsettling vision straight out of like a Hellraiser torture dungeon or like that disturbing flashback or tape sequence in Event Horizon. So I went, I kind of wish the movie was more like that and less like the the kind of movies it has to be like in order to make the amount of money this made. But I was kind of surprised. A modern A24 horror film made by YouTubers was actually quite good, and I would be curious to see what they do if they are maybe given a little bit more freedom to not have to maybe write something that's so trendy.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think when we ended up reviewing it, we were like, this is the type of energy we want these YouTubers to start channeling. It's like, take all of the depravity that you have and the anger towards society and all of the terrible mean pranks that you're doing to the public and just focus it on this horror art. And I think that you guys really have something here. It's just make something this mean-spirited again, but like you said, a little bit more detached from the conventional stuff that we see all the time. I think that these guys honestly have really good potential. So I'm looking forward to seeing whatever they get to do next, which I imagine they might, because of how successful this was, they really might get to do something of their own next time, like wholeheartedly their own without the execs down their throat, which I think was still kind of a thing. I remember, I can't remember the specifics, but I think they went on Rogan and I was seeing some clip of them talking about it, and there were a couple things that they had to compromise on, but you can tell that for a lot of it, whatever they did get to push through is very much there. It is kind of in the line of fuck them kids cinema, so gotta respect it on this show. So I agree. Yeah, that was a shout out as well for me. My next one is also a 2022 one that just got released this year, but it does have that tag. It's Sick by John Hyams.
Yes, hell yes, online as well.
Yeah, we are big Hyams fans here. He did Universal Soldier: Day of Reckoning, which is just an absolutely incredible DTV action film that you absolutely must see.
Still the only movie we've broken the rules on the main show to cover a film in the 2010s.
Yeah, because it was
that
just
good.
Totally worth it, and
it's just the best direct-to-video action movie that I've seen. So
I think me too. Yeah, absolutely. So Sick is it's kind of like almost a pandemic spoof horror film in a way, but two people or two girls go to their family's big cottage house to kind of escape what's going on in the pandemic, and because of that, some killers go inside their home, and it ends up being for different reasons than you think. They're actually kind of these psychotic COVID rule obsessed killers that are trying to kill them and teach them a lesson. That is a bit of a spoiler, because I guess the first half of it is really just, you think it's a very typical home invasion kind of slasher film that you've seen before, and then this kind of gets unraveled. So I do apologize for that, but it is kind of in a way, it's kind of the sell eventually of the film, because it does become very farcical in that way when they start to, like, get your mask up and all of that kind of stuff. And
yeah, which is obviously partially coming from the fact that this is written by legendary like teen meta horror scribe Kevin Williamson, who wrote like Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer. So this was kind of considered a big sort of feature film returned by him, but also, clearly written during the confusing, hysterical midst of like March, April 2020. So it's also, as a result, like kind of like a COVID lockdown protocol slasher, And some of that stuff, I think, when I see anything now where it's like, in the COVID era, I usually just give myself a big eye roll, because most of the stuff that I've seen that's doing that hasn't been very good. And this, it has its moments of that, of course. You almost just want to forget those few years entirely. But there's still a lot of fun to be had, and it's very well directed. I think that's really what makes the film as good as it is John Hyams' direction. He just has such good control of the actual action sequences when there's the slasher elements, and even just kind of the way he does suspense sequences, like when they're looking for them and hiding. I think he's very good at that. So, hell yeah, the kinetic like survival chase set pieces of like a masked killer going after them are definitely what you want to go to the movie for. And because Williamson just can't write another movie, like it is functionally just like 80-minute suspense machine, like the ringing cell phones, the shadowy stalkers, the geographical like decision making, even right down to like the killers being clumsy and like running around and tripping over shit, and like all like it's just every single like ghost face set piece you can think of. This is like the direct to video COVID version of, and Hyams is a good enough director to actually pull that off. Like he knows how to shoot a cat and mouse, logistical thrill scene. He knows how to kind of copy these Craven-esque like widescreen scope like screen space, and doing all the steady cam long takes and stuff like that. And and so if anyone hasn't had a chance to see it, it kind of came out earlier in the year, but worth checking out for sure. The next one for me is one that I don't remember if this officially came out or not, but I'm going to throw it in because I saw it at TIFF, I think, in 2022, and I expected it to come out this year. But it's my only pick from Iran this year, which is a film called Subtraction, directed by Mani Nagahi. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce his name, but it is essentially this marriage drama that turns into a mystery thriller as this couple who have kind of grown distant from each other and think the other might be like cheating on them, or has just grown distant to them. They realize that the other person is kind of spending time with is like each other's like literal doppelganger. And at first you're not sure if they're just like crazy, or if this is like a legitimate tangible clone situation, or if this is all just an allegory. But the atmosphere and voyeurism of this couple kind of like spying on each other's lives and like role playing is really quite good. And by the end of the film, though not on like the same level, obviously, I was reminded a bit of the end of Possession, which is another marriage drama as like genre movie exorcism, where Sam Neill and Isabella Johnny get those like pale like alien versions of themselves that don't have the destructive flaws of their real selves. And like this movie doesn't have any sex with giant tentacle monsters or anything, so I don't want to get anyone too hyped up. But I ended up with kind of like a similar sort of unsettling feeling of like this version of these couples like maybe destroying the better versions of themselves or something like that. And the style was quite well done and quite engrossing. So I wanted to give it a brief shout out.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna do a two quickly, just because
We
they
might have
kind
to
of-
start doing that already. Yeah.
Well, yeah, fair enough. But these two also line up with each other quite a bit.
Cool.
The first one is 2022, but it was released this year. So Sisu, directed by Jalmari Helander, and
Yep. Also
it's
on mine. Good one.
It's about a man that what do you call them again? The
He's a
guys
gold
that search for
prospector
gold?
or
Yes,
like a miner or
prospector.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and he stumbles on like a Nazi patrol, and basically they are looking for him, and what he's got. I think he finds a specific amount of gold, and then there's kind of these this misunderstanding, and eventually the Nazis are after him, and basically it's just watching him destroy Nazis, because he's like this legendary killer. They kind of set him up almost as like a John Wick type of character, from like, it's like he's a fable or something from some like German lore or something like that. But they know of him and of him
Finnish
and his
lore. I just wanted
Finnish.
to highlight.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, that's my bad. And so they really treat him like John Wick, to the point by the end he's like surviving things that no human being would. So they very much make him a larger than life character. But it's just watching Nazis get absolutely destroyed for 90 minutes, and so that's just a good wholesome time.
Yep.
And this other one, which is basically kind of a similar premise, except for they make it so that it's a German soldier that was kind of forced into the situation he was in, and they take his family away from him, and then he's just getting revenge as the SS troops are looking for treasure. And so they're very similar films where it's basically just watching Nazis get absolutely destroyed. But this one is Blood and Gold, and it's directed by Peter Thorwarth. And this one actually came out this year, I think just on Netflix. It seems like kind of a throwaway. Not too many people have seen it, but I just thought the action was sturdy, and if you're just looking for, again, 90 minutes of good action and
The
Nazis
people
being killed,
want to see Nazi
there.
murder machine set pieces. Although I will say with Sisu, I kind of liked that it was borderline like a Nazi exploitation movie, where
True.
it was like, the guy going across he's almost getting into like spaghetti Western style duels against like SS unit and killing them in like genuinely like inventive and kind of hilarious ways, like and gruesome still. Like you see a knife go into a dude's temple, but like that bit where he like throws a mine and
Right.
and he tosses it over at them and it lands on his helmet and he explodes, and it's full chunky like body bag explosion. Like it is a gag.
Yes, absolutely. And I will say, like, Sisu has that style, and Blood and Gold is more of that, closer to when I was saying that Sisu is kind of this John Wick character. The way that the style of fighting is very John Wick-esque with Blood and Gold. It's not as exaggerated as Sisu is. It's more just very on the grounds action based. A lot of like the jiu-jitsu moves and people just grabbing a plate that's next to them and smashing it on their head and that kind of thing. So they are different in the sense of the way they go about their action styles. But just very similar premises. So both
Cool.
worth a watch, I'd say.
All right. Well, that actually goes pretty perfectly into one of the doubles that I wanted to do, which was two that I felt went together because to me, they felt like direct-to-video action movies that somehow got like theatrical mid-budgets.
Okay.
One was Extraction 2, directed by
yeah.
Sam Hargrave, which was the follow-up to the Netflix original Extraction, starring Chris Hemsworth as the like tactical military mercenary extraction artist named Tyler Rake, which I will mention every single time that I can because I think it's just it's one of those like generic names, but it's so good. And in the first movie, he like kills a guy with a rake, and I was like so stupid, and I had a blast with it. And
That's the right kind of stupid.
That's right. And it's directed by this guy, Sam Hargrave, who I guess used to be a stunt coordinator for Marvel, but who has found a much higher calling doing the Chad Stahelski sort of John Wick style of very cleanly shot, very stunt-oriented choreography. But unlike Stahelski, who actually I think has some illusions of grandeur and not misplaced or anything. We'll talk about John Wick 4, I'm assuming, at some point today. Just Hargrave doesn't even try to have like class or style or like fit references to like class, like to like, you know, old school action movies or anything like that. This is just pure violent brutalizing to a very disreputable degree. And I do hope at some point he works with writers who aren't like the Russo brothers, because both films have made me like just zone out every time someone starts to like explain the plot or is like crying about whatever backstory they've come up with. But
that was both something films, that we were saying when we were doing the review, that we were just like, you are here to watch Chris Hemsworth fucking destroy people, because when they start talking, it is the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life. Thank you, Russo.
Yeah, and whereas when it gets to the action, I'm cackling, and it's so gleefully staged, it's so hyper violent, and you know, like just seeing things like Chris Hemsworth squishing a screaming dude with a leg press, or that like crazy prison yard brawl turned into like this massive train gunfire set piece. It almost doesn't make sense, but it just keeps going, and it's so physically committed to it, and this guy knows enough of the stunt craft to actually kind of pull it off. And either way, simply here, because it was kind of sick to see an expensive like prestige streaming money go to what is functionally just like a really violent generic direct-to-video action movie. And Hemsworth is good, the set pieces are good and quite physical. And the other one was Plane, one of the big January releases of the year, directed by Jean-Francois Richet. This is the annual Gerard Butler slot that he always earns, because he comes out with 2 or 3 movies a year, and one of them is always just good enough to make the list. I can't wait for Den of Thieves 2. But we have Plane for now, which was just a very lean, very solid, violent entry in the January programmer genre that kind of felt, I think I argued when we covered it, that it felt like lost from like the Rennie Harlan era or something, where it's just like, it's like a low rent direct to video B movie like plot that somehow just like kind of escaped onto the big screen, where you have Gerard Butler as functionally Captain Sully Die Hard, who is just like forced to on New Year's Eve crash land on an island due to the fact that big plane bureaucrats were forcing him to fly through a dangerous storm. And instead of switching gears into like a typical survival movie, it just turns out that the island is swarming with militias who want to hunt him and his passengers down.
Of course.
Even just describing the plot, it's just such a stupid idea. But it's a blast, and Gerard Butler is very committed to it, and the fact that he ends up having this kind of like bromance with the French foreign legionnaire character, who's also an extradited murderer, played by Mike Coulter, and together those guys are just, they're so sweaty, so muscular, and they're doing these really pretty intense like jungle rescue set pieces that get progressively more ridiculous as they go on, in terms of like just the widescreen brawling and the stealth takedown. There's like sledgehammers to the head, and there's one set piece that has actually stayed with me through the year, which is the dirty over the shoulder stuff where the dudes are just being turned into chunks of flying meat by the Barrett 50 cal when he's actually trying to like take the plane off and stuff. It's either way, you know, it's a movie that is only to be enjoyed watching on TV with your dad. But you know, it's the kind of movie the term 3-star classic was coined for. So I had to give a shout out to both of those.
Yeah. And I won't spoil how, but it does have like a big villain death that is very similar to the stuff that you've seen in like Death Wish films. So it's a good time. I agree. Yeah. So yeah, the next one for me is The Artifice Girl by Franklin Rich.
Hell yeah.
This is a really cool one. It's about a man that builds an AI system to help to try to assist with the situation of child trafficking, specifically predators online. And what it does is kind of a 3-part film. One is when the FBI is kind of interrogating him about what he's built, because he thinks that he's actually one of the perverts himself. The second part is when they're trying to kind of discover whether or not the AI has consciousness, and the AI is also representing a 10 to 12-year-old girl that's going through all of these predators and you know, talking to them and learning about them and evolving as she learns. And I guess the question becomes whether or not, if she has consciousness, is this okay for us to really send off what seems to be a legitimate 12-year-old into these spaces.
Well, that's just
to
yeah.
capture
If
these
you've
predators.
made a computer program that is a little girl and use her to bait online predators, then like how would that program feel about that? And how would it
Right.
feel about us, given that that is who it primarily interacts with? And yeah, it's a cool concept for a movie.
Yeah, and honestly, it's one of those films that I would think like it's very dialogue heavy. The first two parts, especially. I mean, I guess
It's
all
practically
three parts
a
are
play.
just based in. Yeah, all three parts are just based in a room. The first is the interrogation room. The second is when they're kind of looking into the systems itself, and then the third one is when she becomes an actual physical being that she can travel around in the living room as long as she's connected to these wires that are kind of connected to the household. And it's very well done. It's very thought provoking. I thought that the performances are great too, and it has, I think, a pretty, and I won't spoil this either, but a very, I think, beautiful ending that ends up being incredibly sad with just a second of a character kind of giving you this glimpse of what they're actually feeling, and it's very. I thought it was very good.
Yeah. I remember thinking it was maybe a tad too confined and expository,
Yes.
but like as
Yes.
far as like taking these sort of artificial intelligence ideas, like and honestly, some of them are also of interest to sort of like the Spielberg and Kubrick film AI. It feels like that was almost a bit of a jumping ground, where that one is all about like this kid who almost serves as a kind of replacement to like he's a not real boy. He's Pinocchio in a sense. And in this one, they use it as also an allegory for, parental protection and sort of a reflection of ourselves, that kind of, it maybe this thing, if we build it and it's a program, it maybe inherits some of our flaws and our histories and stuff, but then translating that into more of like an ex machina, kind of style, sort of like chamber play, where these characters kind of get to philosophically like duke it out. But yeah, like low budget indie sci-fi debut, as far as that's concerned, pretty cool little movie. And also I wanted I thought the girl was great. Like the actual
She's
child
really
performance.
good. Yeah, very, very good. Because she does have to play kind of a, it's like a child playing an adult in a sense, because she has to give off this sense that she's not a child so she can continue her job. So it's honestly very complicated and nuanced role, and she does great job.
And the fact that she's on the TV as like another character having to interact with the three people in the room. And I remember when we looked into it, we found out that like they did that by actually having her in another room, like live reacting and performing with what she was hearing mic'd up from the other room and stuff like that. So it's a cool little idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next one for me is I'm switching between big ones and small ones. So I guess I'll do a big one, because I haven't done a big one in a bit here. I kind of want to give a shout out to a movie called The Creator. Directed by Gareth Edwards, because I'm a huge fan of Gareth Edwards and especially his American Godzilla film from 2014, which I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with. I think he is a genuinely unbelievable talent when it comes to just like seamlessly merging sort of like modern, epically scaled sort of CG VFX shots with like old school, tangible, like actual location photography. And I think he has a good control of mood and kind of atmosphere. And especially that Godzilla film has like this very clean, almost like Spielbergian sort of set piece staging in terms of just the rhythm of it moves and the way it holds its long takes. And so the idea of a new original sci-fi film from him was definitely high on my list to check out. And I think that him and the director of photography, Greg Fraser, who also recently shot Dune, clearly put a lot of painstaking work into realizing the sort of visual design and texture of this movie, The Creator, which kind of has this retro futurist American imperialism Vietnam War movie meets Blade Runner kind of sci-fi thing, is like what it appears to be trying to do. And they've also done it in like this sort of like killer imperialist cop soldier has an existential crisis, which is the one thing about that I'll say is that like it's themes about AI and like a soldier realizing humanity in them and stuff. It's like it's so ripped from Blade Runner that I have a hard time even actually say like original, I guess, yes, but like plot wise, they even steal the more human than human is actually like said in the movie. I was like, okay, well, it's just Blade Runner,
right? Yeah,
but. You can also see him doing some other stuff. Like I heard him referencing like Apocalypse Now and like Akira, and one of my favorite Clint Eastwood movies, A Perfect World, with this relationship to this kid as John David Washington is like this soldier who goes over to New Asia, and he has to like hunt down this super weapon, which just turns out to be this kid. And either way, despite all of these, like clearly, like Edwards has good taste. He has a good sense for directing. I feel like ultimately he really did just make Neil Blomkamp's Avatar.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen a Neil Blomkamp movie, that's probably closer to what this is than I expected it to be. It's more of a concept art coffee table book than it is like an actual movie, but I thought it was really gorgeous. And even if it was derivative of a bunch of like better movies, I do always just appreciate that Edwards, his instinct as a director is to be kind of patient and be kind of earnest and really think about the design of his worlds, really careful in depicting it. And because he's a VFX guy first, he always knows what to shoot, what he needs practically and what he can do best on his computer. Whereas a lot of people never get that ratio right. They always go, we can do that in post. And then the VFX guys are like thinking about committing suicide for the next 6 months.
No, that's going to take 4 years. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Whereas so as a VFX guy, he comes into it knowing what makes more sense to do in post than what makes more sense to get on set. And so because of that, I think his movies are just like gorgeous. And I thought that how thoughtful and upsetting of a depiction this was of sort of like the US sort of like military action in a sci-fi context was pretty uncommon, I think, for a PG movie. And it's just, I love the little suicide bomber robots, and it was gorgeous, and I had a good time with it. I do just wish that it was, got to I wasn't as moved by it as I am something like Blade Runner, and I am not still completely sold on John David Washington. He comes about a little bit as a blank slate in this film, but I liked him in Tenet, so who knows,
Yeah, he's kind of a strange actor for me too so far, because I think he works really well in Tenet because it feels like such a lot of the time he's just confused as a character going through all of those different things. So
he's kind of what he's called the protagonist. I think he's designed to be a bit of like a blank slate character.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I did kind of feel that a little bit with the creator. But the thing I do remember is just Gareth's visuals, and I think his craft is unbelievable. Like he's an incredibly sturdy director. And I agree that he has probably the best understanding of the actual location photography and balance of CGI, because Godzilla itself looks incredible still, and that was like 2014, I think, and I think he had it locked down.
Well, and you have to think about the fact that the creator only cost, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was like an $80 or $90 million movie. Right. And you're like, well, how does it? Yeah, like how do we have $250 million movies where they can't convince you that there's like a fully CG character, and yet I look at these robots that he did in The Creator, and I'm like, I couldn't tell if they weren't shot for real or not half the time. So No,
totally. No, I totally agree. That was something I remember thinking while watching that after looking up the budget, because I was thinking when I was looking at it, I'm like, this has got to be 150 mil, something like that. And then it's only half of that, and it made me realize that I think the priorities of these $250 million movies are just not correct. They need to start. Yeah, they need to start giving the people that are making the film look the way it does more time, and the proper time, really. But anyway, yeah, I thought that was a good one too. Another one for me is Evil Dead Rise, directed by Lee Cronin. I just thought that this was, it's an Evil Dead sequel. Kind of a, it is a sequel. It is doing like the same premise that the first one does essentially, but it has its own kind of it's in its own unique location that I think it utilizes well. It's based in an apartment building instead of a cabin. They're using a family instead of college friends, so there's a little bit more of a, I don't know, it feels almost sadder watching, the kids go through this kind of hell and everything like that. But it stays true to its meanness, its gore that an Evil Dead movie should have. And there's a lot of moments in this that I was really cringing just because of how detailed they go with the violence and how close up they have you see it. And I remember seeing it with my brother Alec, and he actually, I can't remember the part, but he was just jumping and kind of squirming the entire time. And so it is one of those films that's kind of the gut reaction that you get. And I just had an absolute blast with it. It like, I could tell you the premise, but it is essentially what you think it is. They recite from
Evil
the book,
Dead, an
the
apartment
demon
complex.
comes. Yeah, that is what it is. That's exactly what it is. And it has a couple of those fan service moments where it's like, oh, there's the chainsaw, there's this, there's that. But I think they do it well, and I think they have their own unique things that I won't quite spoil, but their own little unique demons that aren't quite in the previous installments. So I thought it was really fun, and I'd highly recommend it if you're into that kind of stuff. But it is, very bloody and gory. So if that isn't your thing, but why would you be listening to this show if you didn't like that?
Yeah, no, just a very disgusting splatter movie. Sometimes that's what the mainstream needs.
Yes. Oh yeah.
My next pick is, I guess I'll do it. I'll do it here. Bottoms. I wasn't sure if this was on yours or not. I kind of like this one.
Me too.
This was one of the other I don't actually think it's a Canadian film, but Canadian Jewish filmmaker Emma Seligman, who is behind the hit indie film Shiva Baby, starring former Twitter comedian turned actress Rachel Sennett. This was their big kind of like follow-up film that they co-wrote together, and I think that they were able to get funding for based on the success of Shiva Baby. And I thought it was decent. They're of a similar kind of like young millennial sort of age group as Jamie and I. So I was kind of all for their mission to, kind of like clearly, revive movies like Clueless or like Bring It On or like Mean Girls or Jennifer's Body, of like sort of like girl power, sort of like teen comedies. And there was just something kind of
exaggerated parody twist, a little bit.
A little bit of that as well, yeah.
Yeah.
And I just thought that there was something kind of mean and lowbrow about it that I that I liked, even if its vision of like sort of progressive, sort of like queer representation and kind of solidarity is all there. It's just I just imagined that when they were pitching this to someone, that a producer had to have been like, can this be like you're making like a queer girl power comedy film? Could it be like a grounded like Sundance coming of age like indie dramedy kind of thing?
Yeah, they mixed the two a little bit. But that's just it, is that instead they kind of did go, no, we want to make something that's more like these studio comedies that we grew up liking, and they do this kind of like cartoon girls fight club thing that they approach this story with instead. And my only major hang up about it, honestly, was kind of the look of the film, which I felt a little bad dinging them for, because it's ambitious, but at the same time, if you're going to make a movie that abandons like realism of a studio comedy, like say something like Superbad is maybe something you could also compare it to. It doesn't quite have the level of visual control to pull off some of the set pieces that they try to pull off. And there's some awkward camera stuff. There's some awkward sort of cutting and sort of improv in it. But it also does have like this heightened chaos and absurdity and violence to it that I did like. And I just felt like they maybe couldn't decide if they wanted to make a manic like parody of the movies they grew up on, or genuinely wanted to make like a nostalgic, sentimental one. And they kind of just ended up alternating between the two in a kind of confusing, kind of aimless way. You can definitely tell that this was a screenplay draft that like these
that they came up with as friends, and they were just putting every bit they thought was funny and could just kind of throw it in. And, you know, so even if it doesn't 100% achieve like the Bring It On or Clueless kind of level it wants to get to, it was still pretty charming. And I thought that the Ayo Edebiri and Marshawn Lynch were very, very funny in the movie, and there was some very solid jokes in there. So
yeah, I agree. I think as they go on, they'll be able to strike more of a balance between the like exaggerated parody elements and the more grounded improvisation, sentimental comedy kind of thing. But it does feel like it kind of just goes back and forth a lot of the time rather than being completely cohesive. But I still found it very funny, and I think the writing is genuinely hilarious a lot of the time. So it was just a little bit stylistically, I think, that they could improve on. But I think with time they will. So I wanted to shout it out as well. Yeah, it's a good one. Let me see here. I'll give a shout out to Infinity Pool, directed by Brandon Cronenberg. This one I do think people I know weren't as hot on as they were with Possessor, and I don't know about Antiviral. I actually haven't seen that one. I know you have, but I'm not sure how people generally think about that one. This one I was hearing a lot of people saying like he's almost doing his own style. He's almost parodying his own style already, and I think that that can be a little bit of like, have you really had the career to do that yet? You know, you're not your dad, is a lot of the reviews I was seeing, which I totally understand in a sense. But I did get a lot out of Alexander and Mia Goth kind of dueling it out eventually. More so just Mia Goth taking complete advantage of Skarsgård, which I was having a blast with, as she's just using the most obnoxious version of her voice that she possibly can. Essentially what happens in this though is they're staying at an isolated resort. James is kind of this kind of hack of a writer, to be all honest, with all honesty, and he's married to a rich woman who's kind of paved the way for him a lot of the time. And he meets this group of people who are pretty wealthy themselves and often go to this resort, so that he finds out can kind of just cause terror and do whatever the hell they want to the people there and the wildlife and whatever else. And all they have to do is either pay a fine, or at a certain point you find out that they are essentially creating clones for themselves to be killed, so that that's the payment, so that they can continue to just cause just complete chaos.
Brandon Cronenberg's The Prestige, if anyone.
Yes, exactly. And it really worked for me. I think that I do understand the critiques, but I just thought Maya Goth, being as absolutely eccentric and insane as she is in this film, was fantastic. And watching her break down Skarsgård more and more and more it was a lot of fun for me. I really enjoyed it, and I did. The actual visual kind of metaphor of watching themselves be killed and laughing at it and kind of causing that to be their entertainment, I thought was really
I do like that whip-hand gag of the camera turning around and they're all like, yay, as they're watching their clones get executed or whatever.
Yeah. It's just, and I was really enjoying all the debauchery. So I wanted to give it a shout out. I thought it was a lot of fun, oddly enough.
Hell yeah. My next one is, I don't know if you had the chance to check this one out or not. It was a film called Naga, which was a Saudi Arabian thriller that played TIFF this year, and I think got bought by Netflix and did get put out in time this year. So people did. Oh, cool. So people can go, I think, and just watch it. I'm hoping it's on Netflix everywhere. I don't know. There was some issue, I think, with the release of it, the distribution of it, that kind of went a little strange with it. I think like Netflix didn't even want to play it at the film festival or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But it was a cool little sort of like anxiety inducing, like run all night thriller out of Saudi Arabia, directed by a director named Michel Al Jazer, that kind of takes the relationship between a rebellious teen daughter and strict conservative father and mines it for like survivalist horror resourcefulness as this young girl, Sarah, needs to almost kind of find like a Safdie Brothers style way home, preferably before curfew, after sneaking out to go to a desert party that ends up kind of like going wrong. And she's like, oh my God, how do I get home? And so it's for me, I wasn't totally clear on some of the satirical points that it was making about sort of like navigating a world controlled by these kind of impulsive, domineering men. There's this whole subplot about how like all the dads aren't paying attention because they're all watching soccer, which might just be like a very funny joke for the movie. There was some stuff to do with like Saudi Arabian social media and like radio personalities and stuff that I just, stuff I'm not super familiar with, but it was kind of cool to see those points being made, those comedic points being made, and to see them done also in like what was clearly meant to be focused on the sort of like energy of how scary it must be to be disobedient in the moment like that, and it's shot in this very kind of like motion sick kind of hysterical way that for some people might be a little too shaky cam, but I thought that it was pretty delirious in terms of like deliberately, and also that it had like this rapid strobe editing at times too that was a little hard to it was a little hard on the eyes, but in a way that it was really trying to push at this situation as tensely as it could, and it doesn't maybe completely sustain itself for the whole runtime, but it's pretty playful, and it does keep coming up with funny ways to tangible roadblocks for her to have to deal with logistically. It starts with like simple issues like finding a phone charger. And then it eventually gets to like finding a car and getting away. And it all builds to one very memorable set piece that I won't completely spoil, involving a rabid camel that kind of like attacks her. And the sequence is almost shot like a velociraptor sequence in like a Jurassic Park movie or something. So anyway, cool little Saudi Arabian thriller for anyone who wants to check it out.
That's very cool. My next one is a Japanese action film called Shin Kamen Rider. It's also known as Shin Masked Rider, New Kamen Rider, New Masked Rider, and the True Kamen Rider. Love those AKAs. So this one is about it's kind of like,
this was the new one, the Hideaki Anno one, right? The guy who directed Shin Godzilla.
Yes, it's the guy, and he also did like some of the Neon Genesis finales that I've heard are fantastic. Right. I haven't been able to watch those yet, but I'm hoping to eventually. But yeah, it's interesting. It's about this man that's transformed into this like grasshopper hybrid cyborg, and you go along the way, you discover that a bunch of these hybrid cyborgs have been made. Like there's a chameleon, there's I'm trying to remember them all. A butterfly eventually. There's a couple of them, and he's fighting against a evil organization called Shocker, and it's kind of just him protecting humanity and all of that. But what I love about it is it's got this very Power Rangers-esque quality to it, where it has like them going in those stances before they fight, and they each have like their own individual colors and masks. I guess though the difference in it is that when they're doing the punching and kicking and you see the impacts, they'll just have insane amounts of blood just splatter everywhere, and so it almost feels like an R-rated Power Rangers film. I was
like Shin Ultraman, but people explode into meat bags.
Yeah, exactly. And I was having a really good time with it. I will say that some of it looks fairly cheap, but just with all of the exaggerated movements and actions that they're doing, you mostly forgive it. There are a couple set pieces that I think they probably could have spruced up a little bit here and there, but I think overall the feeling of it and the fighting and just kind of the general look and aesthetic of the costumes and everything like that, and the motorcycles are really cool. So I had a great time with it. I would recommend it.
Hell yeah. My next pick is actually another double that kind of fits together under the uniforming theme of Sleazoids legends, or like master filmmakers making late style sort of 3-star classics. There were two of these, and I'm not sure which ones Jamie saw or not, but the first one for me is the Kane Mutiny Court Martial, which was the last film from Hurricane Billy, William Friedkin, director of The Exorcist, Sorcerer, To Live and Die in L.A. It was the last film that he made before passing away this year. And though maybe less famous for it, Friedkin spent just as much of his career making more contained, minimalist style, sort of like tension, pressure stuff of the stage. Like people, what's that movie with Matthew McConaughey in it? Killer Joe is a stage adaptation as well. So he frequently spent a good portion of his late career and even doing some courtroom stuff as well earlier in his career. So kind of ending his career here on like a classical courtroom drama play adaptation, one that was previously adapted in the 50s and then also once in the 80s. Robert Altman, I think, did that one. This is a play all about sort of like the abuse of institutional power and kind of flawed psychology and, you know, a lot of feelings of isolation and kind of paranoia kind of being put into this sort of claustrophobic sort of pressure cooker. And it has a little bit of like a too clean digital TV movie sheen to it because it's like a Showtime movie or something like that. So I wasn't completely in love with the way that it looked, but Friedkin does handle himself well in terms of like where to put the camera and where to cut, and like the austere geography of the courtroom itself is very sharply pointed. There's a lot of great sort of rhythm in the cutting and the performances as we get sort of two competing cases or stories that are being laid out by a young disgruntled executive officer and his cruel, perhaps senile commanding officer, whom he relieves from duty during a dangerous storm, is the premise of the film. And either way, it makes great use of how the play sort of like subtly and thrillingly turns the logistics of what is functionally, it's a mutiny court-martial against this captain who the underlings claim went insane, and it turns into something resembling more of kind of like a public flaying of said commander, played by Kiefer Sutherland, who's quite good, and doing so in a way that's kind of like designed to be cathartic for the stressed crew who is trying to justify and, you know, reveal the precise details of how tyrannical and how mad the guy was, essentially. But the movie still, in Friedkin fashion, kind of has a sense of pity and sadness for the commander as well, which kind of translates into a little bit of a rhetorically awkward but patriotic epilogue that is, you know, is all about, you know, it's a thing that's just built into the play. And it's something that made a lot more sense, I think, directly after World War II than it does today. But it's still well performed, and Jason Clarke is playing the prosecutor in the case, of the court martial. I guess he is I'm trying to remember actually now how they detail it, because it's almost like they're running two cases side by side. But anyway, for anyone who has liked him in Oppenheimer, as far as like a guy being able to like do, you know, as a lawyer, just like really sharply probing the person he's up against, Clark does a really good job in the film. And also it's one of the last films for Lance Reddick as well, who also passed away this year, who plays one of the naval judges. And I gotta say, he nails every dramatic moment he gets. Like, if you like the courtroom drama, it's Lance Reddick is the guy who gets to keep being like overruled, but you're on thin ice, you know, like he gets to do that for like half the movie. So if you haven't seen that one, the last film from William Friedkin, it's definitely worth checking out. And the other one was Silent Night. Yes.
I was about to say this one, actually.
Exactly, because they're both in the same boat. Directed by legendary Hong Kong gun fu action melodramatist Mr. John Woo, which I will say I didn't love. I think it's kind of a problem that John Woo even has to work in such like a direct-to-video minded space to get a budget like this. And as far as like doing macho melodrama and doing his action destruction ballets, I was a little disappointed at how kind of like CG heavy the American industry is, which I don't think was something that, I mean, I think he even said in one of his interviews that he was like, you know, we were able to do what we did in Hong Kong because there was probably some stuff that should have been illegal. So, you know, so at a certain point you understand, but you can't help but see like a CG car crash or fire in one of his movies, and you're like, man, I remember when he would just like throw a stuntman through a fireball, or, you know, and so that's a tad bit disappointing. And it also is weird seeing him have to resort to such like questionable material. That
it's
like
a pretty standard. Like, I mean, if you've seen what's that Kevin Bacon movie that Juan did, where he's avenging his son. It's the same thing, basically.
Death sentence or silence or something.
Yeah,
death sentence.
This feels like Death Sentence, but the Christmas version, essentially.
Yeah, which was also, I think, a remake of the book that was turned into Death Wish. So it's basically a Death Wish movie.
yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. It is very much just like, you know, a gang kills a member of your family, and now you're out to avenge that member of your family. The thing that I do love about the way that Wu takes it is that he can't help but be like incredibly sentimental about it, and I think that might bother me with a different director, but he just has this way about him when he's doing those moments with the camera, like when Kinnaman's at the grave site and he's starting to build the train tracks around his son's gravestone and stuff like that. It's kind of just built into like you're gonna feel things because it's almost forcing it upon you. But the way that Wu does it, I really do love.
Yeah, and it's all about Joel Kinnaman, who, as a father whose kid gets caught in like a sort of gang shootout, very sort of racially depicted gang, we'll say, and who gets shot in the throat, meaning that he can't speak, and so thus he's kind of making a quote unquote silent movie. Though why no one else speaks didn't really make much sense to me, but I was, you know, it still means Wu just gets to kind of go crazy with like the pure cinema, just like, you know, there's no dialogue. It's a no dialogue action movie. So it's just pure camera trickery, pure movement. And so that aspect of it is cool, even though, once again, seeing John Woo having to work within the trendy commercial confines of like his American copycats was sort of interesting. Like seeing the fact that this was clearly produced by like the John Wick producers and like stylized and kind of marketed to be more like those movies than like his movies that inspired the John Wick movies in the first place. So there's a bizarre kind of tension there, but it's Wu, man, and Wu still has juice. So even though, you know, it's a blatantly ugly kind of retrograde narrative, it's so slickly, stylishly, you know, committed to the gimmickry, and it is really helped along by the fact that Kinnaman is really physically committed to the role. And at a certain point, Wu is getting so crazy with the amount of visually inventive, like staging and fluidity of how you tell a story with just the camera, that he occasionally generates just like, it feels like the experimental version of a Death Wish movie. As you get like a brutal, single-minded bloodlust of a revenge character like this, but the style is just so... You know, there is something expressive about it. Like there's one particular scene in it where Kinnaman is buying guns at like a steel shop, and the whole scene is shot in a way so that you see like a reflection of welding sparks over every shot, and it's just kind of beautiful. And then you remember that why he's buying guns, and you're like, oh, I guess we're back to the Death Wish movie. So either way, very weird, contradictory movie, and I think anyone with taste will probably be like, that's just kind of a really ugly movie that made me not feel good about a guy just murdering a bunch of people. But it's it is Wu, and it is unmistakably Wu, even if it is more digital and John Wicky than you might expect.
Yeah, it's more in line of how I liked it when he was working with Dolph on that like Vegas card trick.
Right.
What was it called? I can't remember.
Was it just called Blackjack?
Blackjack, I think that is what it's called.
Is that what it's called? Yeah,
I think something like that. But it kind of reminded me.
God, imagine if we had multiple
way.
Seasons of that. That was supposed to be a TV show.
Oh God, that'd be great. Oh my Lord, we just cover the whole thing. But so I also had this on my honorary mentions just because I love John Woo. So, and it was a simple enough action premise. I'm like, okay, this is very straightforward, but I'm okay with it. My next one was the Chicken Run sequel, Chicken Run: Dawn of the Nugget, directed by Sam Fell. This was, I really do like the original Chicken Run. I think it's very, very funny. I love kind of the crude animation of it all. And this does feel like it's a lesser sequel for sure. It doesn't have that kind of it has a little bit of that sheen of the modern age, which I think is something that I really don't want. I really like kind of how kind of dirty the original looks in a sense of just the way they use the claymation. But what I do like about this is to kind of modernize it in a better way. Is that they have it in a modern farm factory instead of just a typical farmhouse. And so they kind of use the technology against them when they're on the run and trying to have everybody escape. So there's just different ways that they went about doing the actual action sequences, and I really did like that. And some of the jokes are really funny. I do think it's a pretty witty film. So I'd recommend it. It's 90 minutes, real easy. So if you liked the original Chicken Run, you'll probably get a kick out of this.
Yeah, while we're in the sort of almost like children's movie mindset, one that I kind of wanted to throw in that I did not expect to be throwing on this list was Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes,
totally. Honor Among Thieves, directed by John Francis Daley and Jonathan Goldstein. One of the more surprising studio movies this year because I just thought the trailers kind of looked like January dumping ground trash. But it was also, I did know that it was by the directors behind the pretty clever and visually dynamic studio comedy from 2018 Game Night that people might remember. So I definitely, had kind of some idea that this might be a little bit better than it looked. And either way, it did not need to be 2 hours and 15 minutes, which is like my main issue with it. But it was a surprisingly nice throwback to like 90s and 2000s blockbuster adaptations. Where it didn't seem like it was as interested in like franchise as it was in just like pure world design and pure just ensemble movie breathlessness. Like the way that it is just trying to be silly and entertaining and also like it is, it is well made. The best parts of it kind of play like a slapstick heist movie version of like Lord of the Rings or something. Like it has a
totally.
It has a diversity of like dorky fantasy missions that they go on. The designs and locations are nice. The types of sort of action set pieces throughout that it never really seems to run out of. One of my favorite stretches in it is the graveyard zombie bit where they keep like waking up the corpses from like an old battle to ask 3 questions and they keep fucking up the number of questions. And it eventually leads them to that dungeon they have to escape with the giant chunky like fat dragon in it. That's basically just like if a fat cat was a dragon and starts like destroying everything. There was so much like visually dynamic choreography and camera work and also practical effects that I did not expect, including like giant sets, like costumes, animatronic creatures, like effectively hidden amongst all the digital stitching, like the full like bird people and the fish people.
Oh, yeah.
And
one of my favorite shots is when it's in the kind of the beginning where they're just they crash out of a window to escape, and he's holding on to one of those birds, but it's actually a guy in a costume or it's an animatronic.
Yes.
And just Chris Pine falling with an actual animatronic just makes it that much funnier. It adds a layer of real texture to it. I think they did a great job with all of that design.
Yeah, so it's a little bit light, fluffy in terms of genre movie inclusions, but it was charming and definitely a prime example this year of how studio branded like IP can actually be fun and worthwhile when it's made by people who actually kind of care about making the set pieces and crafting them and and actually having a sense of wit to them as well. And the sequence of the shapeshifter escaping the castle in like that digital wonder was one of the cooler sequences I saw in a studio movie this year. So
yeah, totally. And I think I haven't played the games, but a lot of the people that I talked to that think that they channeled the kind of the feeling that you get amongst friends playing that game, because it does get very silly and ridiculous. It isn't like Lord of the Rings, So
yes, exactly.
I think they captured that very well. My next one is it's a comedy as well. I hadn't heard of these guys beforehand, but they seem to be kind of like a new Lonely Island that's working on SNL right now, called Please Don't Destroy. And the film itself is called The Treasure of Foggy Mountain. It's almost like it's directed by Paul Briganti, but it's almost like a Without a Paddle. But if you've ever seen that it's like I think a mid-2000s comedy with Seth Green and a couple other guys. And I'm not a particularly huge fan of that, but it's a very similar premise where it's just 3 friends go out to find a hidden treasure to kind of mask whatever else is going on in their life. But just stylistically, it's very absurd and kind of ridiculous, and it feels very much like that tone that the Lonely Island has struck like a decade prior. They do have, I think, their own unique voice, but there are still a few things in there that are very conventional in what you would expect from this type of comedy. Sometimes they play with that, and sometimes they don't. So I still think that they have potential to make something that's like truly great, because I was consistently laughing at this for the 90-minute runtime. Me and my brothers were thoroughly enjoying this, and I just wanted to give it a shout out because it was a genuinely funny, just straight up comedy. It didn't have any like super genre bend in a sense. You could call it an adventure film for sure, because they're going out to discover treasure, but just in the sense of tone, it felt like a kind of like, like Never Stopping, where it feels
Pop Star, yeah,
or Pop movie. Star, yeah. It feels like it's a straight up comedy, and it's really just built to make you laugh, and I do kind of miss that, and I think they did a great job. So yeah.
My next one is a little film called one of the last ones that I caught up with, just because I was it premiered at Sundance earlier in the year, and I kind of waited all year for it to come out because it had Stephen Dorff in it, and I kind of like Stephen Dorff. I know that he hasn't had like maybe the career that you would expect to have like super fans of or anything, and I might not describe myself that way, but I like him in Blade.
I do. He's
in
like
one
him.
of my favorite Sofia Coppola film Somewhere, where he's like the really sad dad to Elle Fanning's character in that. I think he's amazing. I even watched his season of True Detective because I like him. So
Nice.
So I was waiting for like this like little like black and white lo-fi 16 millimeter like sci-fi dystopia mad scientists like Monster B horror movie that he was supposedly in at a Sundance, and it literally didn't become available for anyone to watch until this month. I thought it was pretty cool. It's directed by this guy named Eddie Alcazar, who I guess is a sort of VFX and animation guy who did some video game work at like EA or something like that, but who was discovered by Steven Soderbergh, who now produces his movies. And I don't know if this is his first feature movie or not. But it's very clearly early on in his career, and it's centered around this sort of like a dystopia about like an immortality drug that has like these nightmarish side effects. And Stephen Dorff is kind of playing the son of the guy who invented it, who is kind of tweaking it to make it work. And Scott Bakula is plays his dad, who like invented it. And arguably, I think it maybe leaned a little too hard into being like a pre-made cult film, where you could tell that like they kind of knew the audience that they wanted to have, and it feels like it was designed in a lab to be like, this is the most underrated, underseen, like cool black and white, sci-fi horror freakout that's ever been made, But just in terms of its style, pastiching, and the sort of it does have some midnight movie levels of sex and violence at times as well. But I did think that it had a very cool sort of like desert concrete retro future aesthetic to it. And I did think that it was willing to make some admirably kind of strange detours into its various sort of conspiracies and kind of fetishes of its world, including doing like this like vaguely sort of like cannibal porn sequence at one point. And there's another part where there's like an onslaught of TV commercials that almost feel like out of like Total Recall or something like that, or like RoboCop, I guess. I kind of have to hand it to a movie that tries as hard as this one does to look like an analog or grainy, sort of sci-fi horror movie that could sit next to like a Tetsuo the Iron Man, or like an Eraserhead, or Lynch's sound man Dean Hurley even like co-composed the score, which parts of it actually do sound a little bit like he was kind of stealing a bit from the alternate black and white dimension in The Return. Some of the music kind of has that sort of like spacey, sort of experimental quality to it. And either way, this one climaxes on a stop motion anime fight with like a deformed bodybuilder, like fetus Frankenstein monster.
That's awesome.
That almost felt like it should have been in like Mad God or something like that. So if anyone is interested in that, it's a movie called Divinity. I'd recommend checking it out.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing that. My next one is Beau is Afraid, directed by Ari Aster.
This is also on mine as an anxious Charlie Kaufman comic horror double feature with Dream Scenario. I don't know if that ended up. Is that going to be coming up later for you?
Dream Scenario is coming up for me.
Okay,
eventually.
Gotcha. And I'll save that one for the list then.
Okay. But yeah, so Beau is Afraid is directed by Ari Aster. I have loved Ari Aster's previous two films, Hereditary and Midsommar. I haven't actually seen any of his shorts, but I heard those are more questionable. But one day I'll get around to them. With this one, though, it's essentially about a very paranoid man that just goes on this odyssey, I guess, to get to his mom. And the entire time it feels like you're just in this alternate reality where every single paranoia that you've ever had is just in front of you and coming true at all times. And it's about 3 hours of that until he eventually gets to his destination. I won't spoil really what happens, but a lot of it feels like it's this thing that you go on this odyssey and you realize that the entire thing, in a sense, has been orchestrated by your worst fear. Every single fear you've had is just coming true. And to watch that for 3 hours is, I will say this, exhausting, to be honest. But I respect the fucking hell out of what Ari's doing. And I do think that a lot of this is genuinely funny. The only thing that holds me back from really loving it is I straight up just feel the length. I think it's too long. I understand at the same time when you get to the end and he's been through this, I think you're almost supposed to feel as tired as his character. So I think it works in that sense, but just in a way of real internal enjoyment and entertainment, I do get a little bit exhausted. So that's the only thing that kind of makes it different from Midsommar or Hereditary that I love just through and through. But yeah, like I said, I respect it. So it's
Beau was also on mine, and I totally agree that it's a movie that everyone who hated it, I completely understand. It kind of courts that reaction almost deliberately, especially too for anyone familiar with, as Jamie was mentioning, Aster's corny sort of comic horror satire short film era when he was an edgy grad student. This is very much him kind of returning to a script he wrote more in that era, and has a lot of crazy shit in it that feels like he would have turned into a short film at one point about the suicidal teen TikTok girl, or the genital emasculation anxiety sort of sight gag penis monster shit, or the whole PTSD veteran slapstick stuff in it, and of course the insanely matricidal Jewish overbearing Jewish mother stuff where Beau is a virgin with big balls and
and a 30-minute finale where the mother is just berating him and you just have to just take it. It's something else. It really is.
But it was truly a singular, gargantuan, neurotic, existence is drowning in the womb spectacle that I just couldn't believe that even with the success of Hereditary and Midsommar, why A24 gave him this much money to realize this screenplay is kind of flabbergasting. And I was at a certain point just impressed that, there's a little bit of Roy Anderson in this. There's a little bit of Philip Roth in this with the whole just Oedipal stream of consciousness, persecution and sort of guilt complex stuff where he's just, it's so punishing and so insecure and such an unpleasant movie. And the fact that I saw this on an IMAX screen kind of fucking blew my mind. The same screen I saw Dune on and Avatar 2, I watched this movie on. So my experience with it was
chug paint.
And it was so it was it was pretty overwhelming and farcical and just filled with all the fantasizing about suffering that his movies are. But seeing him get to do stuff like the full-blown Jacques Tati set piece of what if an anxious Charlie Kaufman character lived on the same city block as Charles Bronson in Death Wish 3, which is cartoon levels of crime and city decay that haunt him nonstop. The one joke that has stuck with me about this movie through the whole year is the one where he takes the medication without water and he realizes that his building's water has been shut off, and he's so so scared to cross the street to the convenience store for a bottle of water because of all of the just like he thinks he's going to get stabbed by a naked homeless man like the second he steps outside, and the world that's been designed shows you that he will. And and so he Googles what will happen if he doesn't take water with this medication, and he's just greeted with an entire Google page of obituaries from people who have died. That's the kind of mean sense of humor it's operating on, and it gets a little bit more uneven as it gets into its various like the modern medicated American suburb prison stuff and the sort of fairy tale forest section, and eventually a full-on like Truman Show defending your life kind of finale to it. But I don't know, the sheer level of imaginatively ugly and hateful torment on display for me. And
it's impressive.
And seeing Aster like clearly put so many personal anxieties onto such like an epic canvas it feels
very honest.
You got to be impressed a little bit by it. I feel like
it feels very honest, and I do still I know it pisses a lot of people off, but I do like imagining Ari Aster behind the camera throughout all these films that he's made, just smiling ear to ear, just going, I'm going to make people sit through this. There is something about that I like, but I also understand that it really pokes people the wrong way. So anyway, fun movie in a sense, also just relentless and exhausting, so shout out.
It was. I'll be honest. It was closer to my list than I kind of expected it to be. I do wonder if on rewatch I'm going to just keep getting more on it or more out of it or something like that. I have thought about that movie a lot for like what is, just a very solid high 3 for me.
Me too.
But getting close to the end here, I have what do we got? I'll do a double round here. I'll do one of.
Okay. I'm going to do a double next too.
Yeah, I have The Royal Hotel, directed by Kitty Green, which is another Australian film, and was the follow-up to her very anxiety-inducing, monotonous sort of thriller called The Assistant, which is why I checked it out this year. I really liked The Assistant, and as a film about just like a woman working in a film office where, very clearly she's working for a predator and just dealing with like the scary hum and the sort of powerlessness of the fact that she's kind of this precarious sort of like laborer, but also there's so much like gendered abuse that's just kind of accepted all around her. It's a really kind of creepy little film, and there's a great scene in it with the HR guy played by Matthew McFadyen from Succession, which is just the slimiest, most disturbing depiction I've seen of what clearly does happen, of where they go. He kind of goes fishing for what she knows about the boss, and then when he finds out that she doesn't actually know enough that's like legally useful, he just starts like berating her and being like, "You're a fucking idiot," or
Oh shit.
So anyway, that was why I liked that movie so much that I was kind of excited to see her reteam with Julia Garner, who's the same actress on this film. And this one was to do with sort of work travel programs and like service work, which obviously both have their fair share of sort of predatory behavior in them as well. And so, as expected, a lot of that is fairly well observed in this film, where she is basically traveling with her friend, who is played by Jessica Henwick from the most recent Matrix film, as a pair of backpackers who are just going on like kind of like a working holiday kind of deal, and they're partying in like Sydney. But they end up running out of money, and they do sort of like a work and board kind of program where they end up working at like a really, really shitty, like just like rundown Australian outback pub kind of deal in like a mining town. And you just kind of slowly watch in this more grimy setting, these girls who very clearly thought they were going to just be sort of like clubbing in Sydney. The financial desperation kind of takes precedent over the fact that they have sort of comfort limits, and they need to kind of be willing to entertain the kind of male attention of a more sort of like rural bar like this, which is like a lot of leering, a lot of sexist jokes being made to them, a lot of just unpleasant drunken behavior, some of which is even by the bar's owner, in a performance by Hugo Weaving, who I was kind of surprised to see, but a great alcoholic dirtbag performance. He's just screaming cunt for half the movie. It's wonderful.
Acting. God, I
Yeah,
love it.
and my only sort of reservation about the film was that she does try to do a little. She tries to go and the style tries to go in a horror movie direction where it does escalate into more sort of like physically threatening horror movie degrees. It feels like kind of like something like the Ozploitation movie Wake and Fright. Feels a little bit of like the reference point that she might have been using of these girls who get trapped in a purgatory, and it becomes a little bit scarier as it goes on, a little bit more surreal. But because she's so just committed to being realistic about all of this, and it doesn't quite like she wants this to be very much about real world gender politics and like logistical situations that women would find themselves in. And as a result, it doesn't just get as unhinged as I kind of hoped it would. It doesn't get as like evil and purgatorial as something like Wake and Fright does. But I did think that it was quite well made, and the performances were quite good. And just all visually, the use of like the beer soaked, like vomit encrusted venue and these girls just being really scared for their safety and being treated like, as they say in the film, fresh meat in these kind of like revenge horror style kind of, it was a neat little movie. I wanted to give a shout out.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm gonna do a double here. So there's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem, directed by Jeff Rowe.
Lots of animation on Jamie's list this year.
Yeah. I tried to watch a few of them because they were being very highly rated, and I'm always curious when that's happening, exactly why. This one I do think deserves its praise. I still, it was like a strong 3 for me, but I really liked the way that the 4 stars that are playing the Mutant Ninja Turtles, the way that they recorded them. It almost seems like they're in the same room, and they have a lot of very natural kind of just bro improvisation that feels like it's off the cuff. And I don't know whether it is or not. That might have just been a style they chose, but it feels very natural, and you do kind of understand their connection as friends, and I liked their dynamic there. And also you get Jackie Chan as Splinter, which is just awesome. Love Jackie Chan. And he's quite good in it. I do like his vocal performance. I think it's very good, but the animation's very cool too, because it's kind of it's comic book-esque just in the sense of how the time frame goes, like how they how it looks within the action. It almost feels a little bit more stuttery the way that some of the action goes. It's kind of similar, I guess, to the other movie I wanted to pair it with, which is Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, where it has that comic book-esque quality to it, where it's not like the smoothest animation, but on purposely. It feels almost static at times, and I do really like that animation style. With Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it's very typical. It's like mutants are unleashed, and they're trying to save the city from it, and at the same time they're trying to get accepted by the general populace. Whereas Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, to be honest, I didn't get a chance to rewatch this, but the thing that I do remember is thinking it was one of the most beautifully animated films that I have honestly seen. I think this thing is spectacular in that sense. But I do remember feeling it's incredibly convoluted in its story, and I found myself very detached from it. And so I'm hoping to get another watch in eventually to see if that changes. But I thought that both of the films were very fun animated films. So yeah, I'd check them out for sure. If you haven't. I mean, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse was fucking massive. I'm sure you've checked that one out, but Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was good too.
Oh yeah. I'll do a double as well here of just 2. I don't know if I have any reason for these to go together other than I liked them both, but I have Suitable Flesh, directed by Joe Lynch. Yeah. Which was just has to be on here as just a huge fan of Stuart Gordon, because many of his close collaborators essentially are in this case just like finishing and getting over the finish line, I guess what it was supposedly the final project he wanted to direct in this script, and that includes one of the stars, Barbara Crampton, who also co-produced the film, producer Brian Yesna, and screenwriter Dennis Paoli, who in some capacity were involved in many of his classic films, including Reanimator, From Beyond, Castle Freak, all stuff that we've covered on the show. And it's not as good as his Lovecraft movies, obviously, but it is a playful, nasty little sort of like body swapping horror movie. Part of me watching it did kind of go, man, I wish I could have seen what Stuart Gordon would have chosen to do behind the camera. Totally. But obviously we don't live in that world where that happened. And as far as like someone taking it over, Joe Lynch kind of steps in, and he does a decent job. I thought he manages to kind of overcome some of the generic underlit sort of like shallow focus indie style sheen misgivings I was a little bit concerned about when I first queued it up on Shudder. I was like, oh, I don't know about this. And I had the same reaction
for the first like 30 minutes.
Yeah, but I was eventually won over by, you know, some of the turns the script makes that force him to kind of energetically pump this with a little bit more style, including some like more like erotic thriller melodrama camera tricks, like lots of spinning cameras, lots of split screens, stuff that almost plays like borderline like De Palma parody or something. And
really like pulpy dialogue too. It feels like you're getting the I think it's like an inner monologue or a journal entry of some kind with Heather Graham a lot of the time, and she's fully committed. She is so fun in this movie. It's kind of wild.
As the psychiatrist who gets sexually possessed by her demon patient. She goes for it.
yeah, she really does. And that was the thing about it. I was like the first little bit of it, I was finding it hard to latch onto, just given like what exactly it was doing. I couldn't tell what was purposeful and what wasn't. And then as the script went on, I'm like, oh, okay, this is kind of supposed to be a little bit silly in a way. You're supposed to have more fun with this than just taking it completely seriously. Because when it starts to get into like the demon, you know, coming into Heather Graham, and she starts to express like, what is this feeling I've never felt before, and all that, like it gets really fun. It's almost like if anyone listened to us talk about The Hidden, when the little alien demon would take over a body, and it like every single actor would then have to pretend to be like this little alien monster that was just like having fun with the bodies that it was possessing. This kind of does a similar thing to that, and Heather Graham is definitely one of the strongest at it in the film. And there is some nasty little there's like a full-on decapitation in the film, and there is also a sequence where she's trying to run the demon over in her car, and it's shot from like this oneer where you can just see her, like her backup camera just like hitting the guy over and over again. I thought that was pretty funny. So if anyone didn't check that out, that was pretty cool. And one of the carryovers from last year, one of the last ones for me, Sanctuary, directed by Zachary Wygon, which was this claustrophobic chamber thriller that kind of centers itself around a perverse and crumbling hermetic relationship. In this case, between the sort of like boyish heir to a hotel chain empire named Hal, played by Christopher Abbott, and his hypnotic like for-hire dominatrix Rebecca, played by Margaret Qualley, who together play these kind of like scripted psychosexual master and slave mind games with hopes of achieving a kind of emotional catharsis for him that will make him a more confident and assertive business partner or operator like his father was. And the film kind of, the center of the drama of it is that he tries to cut things off with her, claiming that he's ready to step into his father's shoes. But the financial tensions between him as the employer and her as the employee kind of do start to blur with the personal history and storytelling that they've woven together, leading to these kind of like what essentially is like an absurd form of like contract renegotiation or like severance pay is kind of the idea, like where she's essentially trying to blackmail and humiliate him in order to not lose her position. And there's a whole like there's a sex scene at knife point. There's a whole thing where she's like bossing him around the bathroom and going over to the toilet and stuff. And like there's always like kind of balancing that gray area of what either person's intentions are, because they're constantly changing them throughout the dialogue, the way they act. Like, excuse me, you as an audience member really don't know what the main motivation of either of these two characters are at a certain point, because it just gets so convoluted on purposely.
Yeah, and it was just obviously one of the few like down bad like erotic thriller kind of classics of the year. And even though it was like clearly like a COVID shoot movie, it kind of looks nice, like it's sharp. The way that it moves around the hotel room is kind of nice. The two performances. are magnetic and hilarious, and Quali especially, just like psychologically torturing Abbott and doing all the teasing and probing and like just being so vindictive towards him. And just the perversity of the shifting sort of like gendered and class dynamics of, you know, him being, you know, he is wealthy and afraid that his reputation is going to get ruined by her, and she's pissed that after making him good at his job, she won't actually see like any of the profit, you know, from it. So it's like it's well sustained, and it, you know, as a plain like oddball like sub-dom like romance, you know, BDSM romance type thing, I thought it was pretty neat and worth checking out. Yeah,
definitely. My next one, and I've only got like 2 left, really, or 3, but Brooklyn 4-5, directed by Ted Geoghegan. Probably destroyed that, but that's okay. It's about a group of veterans that get together December 1945 after the war, and they have a kind of a seance. And as the seance gets progressively just more powerful and dark, more truth comes out of their past and what they did in the war, and they have to kind of wrestle with that. And it is kind of a chamber thriller where you're just locked in one room with the entity and whatever else happens. I don't want to spoil too much, but I think it's really good because it takes its time to kind of connect you to the characters you're about to see. They kind of establish, almost in a sense, stereotypical personalities in a way, but then they create the nuance as you learn about what they're really hiding. It's kind of all a mask that they have on until the truth comes out. So I just thought it was really, really interesting. It does get to eventually some surprisingly gory moments, which was cool and I didn't expect. And it's a pretty short one. It's like 90 minutes, chamber thriller, pretty easy watch. So I'd recommend it. It's fun.
Cool. Yeah, I think I have only a couple more left, but I think 3 of them are all stuff that I'm cool with waiting, because I think that there's stuff that's actually on your list, and if they're not on your list, maybe I'll give them a shout out at the end. But I'm almost certain that some of the ones, most of the ones I have left are, except for I think maybe one, but maybe you'll surprise me and we'll find out. So the last one that I'll say for now is Creed 3. Which was the one that was like the closest to making it, but didn't quite get there for me.
I think I ended up putting it on. There's a little bit of my tabs that I gotta check before we get to the main thing, but I'm almost, that's like, I think it's in there. I'm pretty sure.
You think it's in there? Okay, if it's in there, then I think I'll just I'll hold on to it and I'll have the discussion with you when we eventually talk about it. Because this was the like it was one of the ones where I was like, can I break the rules? Can I have a number 16? You know, I was like, Creed 3 was kind of like the one that was going to get in there on it. So if you think you've got it, then I think I have nothing else left that's not on your list, because I only have 3 more here, and one of them is Dream Scenario, which I think is on yours, and the other one has a good friend of ours named Jigsaw in it, so I'm assuming that's you know, so somewhere you know, so so I'll save that too.
I got one too that I think is on yours because you haven't mentioned it, so I'll just get rid of that one. But the other one, I'm pretty sure I don't know if it would be on there. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be, but The Covenant by Guy Ritchie.
Oh yeah, you just made me remember that one. That probably should have been on mine. That was a cool one.
Yeah. So that one, it's a real, well, it's interesting. They kind of came out with 2 movies that had like the same premise. The other one was
Kandahar.
with Gerard Butler.
Surprisingly, the Guy Ritchie, Jake Gyllenhaal version was better than our boy.
Yeah, I was almost expecting the G-Butts one to be a little bit more just that like DTV kind of action movie, but it's taken a little bit more. It's drawn out a little too much.
We have for him. Is it G-Butts? Is it Jerry B?
Yeah, that's awesome. We love him. But yeah, so it's about during the war in Afghanistan, an interpreter is working with a soldier or a sergeant, and they kind of get lost behind enemy lines and have to make their way back. And I just find that Guy Ritchie has a really good control over the camera. The action moments in this are quite good. It is, of course, digital a lot of the time, but I think he masks it fairly well. He's pretty good at that. Good Jake Gyllenhaal performance, and the other guy that plays the interpreter is Dar Salim. I'm not sure if I've seen much of him. I guess he is in Exodus, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I do think he's a good actor. But yeah, it's just it's exactly what you think it is. They have these long drawn out scenes in the desert. There's shootouts. There's kind of the suspense on whether or not you're supposed to trust this interpreter who could be working for the other side, and so there's kind of a phobia there. But it's just a really sturdy action movie that I enjoyed. So shout out to The Covenant.
Yeah, it was cool, and I liked that it was kind of taking this sort of like larger political transactional tension, like one concerned about the relationship between the U.S. and Afghanistan as like an invading force, and it kind of funneled it through a sort of like macho action movie sense of like romantic bonding and conviction for the job of like two professionals on either side who help each other like get out, and you know it's almost like a Western like movie tag team dynamic or something like that of like Jake Gyllenhaal and Dar Salim like exchanging powerful glances and one guy carrying another guy on his back, and Jake Gyllenhaal's version of having to like be stuck at home in the bureaucratic nightmare of getting that guy just like an immigration visa is like it's a political reality that it's interesting to see, like what I thought was going to be just another like war on terror drama like bring up that kind of stuff. There's a couple complicated details in it that were sort of neat. Yeah, you're right. I should say that real quick is the first half kind of has what I was saying with that more the action, the actual bringing Jake back to where he needed to be in the military base. And then the second half is him working through all the bureaucracy and realizing that even though this guy helped us, they're fucking doing absolutely nothing for him. And it takes him months and months to get anywhere. So yeah, I think that was an important distinction with that one, especially compared to Kandahar. Yeah. Yeah, well, and honestly, Ritchie's like clean tactical violence and like the wide angle lens shooting and stuff also just kind of looked better than Kandahar in my opinion. Even though there was some like tangent, like some of the location shooting in Kandahar was pretty impressive, but I just didn't think the rest of it was that great.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I think the rest of our stuff, and because we're going long on the honorable mentions and we're trying to trim it down, and I think the remaining stuff is all stuff that are on Jamie and I's lists, so it's all stuff that we can just talk about when we eventually hit it there.
Yeah.
So I think we are going to do it. Once again, that is the end of another lengthy honorable mentions section, though I think we kept it, we had a longer intro this year, and I think we kept it to at least a similar space. So
I think so too.
That's not horrible. This is still probably going to be an over 4-hour episode.
Probably. Maybe under 5. Let's see what we can do here.
God damn it. But we're doing our best here. Well, the fact that we're at like the same length and we're starting a 15 now, so this will be fun.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of good movies this year. I don't know. Screw you guys.
There were. This year was tough. I will say.
Skip to the time codes. There's a bunch of stuff on here I'm happy that we get to include by just by extending the list as long as we are. And
definitely.
And as always, I always find ways to cheat. So I still have cheated. So I'm going to go first on my 15 here, but it was because one of them got added in kind of at the last minute, and it was such a good pairing with the other one that I was like, well, and it would have just bumped out my number 15 anyway. So I was like, you know what? These two got to go together. This was the double feature of aging movie star action spectacle at number 15 for me. One, a film called Jawan. From India, which after the RRR craze last year, we knew we had to try and pay a little bit more attention to some of the major Indian genre cinema. And the best that I was able to see was this one called Jawan by a director that goes by Atlee. And it is one in which Shah Rukh Khan, the Bollywood actor and producing sort of superstar famous for classics like Om Shanti Om, plays this. It's such a ridiculous premise that I'm going to have a hard time even describing. We actually had Jamie and I watched this one together, and we had a hard time describing it to each other while we were watching it.
It takes some turns.
From what I could, glean, Shah Rukh Khan is playing this quasi-feminist socialist prison warden / master of disguise / Robin Hood, who is essentially robbing corrupt, wealthy Indian capitalists and government officials in a series of like deliberately, ridiculously staged terrorist attacks designed to accomplish various political goals and like gather a whole bunch of attention, and they are staged in sort of action movie contexts. Like one of the first ones is like a train heist thriller type thing, but ultimately he's staging all of these sort of terrorist attacks to do things like pay off farmers' bank loans before they hang themselves, which is there's a crazy detail where like one guy's about to hang himself and his daughter runs in. He's like, "Dad, don't hang yourself. Like the bank loan's been figured out by the crazy Robin Hood man." Just some ridiculous stuff like that.
A prison dance of 1,000 people.
Yes. And Shah Rukh Khan, the dude, I don't know how old the dude is, but man, he's looking good. He's looking fit. He's looking he's dripped out. The musical sequences are incredible, but he's also like doing shit like fixing India's healthcare system with immediate upgrades to government hospital infrastructure in like minutes.
All with the help of incredibly elaborate terrorism.
Yes. He's exposing corrupt arms manufacturers and dealers. And at one point, Shah Rukh Khan looks into the camera and just delivers a monologue about the basic concept of democratic participation and voting. And it's all just like connected by this like hyper violent kinetic action sequences. Like, again, the train heist stuff. There's like these really like very cartoonishly staged like knife and gunfight stuff that, again, is surrounded by rain and fire. It's very much the heroic bloodshed kind of slow-mo stuff. There's like helicopter explosions, giant prison brawls. One of the best highway chase set pieces that I've seen this year that I guess was apparently stunt coordinated by one of the major like Fast and Furious guys. So if you if you like some of the Fast and Furious movies from like 5 through 7 or whatever, like that's kind of what it's like. It reminded me a little bit too of the Matrix Reloaded set piece as well.
Sure. Yeah. Totally.
But also done in this very, in the, as we've been kind of watching some of the Indian films, in that very expressive kind of maximalist musical sequence and twisty melodrama kind of fashion as well, including at one point in this film, the introduction of a cigar chomping former special ops super soldier father to Shah Rukh Khan, who's also played by Shah Rukh Khan, and just like with less, like he's just made to like embrace like the gray hair a little bit more, but basically looks identical. And then the second half of the movie is two Shah Rukh Khans doing action set pieces, and it's just it was a twist that you would have seen in like a Jean-Claude Van Damme like twin role movie, or like in a Tom Cruise. I like bringing up the fact that in Mission Impossible movies, they were at one point introducing these younger guys he was going to pass the baton off to, like Jeremy Renner, and then he just never did. He just kept being Ethan Hunt the entire time. So this is operating on like that level of pure star power egotism, where it just like completely takes command of the movie to a delirious and like breakneck degree, and it's an absolute blast, which is why it felt like such a great companion to the obviously the new Mission Impossible movie that came out this year, Dead Reckoning Part 1. Which was obviously the latest entry in the Mission Impossible franchise and the Tom Cruise Auturism project, and a cool mix, I thought, of the Christopher McQuarrie era of like the Rogue Nation and the Fallout, which I have kind of been defining as like a little bit more like brawny and blunt and fluid driven spectacle, like clearly designed backwards from like these big stunts that they just want to shoot very cleanly, and the plotting is very ridiculous to kind of get you to these set pieces, and they're just so built around moving and just constantly intricately managing and escalating the agendas of all of these rotating bench of character actors. It feels like they keep adding 2 or 3 more to every time they make one of these movies. So it feels very much of that era. But also because they're clearly trying to wrap things up a bit, they do kind of go back to like the good old fashioned analog espionage, Hitchcockian identity thriller roots that kind of De Palma gave the film. They have explicit callbacks to it with like bringing Kitteridge back and, doing the whole convoluted sort of like train cart hopping finale with masks and double crosses and fights on top of it and everything like that. And there's even a sequence that replicates Ethan sort of defining fear of getting his team killed in the original opening, which is like one of the best set pieces in like any of the movies, and they kind of bring that back a little bit. And I just thought this was great. And I would have thought that trying to merge these two different styles together so late in the game would have made the movie a bit more incoherent and inelegant. But I actually thought that it like did everything quite well, like bringing back all the people who have been in these new movies, like Vin Rames, who's doing the fucking wearing hats and doing 90s hacking, and Simon Pegg, who is looking older than Tom Cruise at this point, but is still hanging out with him.
And having those like classic dialogue moments in between every action sequence where they're just like asking almost obvious questions. Like there's me and my brothers were watching it the other day, and there's so many moments where they're just like, oh my God, he's gotten into the system. What do you mean he's gotten into the system? And then it's a way for them to start kind of giving the exposition on explaining
cut to Tom Cruise sprinting through a computer or something.
Exactly. It's just I love it. Like you almost see a little bit of the formula, but I just think it works so well, and I agree that it does feel like it's kind of mixing Macquarie's kind of more modern Mission Impossible that we know with the classics, and that I thought that was a really cool thing. But it did feel a little more like espionage a lot of the time than just straight up stunts that kind of Fallout was doing. Although I mean, I fucking love Fallout, so
yeah, me too. And like they tried to obviously give Rebecca Ferguson some stuff to do in this one, and Vanessa Kirby some stuff to do in this one. But I really did think that like the newcomer Haley Atwell was kind of like the biggest revelation of the movie as the third party thief who's like seemingly just like walked onto the set of a Mission Impossible movie from like a much like lighter crime caper movie. She spends like this entire movie just like tormenting and slipping through Ethan's fingers, like she's like Barbara Streisand and like What's Up, Doc. And
but then also being incredibly surprised at every like tech that she's introduced to, like the face swapping and all that stuff. So it's kind of cool to have her character it's like reintroduced to all this stuff that we're already very familiar with.
Yeah, and so like all of that stuff is really good, and I also just really loved that, you know, the object of the warring attention of all of these characters, including, you know, S.A. Morales, they introduce as like the suave like anti-Ethan, or like called Gabriel, who's almost like a Bond villain, and Palm Clementif is also his like mute henchman, and Shia Wiggum I think is also introduced in this one. He gets that great line about Ethan is a mind-reading, shape-shifting incarnation of chaos, and he gets that recurring bit of constantly grabbing people's faces in the middle of the scene to check if they're wearing a mask or not or whatever. So all that stuff is great, and it's so funny that the plot of it is like kind of so overcomplicated and talked about so much via exposition that I just kind of turned my brain off after a while, and I went, there's a key that controls a death computer or something. I don't know.
Get the key. That was where my brain went eventually. I'm just like, get that key, baby. That's the objective.
Yeah, but it was cool that despite that, I was just so into the characters, and I was so into the filmmaking, and the fact that it is just loosely like the thread in the film of making Ethan's opponent like strategically aligned with Tom Cruise's, in the sense that it's like an AI entity that functions as like this cold, calculating, unemotional thing that controls, and it's threatening our old school fleshy way that we used to do things, and it's going to turn us into a digital, godless, stateless, you know, like immoral thing. And like the Ethan Hunt model is all about, he loves his team, he loves what the human body could do. Like it's so funny. It was very similar to what Top Gun Maverick did, when it was all about, you know, it almost feels like Cruise's anxiety about traditional old school era being overwritten by this new kind of like digital one. And as a result, I loved that the set pieces in this were so focused on like less on guns and gadgets, and it really was more on like pickpocketing and getting into fists and knife fights and going to these, you know, old locations. And at one point they literally build an old school like coal train that they have the big like final set piece on. And I heard McQuarrie and Cruise both comparing this stuff to like Buster Keaton's The General and John Frankenheimer's The Train, and to go like old school analog like that and do these like daredevil set pieces that Cruise is like really obsessed with doing now, where he's going over the mountain and doing, the whole like train cart hopping stuff is really, really good. There's a great fucking car chase in it. And so despite my only reservation about it was a lot of the part one isms where, luckily they did kind of make a complete movie in the story with Haley Atwell being converted over to the team, even though they had to do a lot of weird retconning and in the writing to kind of make that the story.
Yeah, for sure.
But if anyone wants to hear more about that, we theorized all about that on the bonus transmission, so I don't need to get into all that. For me, it was like just lots of impeccable sort of slapstick, stunt heavy, like the train fight, the train cart stuff. There's a part where they literally dangle a grand piano over Tom Cruise's head. It's like a cartoon bit, and it's great. And I really did have a good time with it. And I do believe that Cruise is going to kill our computer overlords. And this movie,
or kill
that's
himself,
what it's suggesting. Yeah, exactly.
Either way, it'll be entertaining. So, okay, Joan was kind of one that I had on the fence a little bit too, but I figured that it was going to be on your list. So shout out to Joan. That one is awesome. I really do like that one. 15 is also an Indian action film called Jigar Thunda Double X, and it's directed by Kartik Subbaraj, and it's starring Raghava Lawrence. And basically what it is, this premise is this: he's kind of this notorious gangster, and there's a director, and the filmmaker wants to use the gangster to kind of influence people to do certain things. And as the movie develops, it turns into them kind of saving this village from a very militaristic police force that's within the area. And essentially the film is just about the power of filmmaking and how it can be used to convince people of truths in the world that they would otherwise not be, that they otherwise wouldn't know about. And there's an incredibly powerful ending that I will not spoil, but it is just very blunt in its way of expressing that idea. And but at the same time, it has everything that you kind of, at least I'm used to. I haven't watched a ton of these films, but it has that same maximalist kind of musical feeling at times, which honestly can be very strange because of the themes and the content that you're actually watching is very, very heavy. But then they'll also have scenes where him and the boys are just at the club, like doing awesome humping moves to with 100 extras behind them, and like I will say this too, just speaking on the dancing, the lead guy that plays the gangster, his character, they have him do so many variations of hip thrusts within his choreography that I was just losing it every single time. The guy is an innovator in hip thrust dancing. It's unbelievable. But yeah, it's got these awesome images of them using like a Super 8 as a gun because it has the trigger. And there's one awesome image that I very much remember of one of the guys using the gun against the guy that's also using the camera opposite him as if he's about to shoot him, and it's an actual like a defense that would work, and it's just a really cool image. And basically that image kind of encapsulates the theme of the entire film, but it does it over and over again in a lot of great ways. So I'd highly recommend it, and it's on Netflix actually. So at least Canadian Netflix. I'm not sure about the States, but
my number 14 is a little film called Anatomy of a Fall.
Oh, cool! I didn't get to watch that. I was really disappointed I didn't.
Yeah, directed by Justine Triet out of France. This was kind of a last minute watch for me because I missed it when it played the Toronto International Film Festival, and it kind of took a long time for this one to, finally kind of become available to watch. But it is a very cleverly constructed and very well made 2.5 hour long French courtroom drama and murder mystery film about this successful female author played by German actress Sandra Huller, who I'm glad to give a shout out here because she's also in Zone of Interest this year. So she's having one hell of a year. She's actually she has 2 movies near the top for me. She's a huge reason why both are amazing. But essentially, her husband falls off the second-story balcony window of their house to his bloody death in the opening scene to the like snowy ground below. Which, if anyone who's seen the poster, you'll have actually seen the image from the film when they find that. And the only person in range of the house other than her is actually her blind son, who only heard some of the commotion and found the body. And part of the commotion is also hilarious. Is that the husband is like annoyingly blasting PIMP by 50 Cent on repeat, that's
awesome.
Just kind of hilarious hum to the cold open of the scene of the husband dying. I found it hilarious. I loved it.
That is funny.
But it's a very pulpy premise, one that might have made for one of those like 90s like John Grissom era courtroom dramas with like a cold open on like this actual death that strategically hides the information that's going to get, if not revealed, then at least examined by the actual court procedure. But what's cool about the film is that even though it does all of the sort of like court back and forth, and it does have lawyers and cops kind of looking into this mysterious death, the movie instead kind of is building that stuff out to not necessarily a like traditionally satisfying closure of the case and like who did it. It becomes a lot more interested in just thornily and very slowly revealing itself to be more about a depiction of sort of like long-term relationships and marriage. And it's very harrowing in how it's like, the wife and the husband have 2 different realities that they live in, and they're almost like these conflicted, sort of crafted, sort of subjective narratives where it's like these people were never going to resolve this pain. There's something kind of inherently unknowable about a person who's not able to speak for themselves anymore, and you only have like the evidence of the people around them and how they interpreted their actions and all that stuff. Like that's way more of what's interest to the film. And so much of the movie is actually just us learning about her tumultuous marriage and the fights and resentments that they have that kind of scream motive for why she might have done it. But it's done in this very realistic kind of melodrama way where like, it's about sharing of household labor and like mental emotional health and like lack of artistic fulfillment and like childcare. And basically it's like almost these concepts and how they divided that stuff up comes up in the trial more than the actual murder, because there's no weapon, there's no evidence or anything. It's literally just like, the only option is that she must have killed him or he committed suicide. So it becomes kind of like who can prove which case, And so the manipulated procedure of the court just becomes kind of like this theatrical attack on her possible selfishness as a wife or as an author, and maybe her husband's perhaps like sensitivity and maybe cowardice, or maybe depending on which side you kind of land on. But it kind of lets both sides kind of like strike at each other, and there's an entire complex history of just festering wounds and that the court just has no way of comprehending, and that's so much of what the movie is about instead. And it's also worth noting that for anyone who's maybe never seen a French courtroom drama, this was one of the first ones that I had ever seen. You'll see a lot of people telling you there's no way that's how the French court system works. Like I saw so many reviews of people being like, is that really how it works? Because it's fucking crazy. It's
insane.
It's fucking crazy. And I have no idea if it was manipulated just for the movie or not.
So you're saying that my Alien Resurrection review remains true. The French are out of their fucking minds.
The French are out of their minds, genuinely, because if this is real, like both sets of lawyers, the judges, the witnesses, and the defendant can basically all talk or be cross-examined at any given moment in the court.
It's like Jerry
so like
Springer.
they'll have a witness on the stand, and they'll have like the defendant people will just say the witness is a fucking idiot and a liar or something, and the judge will jump in and say like, yeah, we kind of agree, or like it's just like it was actually I could not believe what I was watching half the time.
That. You made me even more interested now.
Yeah, and they could also just like fucking like they could just like make shit up Like, it was like wild. I couldn't believe, like, it was, they could say anything without an objection coming up. At one point, the prosecutor reads one of her books where the character is describing thinking about killing her husband and enters it as evidence into the trial. To which the defense has to be like, is Stephen King a serial killer? Like, what do you mean? Like, how is this? Like, what do you mean? Like,
Holy hell, that's wild.
There's also a part where they find like a tape of her husband secretly like recording a fight they had, and they play it in court, and the film cuts between like the tape scene and the audio of people hearing it in the court. Just a really incredible piece of like editing and filmmaking that like throws you into the heat of this moment. And you know, they save it for playing it till like really late in the film. So anyway, we never really, it's not a spoiler to say that there's a sense of ambiguity to the film, even by the conclusion of the film. But it is so much about just this marriage being on trial, and the staging of events and the crafting of narratives in our own personal worlds versus our worlds as a relationship versus how that looks to the outside world. It's just so much interesting sort of theatrics and subjectivity, but using sort of like a genre sort of concept or procedure to kind of get you to that kind of movie. And I won't say anything else about it other than that, except to warn anyone, there's a great dog in the movie, and it's a great performance by a dog in the movie, but there is a very harrowing scene involving a dog that kind of comes out of nowhere and might upset you if that upsets you. So just figured I'd give people a warning.
That is a good warning to have.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. My next one, number 14, is Creed 3, directed by Michael B. Jordan. I thought this was an amazing debut, honestly. I think that
Sleazoids approved director Michael B. Jordan.
Yes. And it does seem like he's coming out with 4 eventually. I'm not sure if that's next year or not, but I am looking forward to it. I think that he honestly has a lot of confidence behind the camera, specifically. Although I do think the dramatics of this film are quite good. It's Michael B. Jordan and Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors plays a character that is coming back from B. Jordan's past, and he was in prison for a long time, but during that time he's used it to hone in his skills as a boxer and train himself. And become just like an absolute beast. Jonathan Majors is huge in this movie. It's crazy, the physical transformation, and quite good as Damien. But you discover through flashbacks what happened to them, and really it's about how Damien never got the opportunity that Adonis has, and it's kind of him battling that, and there's a lot of guilt that Creed feels because of the past, and he wants to give him an opportunity, but at the same time, it seems that Jonathan Majors' character kind of has a mentality that might not work as well in the professional ring. So there's a lot of complications there that I think that he does.
Well, they kind of
really
make him
job
superficially similar to like the Mr. T character in Rocky 3, right? Where he's like fresh out of prison, but he's like a lot more hungry and cutthroat as the underdog.
And there's more
experience, so much more in dignity. And now the lead character, like Creed or like Rocky and Rocky 3, is now like the kind of wealthy superstar who's like forgotten where he's come from kind of deal.
Yeah, and I will say that with Jonathan Majors' character, I think there's more nuance to his character than what they give Mr. T in that one. Especially like
a lot more emotional nuance, at least.
Yeah,
like it's a lot more sympathetic.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just besides all that, the Michael B. Jordan doing action is awesome. He said that he took a bunch of kind of frames and shots from anime that he was really inspired by, and you can tell because he's always like swooping the camera along with the body as they're doing a hook shot, or at a certain point he's even doing like full fantasy fights where he's in a completely different space, like you can get kind of in their headspace as they're fighting rather than just in the ring with the spectators. And there's just a lot of really great ideas, and it kind of it refreshes you watching a boxing match, because at this point, I mean, we've covered quite a few of the Rockies, and there's it almost seems like there's only so much you can do, and I think that Jordan actually found a way to kind of refresh me watching people getting punched in the face really hard in a boxing ring. Not that isn't always entertaining, and I love Stallone's the way that he shoots it, but this was really cool and new, and I liked it a lot. So yeah, Creed 3.
Yeah, no, totally agree. Because I was like huge fan of the first Creed. Like B. Jordan and Stallone's performances are so good. You know, Coogler is doing so much with that, with the iconography of the franchise and how elegantly shot and like conceived it is in terms of its drama and its sort of like crowd pleaser kind of stuff, but still being just really well made. So this was like for me a huge realignment after the second one, which I did think kind of dropped some of the character psychology for a little bit broader, more formulaic sort of script beats that didn't just feel like they had as much voice and identity to them in my opinion. Whereas
it was
this, I
almost
felt
connection to the past in a way where it was like the first Creed felt like it's really giving the torch over, and the second one was almost like let's go back a little bit for no real reason in a sense.
I remember thinking that the Dolph stuff in the second one was way more interesting than the Michael B. Jordan stuff. Whereas in this one, I actually felt that, Michael B. Jordan came up with a crisis and an existential crisis for his own character that he understands well. And he did finally, this is the first like one Stallone's not involved in. So like there was no Stallone overseeing, the script or the characters or anything like that. So he really did have to like step out of Rocky's shadow a little bit. And he did so while also, being visually bombastic and kind of expressive with it, like doing the most like wild directing that one of these movies has had probably since like Rocky IV, just in terms of, like actually visually depicting this like dual fated dynamic of these guys kind of hashing out this emotional history, but are like they're bad at verbally communicating it. So it's a little bit, they got to like beat it out of each other kind of deal. And he kind of excelled at that with the directing chops, like the flashbacks, the montages. This was the one where I felt like Michael B. Jordan being like an LA kid, like the LA location work in this was clearly more personal to him. Like that training montage sprint through the Hollywood Hills feels like, a little bit more special for him. And even just basic framing, like the compositions of like the two men separated by like a wall crossed by, that they should go over it and talk to each other, but they've hurt one another so much that they're not going to. So they're gonna get it into the ring and hash it all out there. Where boxing has always kind of stood in for a little bit of like a therapeutic suffering or like this extravagant sort of like public stage of emotion in these movies. Like even in the first Rocky, that's what's so moving about it. Is that even though he loses, it's like there was more going on there emotionally and psychologically for that character to just like take that shot. In this one, you could see B. Jordan clearly understood that. And the way that he exaggerated and just animated with like the actual, the steady cam shots, like actually in the ring, the slow motion close up inserts, which was like where I got the most anime out of it, where it was like sudden, like boom, shot to the you see the sweat get punched off a back at one point, or, and, the close ups of eyes or bursts of just sudden color and lighting, or that bit in the finale where, the crowd literally disappears and all of their anger and hurt and history just like turns into this otherworldly void where like, the ring corners become the stained mattresses from like the group home they were in, or they get surrounded by like the prison bars around them while they're fighting each other. And it's just, as far as Rocky Creed boxing drama formula goes, this was really good. And I was actually kind of disappointed that it just barely got cut off on my list, because it's quite well directed. I really enjoyed it. Really looking forward to 4. Yeah, bring it on. Let's see it. My number 13 is How to Blow Up a Pipeline, directed by Daniel Goldhaber, which is
we'll be seeing that one a little later in mine.
Ooh, okay, let's go. It's a white knuckle eco thriller by a filmmaker, as I just mentioned, Daniel Goldhaber, whose debut film Cam was kind of like this timely combination of sort of authentic reality of sex work and parasocial sort of online horror filmmaking. I tried to kind of merge those two things, and but I thought that this was a pretty big step up in terms of his directing skill by adapting this nonfiction manifesto of the same name by a human ecology lecturer and climate activist Andreas Malm, which is and taking many of its sort of like revolutionary political arguments about the viability of sort of violent sabotage as a tool against fossil fuels and CO2 emissions and climate change, and placing these sort of arguments into a sort of dramatic logistical practice and a kind of righteous act of sort of self-defense, tracing this kind of fictional group of activists led by a radical and determined sort of college dropout whose mother tragically passed away during like a heat wave, who's played by the co-writer of the film, Ariella Bearer, and forming a kind of narrative around her that deftly cuts between the nuts and bolts direct action of this mission to blow up a Texas pipeline. It is instructional how to blow up a pipeline. Right down to the recruitment process, the literal building and sort of tense transportation of IEDs, and the tactical planning of property destruction with like, you know, with a focus on diminishing human collateral damage, obviously, and the various sort of sympathetic backgrounds that brought this crew together to kind of generate weight out of it and stuff. And yeah, I just thought Goldhaber's depiction of the sort of unbearable tension of the work, which is, you know, people made a lot of comparisons to like Sorcerer or like Good Time. I mean, Sorcerer, obviously, the fact when if they hit a bump, it'll explode. Like, obviously, they're transporting very rickety bombs as well. So that is just kind of a literal comparison. But it does, you know, it does. I really think that it's, you know, the political project here is, you know, depicted with a very rigorous kind of action heist quality to it that really does chew through its suspense sequences of, you know, the strap threads tearing as they're carrying things, or like, you know, the explosive powders over the bumpy roads, or the tires being slashed. And the closest companion ultimately was something like Kelly Reichardt's Night Moves, for anyone who's seen that movie, which was another movie about eco-terrorism. But that movie for me is all about the kind of dispiriting moral compromise that those characters kind of have to make. And this one is all more about like conviction. You know, the script and everything about what it does with the characters and everything. It's all about the sense of pain that has inspired these people to actually act. And then, you know, and the rest of it is, you know, a sharp sort of non-linear you know, series of, you know, montages that kind of give you those feelings. And they do stuff like the sort of acidic rain stuff. They do the sort of land seizure stuff for some characters as well. And they take all these personal histories and just find a way to make them emotionally inform a more of like an action context. And it is a neat idea that the filmmakers have even said that like Ocean's 11 kind of inspired them, like that kind of editing structure and that kind of, you know. And it's a very neat little movie that I was quite surprised at how well it actually fits its personal stuff, its political argumentation, and actually does package it in something that is you know, quite suspenseful and you know, quite entertaining, and not sacrificing one for the other. Which was kind of important to me, because so many movies that are made like this, they'll do like, well, you know, they had good ideas, but you know, then you know, they wanted to, you know, the human element is all about them being flawed and it being, you know, it's not about getting the job done. It's actually, you know, these people went about it kind of like the wrong way or something like that. And there are certainly opposing voices heard in the film about everything that they're doing, but it's doing it in that way that, you know, that it's not just to like poke moral holes in the mission. It's just kind of reaffirming that it's kind of complicated, and it kind of doubles there. It reminded me of Battle of Algiers.
Sure.
Which is that which is just one of the greatest pieces of like guerrilla resistance cinema ever. And I don't think it's quite on that level, obviously, but it's just the way that it's kind of blunt and unglamorous depiction of like sometimes, you know, violent conditions and achieving political goals is not easy. And this movie tries to make it like, tries to depict that while also like not trying to discourage it either, while being like, you know, the methodical genre thrills are actually quite cathartic to actually watch them go through. And it does have, spoiler alert, I guess, like a happier ending than you might expect of a film dealing with this kind of subject matter, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. I have a couple more things, small things to add, but I'll just wait until it hits on the list.
Cool.
But yeah, so is this 13, I believe?
13.
Yeah, 13 is Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Hell yeah.
I pretty much just agree with everything that you said previously. I like the fact that they're kind of using the more McQuarrie modern Mission Impossible and kind of fusing a little bit with the almost hangout espionage vibes of the first one, I guess specifically. And I do like the additions. I think Haley Atwell is really good. Vanessa Kirby specifically, I liked her she's in Fallout, correct? I believe.
She is. She's introduced in that one.
Right.
As
And
like the deals broker or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but in this, she actually gets a scene where she's playing someone that is face swapping her, so she kind of has to have a little bit more of a, like, she's acting like Haley Atwell, acting like Vanessa Kirby. So that I always enjoy an actor trying to take that on, and she has a really great scene where she's kind of where she's doing that. So I thought that was fantastic, and I do like a little bit more of the slapstick elements that they're doing with Tom Cruise, because he gets a little desperate at certain situations. So he's still doing his really awesome physical stunts that you're used to, but a lot of the time, like one of them is when the famous one that you've all already seen in the trailer is where he goes off the cliff and then skydives. He ends up like landing in a train and he just crashes through the window. He's completely
such
disoriented.
A great gag.
Yeah, it feels like it's like the coolest fucking stunt that Tom Cruise is actually doing, and then they just landed into like a more like a physical gag or something that you'd see in a Buster Keaton movie or something. So it was very cool, and he's still trying to keep his Ethan Hunt, like, I've got everything under control, where he's just like, I've come to save you, but you can tell he has no idea where he is. Like there's plenty of moments where there's room for him not being just this perfect action hero, and I think they do it in a way that doesn't undercut him as well. So yeah, and just watching Ving Rhames and Simon Pegg do their buddy thing, I absolutely adore. They do a lot of cool things where we've established the relationship amongst all these people, so the AI starts to take advantage of that when they're using their comms. Like they actually use Simon Pegg's voice to try to get Tom Cruise to go somewhere that he shouldn't be, things like that. So I like that they use the built-in trust against them a little bit. So yeah, there's a lot of great moments in this. I highly recommend it, and I can't wait for part 2. And I agree with you as well that for the most part, there's a couple part 1-isms, but for the most part, I think they have a pretty a story that wraps up in its own way, but still setting up for the next 2.5 hour extravaganza, I'm sure. So
yeah, even though you've heard that they're apparently not going to call it part 2 now or something like that, it's just sounds stupid. Yeah, I don't know.
That sounds stupid just because you've already set up with part 1. You might as well just go for it. That seems a little strange, but. Because especially when you're going to look at it in a row, it's just like part 1 and then this one, you're like, what happened? It just doesn't feel right. But anyway, strong movie, really enjoyed it, and recommend if you haven't.
My number 12 is one that Jamie unfortunately didn't get a chance to see. The Boy and the Heron.
Yeah,
directed by Hayao Miyazaki. This is obviously his comeback from retirement, from obviously the legendary Studio Ghibli animator and director behind Spirited Away, My Neighbor Totoro, Princess Mononoke, and Too Many to Name. Mm-hmm. A much sweeter animated film than Mad God, which took my animated slot last year. This one has a plot that will sound familiar to anyone who's watched one of his movies before. It's about a young child, in this case a World War II era Japanese boy who's dealing with a family trauma and who cathartically kind of channels those feelings into this like strange fantasy dimension that's like right next door to ours. In this case, an ugly sort of like practically body horror man who lives inside a heron and who drags this kid in as he might be like related to the guy who like runs the world that's on the brink of like some sort of apocalyptic collapse, and he's dealing with a whole sort of like stepmother situation. And either way, the narrative and character and sort of thematic concerns are very familiar for anyone who likes Miyazaki. And undeniably, this movie is at least in part like a self-referential kind of victory lap that's in conversation with many of the movies that he's made before on these very sort of dreamy, expressive fantasy worlds. So I said in my review at TIFF that I could see people either finding this like a really nice warm bath, that they're like, oh, more Spirited Away B-sides, let's go.
Yeah.
Or you maybe might feel it's a little derivative, and you might think that he's done some of this stuff better, and this isn't quite to the level of him previously. I think that's going to be kind of the prevailing reactions people are going to have to it.
Gotcha.
But personally, I was really taken with just being back inside this animation style, back inside this kind of material, but did also feel that there were some new feelings in it of like a much older man, that there is like kind of an aging precarity and sort of collapse baked into this movie, where, you know, there is one element of it, this very like smeary, fiery sort of like trauma element that it opens on, that I thought was sort of interestingly new for him. And it also serves as sort of like the grounding for the coming of age sort of storytelling that you're going to eventually see him do. And it's complete with the stuff you want. Rendered watercolor landscapes that are just so lovingly done. A very strange supernatural world and creature designs with lots of cute little guys. The most important, in my opinion, another Unreal Joe Hisaishi score that will just make you cry without even having to watch the movie. That's the guy who obviously did a lot of Miyazaki's films, but also did Takeshi Kitano's films like Sonatine and stuff. Like, just one of the best composers of all time. So hearing him at work again, wonderful. And the world itself, it's really cool. It's very majestic. It's also importantly described as quite old and unbalanced. And my favorite element is created by a man who read too many books and went insane. Which when we eventually meet the creative man who invented this world, it obviously feels like a stand-in for Miyazaki himself, who's like, I can't like really, like, the reason the world's falling apart is like, he's like, I don't think I can be the one making this shit anymore. I need someone else to kind of take over.
That's awesome.
And so there is like a sort of a meta component to it in there, and in typical Miyazaki fashion, just astonishingly beautiful animation, a lot of tenderness on display. Like, you spend a lot of time and sometimes bleak tenderness, I guess you could call it. Like, he spends a lot of time considering how like the labor of this world works. There's some astonishing fishing sequences in it. There's some stuff to do with the food chain of the universe, where you see a bunch of cute little guys getting eaten by herons that'll make fucking kids upset. And there's an odd fable-like quality to it that sometimes is funny, sometimes is scary, sometimes is moving. There's a whole subplot about like evil and cannibalistic like parakeets, with like gags of them like wanting to chop up and cook the little boy, and they're like running around with like knives behind their back and shit like that. There's a whole parakeet king and empire and castle and stuff. And either way, it's all what you would hope from Miyazaki, and it does build, in my opinion, to a kind of touching observation of the ways that, these worlds are all kind of connected, and we all kind of affect one another, and you kind of need help to keep it propped up, and sometimes, unfortunately, mortality. Like, sometimes these things just these worlds die, and sometimes the guy who holds them up is he's too old and can't do it anymore, which I immediately left the festival and had a subtextual reading that it's all about his son's Goro's failed filmmaking career. I don't know if that's true, and that he has no one to pass his legacy on to. I don't know if
son.
That's kind of what it feels like.
Oh my god! It's so
if
funny,
if you want to read it that way, I think you can.
I was just about to mention before I got to my next one, I was just like, I love his sensitivity. Anyway, and then you ended it with that. That's just so funny to me.
I mean, it's so obviously a movie about a guy who builds these magical worlds who's old, and the world might die because he can't do it anymore. And his son's not interested in taking it over. And he tries to get the grandson interested in taking it over, who is the young boy. And just like no one wants to do
That's, oh my god, I can't wait to see this.
And the son, like the father of the little boy, is like just a total idiot who just gets like shit on by birds and stuff. It's so funny.
That's awesome.
Either way, great movie, and my animated pick for this year.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. My next one is Red Rooms, directed by Pascal Plante or Plant. It is actually a Canadian-made film. I believe it was filmed in Quebec. I think it is French. It stars Juliette Garipi. I haven't seen her in anything else. I imagine she's it's more in some like underground indie French films, but basically what it's about is it is an attack on true crime girls is what this movie is in a sense. I'm partly kidding, but it's about a high profile serial killer case. And this character, the lead character, Kellyanne, becomes absolutely obsessed with it to the point where she's going to the trial, even though she has no connection to it. She's just sitting at every single hearing that they have, and it kind of the opening of it is really quite incredible, where it has this opening one long shot of the entire courtroom hearing, and it's just kind of showing you the family of the person that was murdered, the prosecution, the defense, the serial killer, the judges, the girl that's obsessed with the case. And it's kind of just establishing all of the characters that we're going to be seeing throughout. It does have a particular focus on Kellyanne and her character. And what her main objective seems to be is to try to, help with the case. But what it seems to become is this more perverse curiosity on what happened on that murder day. And what she ends up doing is trying to collect the actual murder snuff films that the serial killer created, in particular in reference to this case that he's been arrested for. And so you basically see her trying to collect them, and then there's these sequences where, honestly, the film isn't gory itself. It's all the implications where she starts to watch them, and you basically just watch her watch them, and it has all of the audio. It doesn't cut away from that at the very least, and it is pretty harrowing to watch in those moments. But what it is basically you're watching her become more and more obsessed with the actual violence of the case rather than the let's discover who the real murderer is, let's get justice for the family. It's really the perversity of it. And
she's getting turned on.
Yeah, there's some wild images that they just use with the lighting from her computer screen and a red light, and it's just all of these implied just horrifying things that she's looking at that you can hear but can't see. And then they'll do like a freeze frame of her computer right before she shuts off the thing of just the room, the aftermath. And it's just all of these things that make you connect it within your own brain. And it's really, I found it to be very unsettling. And to be honest, I've known just on social media more so of certain people that are obsessed with true crime that I think are obsessed with it for all of the wrong reasons. And I think that this kind of points to that a little bit. And I thought it was really good and underseen, I believe. So would check it out.
Hell yeah, I'll have to check it out. And we'll definitely be talking about some more filmmakers doing subtweets at true crime people later on. We got at least 2 more movies that also took this as partially their subject matter.
Yep.
That are going to be coming up. My number 11 here is my last cheat because I felt like I was comfortable doing it in the 11 spot. That shouldn't exist, but does exist this year, which were 2 movies that I really highly questioned whether I was going to include or not, but I said, fuck it. Let's go. I like these movies a lot. I did put them further down the list so that I could try and highlight some like pure genre stuff as much as possible for some of the top 10, even though there's obviously some ones that are borderline there. But these ones were the Tears in Your Eyes dramedies by 90s indie darlings. We had 2 major ones. We had The Holdovers, directed by Alexander Payne.
I'll say this now. That was one that I'm like, I would wholeheartedly put that on the list. I just kind of just didn't, to leave room for some more specific genre stuff. But it is awesome.
I kind of thought that you would do that, but I was like, you know what? I thought about it enough. I really liked this movie. This is the indie dramedy
too. It's just it's. It is like very drama comedy heavy in that sense, but I think like it is something that we would it's the type of film in the 70s that we would have covered on the show, kind of thing.
Exactly. That's when Jamie and I were talking about it, I did straight up go like, look, at some point we'll probably end up covering Hal Ashby, like Harold and Maude or something like that, and we won't think twice about the fact, just because it's like such clearly, like owes to that sort of like 70s era of comedy, that we would be like, yeah, it's a comedy film. So, and this harkens back to that so much that I was like, let's do it. And anyway, this is by Alexander Payne, the director behind like Election and Sideways. And really nice to see him reunite with Paul Giamatti after Sideways, because I love that film. I think they're both great together. This is a film that's on this list because it's a very old school comedy that people have been comparing to people like Hal Ashby, and it also for me played like a very nice cozy throwback to like those 90s boarding school dramedies as well. And Payne does a really good job. I believe digitally recreating the 70s style here. Like this is all like fake grain, and but even like the zooms and the fades and the wipes and everything, like it's a very well done little recreation that I was almost convinced was like 16 millimeter or something.
Yeah, it feels very authentic for sure.
Yeah, and it's also one of those like very warm movies that has just enough bitterness and kind of woundedness to it that it really does kind of hit you, even though it is adhering a little bit to a formula. And Paul Giamatti is great as the pretentious, grumpy monk like ancient civilizations teacher at the boarding school who needs to spend his holidays with all the misfit kids whose parents like don't pick them up over the holidays, which is the concept. And it approaches this material.
Truly some of the best dialogue that I've seen throughout the year, like funniest dialogue coming from Giamatti's mouth. It's unbelievable.
You vulgar Philistines, or boorish cretins, or all the things that he's
like, you are the human representation of penis cancer. Like that.
Yeah, what a great.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, I got to see it in a theater twice this year, and people lost it at that line both times. Like it really plays well with the crowd. It was a great holiday watch. Mm-hmm. It approaches this material with just like a great mix of like a little bit depressed, a little bit nostalgic, and the snowy Christmas sort of Massachusetts vibe is really nice. And it's a very patient and warm film with its characters who are often kind of clumsily and messily trying to find a way to move forward despite having these very painful pasts dealing with like abuse or mental illness, or losing a kid in Vietnam is something that comes up, and sort of like there's a little bit of class anxiety in the film as well. And it's not quite as mean as something like Sideways or some of the other films I've seen from Payne, like Election. Election is a very mean-spirited movie. Very. But any movie that allows me to spend this much time with Paul Giamatti, just like smoking a pipe and drinking bourbon and farting and just hanging out with a teenager and just calling him names and shit, it's very consistently funny. And while being funny, it manages to also be very thoughtful and lonely. And some of those details end up kind of surprising you kind of later on in the film. Like he's so good at being sneakily tender, but also being just like immature and like hitting you in the gut sometimes. And so that's why The Holdovers was definitely one that stood out to me. And in a sort of similar vein of just like movies that kind of just made me, feel it, both. There's something light and something funny about them, but just very sneakily kind of made me feel emotional. It was the new Wes Anderson film this year, which I ended up thinking about quite a bit, and I want to go back to it at some point too. But it was Asteroid City, which had more reason to be on here actually than The Holdovers, just because it's also like not only is it another one of his funny and sad, intricately handcrafted like diorama movies about a collapsing family unit and a drama about divorce and death and the precocious kids. It has all that stuff that you're used to seeing in a Wes Anderson movie. But it's also a gorgeous like mid-century like pastel 50s sci-fi retro future like desert kind of aesthetic, with the whole like meteor element and the nuclear bomb anxiety element. And Jeff Goldblum stops by briefly as a stop motion animated alien. So there is like a B sci-fi element to it in terms of like design and texture, which I thought was really neat and a little bit different for him. But as he's been exploring recently with things like The French Dispatch, there's a level of kind of nesting doll meta reflexivity to this film. In this case, like the whole like sci-fi element of it is actually a play that exists within a play that exists within a broadcast of the entire thing. And, you know, which I think I could find some people finding a little bit distancing or a little bit confusing.
That was kind of how I felt about it in a way. I think that like aesthetically this thing is incredible. I love like the yellows and the bright oranges and all of that, like because of the desert. And I do love
all the billboard
deadpan
signs and it looks like they exist in like a cartoon universe. It's really cool.
Yeah. And I love the deadpan. I love like all the actors and actresses that he chooses to work with are fantastic every time. I'm just finding myself a little distance from his past two previous movies where it's kind of this meta, you know, play within a play. It's almost like the stage itself is he's commentating on like the stage itself and all of that. So I feel a little more disconnected than I do with something like the Royal Tenenbaums or the one in the Budapest Hotel. That's that kind of stuff. But I think it's still fantastic. He's a great filmmaker.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really like I totally get it, and for some reason there's just something about how he's kind of letting us in on the process and like where these kind of sad, painful feelings are coming from, and how the characters are kind of almost getting sick of being put in these plays and having to do these things over and over again. There's something about the tableaus and wrestling with the construction process itself, and that is you know, it's I've been finding it actually kind of moving, seeing him almost like not quite maybe critique himself, but at least think about it while still doing the great ensemble comedy stuff with all these great actors and doing great gags. And there's lots of stuff to like if you just traditionally like his aesthetic. But it is interesting to see him like uptake ideas and anxieties about, for example, these characters wrestling with the great mysteries of the cosmos and aliens maybe coming down in existence, and, you know, mixing them with his sort of comic melancholy familial farce stuff that he does, because like Jason Schwartzman is also here playing a recently, I think the wife is dead, or it's hard to say whether is it a breakup because of death or is it a breakup because of divorce. They're almost interchangeable in Wes Anderson films. It's usually where they all start, though, and so you have a little bit of a distancing auto-critique kind of thing, but you also get like a dancing little stop-motion animated Roadrunner in the film, and you also get like some of the atomic paranoia of how people feel when they've experienced loss in this kind of way. And I recently rewatched the film Rushmore this year, which maybe was why it worked so well for me, because it's one of Wes Anderson's best movies, and
I haven't
it's all
seen
about
that
Jason.
one yet, actually.
It's so good, and I highly recommend. It's almost like, for me, like the key to kind of like unlocking everything that he's done in a way, because it's Jason Schwartzman, who's also the lead in Asteroid City, playing this like precocious, like genius asshole student named Max Fisher, and what Anderson has basically acknowledged that it's a stand-in for him in his own childhood. And it's a kid who, like, very clearly, he's so precocious, and he's already declared himself a genius, and he's really annoying, and he's very clearly dealing with some real hurt and heartache at home to deal with his family life and everything like that, and he has no way of, and he's forcing himself to, like, as a result, be more involved in the adult world and adult conversations and with his teachers. And he's kind of trying to romantically pursue one of his teachers in the film. And he channels all of these feelings into like these little plays. And I found that so informative, because in this case, Schwartzman is once again being asked to play a playwright. And at one point in Asteroid City, they actually stopped the film dead to say, and Jason Schwartzman goes, "I don't understand this play that I've written." And Adrian Brody comes up to him and says, "Yeah, it doesn't matter, man. Just keep telling the story." And I just found that such like a heartwarming moment of sensitivity and doubt from Anderson, who it's I've constantly been this guy who's turned my feelings into plays, and I don't know, and finally he's kind of stopping and wondering and thinking, do I keep going? Is the future is so uncertain. Like, this almost has the same kind of apocalyptic future paranoia that we saw so much in movies this year of like I just talked about it a bit in the Miyazaki. I'll talk about it a little bit later on with one of the big films for me as well. But so much of this is like, what do you do when the future is so uncertain?
Yeah.
in this case, it's just keep doing what you're doing. Clearly, something, you're hopefully enjoying part of it and you're feeling something for it. And I don't know, I found it really nice.
Yeah, no, totally. It is one I also wanted to tackle again. I only watched it once, and I'm thinking maybe that I'm getting used to his new kind of meta quality of his work, and so I want to retackle it. But my next one is The Killer, directed by David Fincher.
Hell yeah.
This one, I understand some people's preservations of just saying like it's a very generic script that Fincher's just kind of punching up, and I mean, in a way I would agree, but it just totally works for me. I think that his precise digital style works so well with this character and this script that it ends up propelling it a little bit more than your standard like DTV thriller that I think that this normally would belong to. But essentially, it's just about a hitman that has a botched job, and he goes on the run from the people that hired him. And it's what the interesting part of it is that you're constantly getting this narration from him, this first person narration, where he's telling you what his philosophy is and what his rules are so that he can get the job done in a very precise way. But everything that you're seeing him do on screen is the exact opposite of what he's saying to you in the narration. And that it's constantly interesting to watch him adapt, but still try to keep a cool head and still try to keep this philosophy intact that he's been doing for so long, because it does kind of appear that this is the in fact, actually, he outright says it at a certain point that this is the first botched job that he's had. So you're watching him, be forced to get out of his calculated mindset a little bit, and I thought that was really endlessly fascinating and fun. And I do love that it's very procedural in the sense that Fincher, he shows you like the fight sequences and stuff like that, and him killing people and all that. But a lot of it is also just very precise movements that he's doing, whether it be just parking a van, taking the keys out, putting them back into the rental box, picking up an Amazon package to use to kill somebody, things like that, is, I thought, very important to it, because even though it's very blatant, they have a lot of very blatant ad placement in this. They kind of use it in a tongue-in-cheek way where it's like McDonald's is fueling this killer. Amazon is giving him the tools to accomplish his job of murder. So I kind of ended up really appreciating that. It ended up working for me. But yeah, I think Fassbender is very good in this, a very cold, calculated character that still is able to find some humor every once in a while, very dark, very deadpanned humor, and I think he does a great job at that. So yeah, I would highly recommend The Killer. It's a Netflix film, very easy to access, so check it out.
Hell yeah, I'll be talking about it a little bit later on.
Nice.
To set that up. My number 10 is When Evil Lurks.
Hell yeah.
Directed by
that'll be a
Damien,
little later for me, just
Rugna.
a little.
Okay, all right. But it is the latest horror film from Argentine filmmaker Damien Rugna, whose 2017 film, I believe, Terrified, was a neat little sort of paranormal investigation, sort of like haunted Argentinian suburb film that had a lot of very lean and mean sort of like Exorcist and J-horror style like possession set pieces. And it was done in this kind of like overlapping sort of anthology context. And it was an impressive little scare machine that put When Evil Lurks kind of on the map for me when I was at the Toronto Film Festival this year, going to the Midnight Madness program. But he really did take the best qualities that he honed in that film, particularly the kind of like grim confusion and kind of despair that comes with characters finding themselves in a situation like this, where they're being forced to just like witness their family being torn apart and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I found that he really managed to cohere it and channel it into just a true old school Euro horror movie framework that recalls like, the surreal and tangible manifestation and descents into evil of like Lucio Fulci with like his Gates of Hell trilogy, stuff like City of the Living Dead or The Beyond or House by the Cemetery, stuff of that era. And he basically takes this simple sort of like farming village narrative where two brothers are investigating the sort of like torn in half corpse of a cleaner, which is like a member of the rural community with skills to rid a rotten or possessed body of a demon. It's almost like a, functionally sort of like a priest who could go and get rid of a demon. Who they think there is one nearby trying to like give birth to itself. And some of the pleasures of this film is just seeing kind of like Argentinian folklore horror and seeing what their vision of possession looks like. And the fact it's so funny that it's like such a tangible thing where it's like it needs to get into your body and then birth itself through your body in like this, that it almost looks like a disease where where you're covered in like boils and you might like explode suddenly or anything. So either way, these two brothers take the body to the outskirts of town and dump it where they can, and obviously that goes wrong and it starts spreading the infection across the town and into the suburbs, and and what transpires is kind of like a series of geographical shock and gore horror set pieces that are just brilliantly executed, and like and some of them are really so nasty that it's funny. Like there's a child ragdoll dummy effect in this movie that made me like almost jump out of my seat. But it also just does have such a commitment to its haunted, miserable, almost like dusty horror paperback kind of mood to it that it really sets up. And there's some nasty animal horror. There's some like fable like axe murders in it. There's some vehicle carnage that takes place in the film, and it almost started to recall like a Romero movie in that way, where like the characters are constantly trying to like flee the apocalypse and like Dawn of the Dead or the Crazies or something like that, but they just keep getting stuck in these situations that are just like completely guilty and doom ridden and just like inescapable, and that's so the element.
So mean spirited.
It is, and it like the back half of the movie really is just like the two brothers just like reacting in pure confusion and shock at just how awful and perverse the destruction being visited upon their families is, that they just can do nothing to defeat. And I won't spoil all of it, but like there's a part where one character is like picking brains out of another character, like it's like with their hand, like it's like turkey stuffing or something, and there's a whole bit involving school and children that reminded, as we went over in the bonus transmission, it reminded us of a film we've covered on the podcast, the Spanish horror film Who Can Kill a Child, which is like a very grim, bloodthirsty movie where you're practically cheering on a dad unloading a rifle or an Uzi into like a bunch of children or whatever. So like it's a fuck them kids classic, obviously. And it's very apocalyptic and all about the grim sort of like rebirthing process of like a demon, and it's all just, it's so based on duration and inevitability and just making you feel really horrible, and I just really have to respect that there's a horror film that's kind of working at like that tempo and that pacing, and it is just it's not like a winking cult movie recreation of an old movie. It's just plainly being a movie like that, and I thought it was great.
No, I totally agree. It's a little further in mine, but we will get there. Yes, is this number 10, I believe, right?
10.
This is Thanksgiving, directed by Eli Roth.
Hell yeah, this was one that also just barely got cut off that I saved.
Nice. Yeah, I ended up having a surprisingly incredible time with this. I just had so much fun. I wasn't exactly sure if he was going to be able to balance the kind of comedy that he's doing with actually giving you a kind of intriguing whodunit slasher, and I think this fuses it very well. It very much reminded me of Scream, just in the sense that they have that, it's a mass killer on a certain holiday, and there's it just, but it has all this commentary that's very much Eli Roth. I would say with Scream's comedy, it's a little bit more grounded, whereas you can very much tell that Eli Roth is poking a lot of fun at just the style itself, like having I'll just give you an example. There's one part where it cuts to one of the kids in class, and this is after a murder's happened, and he's reading an essay incredibly passionately, but obviously just full of shit. And he's like, and that's why I will never celebrate another Thanksgiving again. And he's speaking on the relationship of the Pilgrims and the natives. And he's acting all sad, and then he lifts up his shirt and to reveal this like insane 8-pack, and these two girls just start like comforting him and going like, "Oh, it's okay, it's gonna be fine." So it does feel very much like a parody at certain times, but then when he dives into the horror elements of it, it is just pure Eli Roth grittiness. I mean, there's a ton of gore. And it's so over the top that it is funny. Like it opens up with the opening scene is fantastic because it's actually not a slasher. It's just watching a mob kill each other, but with like a slasher style. So when someone's being trampled by the Black Friday sales, you're seeing like actual heads and eyeballs come out as they're being trampled by a bunch of feet, or there's a jagged piece of glass that's sticking out from the broken window as people were forcing themselves in, and it cuts some guy's throat. And
I liked the hair getting caught in the grocery cart and scalping Gina Gershon from Showgirls.
Oh yeah, like it's insane. And what's funny about it is that kind of creates the whole premise of the movie where there were certain people that were in that Black Friday sale that, the killer feels like it was kind of their fault that all of this chaos and murder, or I guess just killing, needless killing happened. And so it does, like I said, it does a good job of kind of balancing the comedy and the horror. And yeah, it just reminded me of Scream, and it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Roth is back, full force.
It is crazy that Eli Roth doing an adaptation of his own parody trailer from the Grindhouse movie in 2007 about a Thanksgiving themed slasher in the same vein as like all the Halloween and Christmas themed slashers is like an actually good movie. It's really surprising. Like Eli Roth has been I like Eli Roth, and I generally am warmer to him than other people are, but he hasn't been on his best. He doesn't have his best record right now, and this was easily like the best movie I've seen him make since like Hostel 2, just in terms of like doing his goofy, mean, bro-y kind of political satire sensibility and merging it with just like pure nasty assholishness.
And I think one of my favorite aspects of it is the fact that he takes every little thing, every piece of iconography that you'd have from Thanksgiving, and just makes it into a murder fest. Like at a certain point, he's collecting heads and certain body parts to create the Thanksgiving dinner of the people he thinks are at fault. He's literally,
which is actually a reference to
cooking her
Happy Birthday. The movie Happy Birthday to Me, which is like kind of like a pretty underseen slasher where it's like someone sets up like a birthday party to kind of look like this big like sort of like table setting tableau of just like orchestrated bodies and stuff like that. So yeah, like Eli Roth knows his movies. So despite the joke movie origins of this, he does get that screen balance right of like clearly stuff on the page is like it's winking and it's funny and it's it is almost a parody, but he is directing the actual sequences and the actors as if they were in like a real earnest movie.
The thing about the like almost exaggerated parody stuff is almost like side characters, which makes you'd think that would create this kind of uncanny valley thing, but it doesn't. It almost just feels like it feels like these characters are used to this exaggerated world, but they have to take it seriously because all of the horror aspects and the violence is very realistic looking.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the thing you go to a Roth movie for. It's disgusting, it's squirm inducing. It is very much a throwback to like the torture porn era of just like gore and sadism and like practical blood and like dummy, like the level of like screen intestines and like neck twists and scalp tears and just like wet sounding stabbings and all kinds of inventive kill. I still think that the Final Destination ass kill of the parade wooden stake smashing through the back of that guy's head and coming out the front of his face, and him just like bleeding all over the kids in the car and stuff. And like that's what defines Eli Roth, is like the gag cut back to the kids who are screaming and having blood squirted on them.
Yes.
Like that
Totally.
kind of mean spirited gory detail is for me what Roth is all about. You know, it's not just like, you know, the eventual table dressing climax where they put the turkey on the, you know, which is one of the character's wives, who he's actually cooked in an oven and glazed
Right.
and everything. It's fucking gross. And he chops her leg, a piece of her leg, so that they can eat her and stuff like that. It's obviously, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
But the Roth element of it is when the one character sees it and he vomits like through his gag at the sight of it. And you're just like, you know,
It can't just be like, he always has to take it a step further. That has been classic Roth, and that is at a certain point what people I think dislike about him, but that's always what I respected about him. So
yeah, there will be no leftovers. And he's like smashing a fucking dude's like head in and shit like that. It's just it's. You know, and I will say he does a good job with the Craven style, like 90s cat and mouse filmmaking craft and tension of the actual set pieces, like the Steadicam movement and the framing and stuff. It was very cool that when he was shooting this film, he shot this in like near Toronto. He shot it, I want to say, in like Port Perry or something like that. So he's in Ontario, which is why there's so many hilarious Canadian as Boston accents in the movie, which is just something that you'll either hate or find charming about the movie. But he came to a screening that I was at on a print that made its way into the movie because we were watching Mute Witness.
Oh yeah,
which was all like very 90s-esque, like widescreen sort of like suspense filmmaking. And I actually saw in interviews that he said like going to that like helped him inform some of the visual vocabulary of how he like moved the camera around, you know, like the killer chasing people in certain sequences in this, and like the moments where like you can see the killer's mask like in the background at a focus and it's kind of a blink and you miss it kind of moment, and like just paying attention and using screen space in that way. It's just, you know, it's nice to see a slasher made by someone who knows the history of these kinds of movies and cares enough to put that level of craft in it. Because like this and Sick were so much better than like either of the rebooted like actual Scream movies we've been getting recently, like by a lot.
Well, that was something I think that jumped out at me. I was like, I got to watch my Scream movie that I wanted, but it was just by Eli Roth, and it was Thanksgiving. So, that was partly why it also really, really worked for me. Was I got the Scream movie I didn't get before. So, yeah, number 10.
Well, there's our bonus transmission on it because we never got to do it.
Yeah, true.
All right, my number 9 here is Master Gardener.
Oh, dude, that's mine too.
Let's go. We can do that one together too. I love when this happens.
Me too. That's great.
Jamie and I get to we get to knock out number 9 together. Paul Schrader's latest quasi-crime revenge movie. I was going to say a pick exclusively for me, but apparently not. This is a... Jamie's right up here with me.
Yeah, I felt like this one, I mean, because there's a lot of, it's a much slower movie for Paul Schrader, even though I would say like there's a lot of meticulous qualities and slowness to the card counter as well. It's just a more, with all those flashbacks that you get with the card counter, it's a much more obvious genre film in a sense. But what I really got from this is like the suspense that's kind of built with unraveling his past, and then eventually we do get to some outright crime moments. But I do love how patient this movie is.
Yeah, and I mean I said earlier in the year too that I do think that for like other like how many people are going to have this on their year-end list is
probably pretty.
I don't think
small.
there's going to be too many, because you know it's hard to imagine this does anything for anyone outside the specific circle of Paul Schrader devotees like Jamie and I. And even when I saw it in the theater, there were like multiple. It wasn't even that many people, and there were multiple walkouts at the movie that I saw it at,
right.
Which to me is always a sign that the man still got some juice left.
Damn straight.
And Master Gardener, for those who don't know, is, you know, kind of the I mean, who knows how many more of these he's going to do, but it's kind of seen as a little bit of a, you know, forming a trilogy of late style Bressonian portraits of lonely, regretful, violent American men who are sort of confined to their existential crises that they're having in their austere rooms, including films like First Reformed and The Card Counter. I'm just so bought into this entire project of this like purgatorial space that Schrader is in, and that he's I love that he's sort of transformed these movies that have such a genre concept to them and normally would explode in a sort of like violent genre context, but he's just such a changed man from like the sort of like hateful young guy he used to be into someone who is like wearier and warmer, and it's kind of made its way into his character studies, which in this case, the heart of which is the kind of formal control over the routine of the titular sort of gardening of Joel Edgerton's former neo-Nazi turned witness protection informant, who is like literally trying to turn over a new leaf, which is depicted with a sort of sense of romantic, sort of meditative spaciness. It's meant to kind of highlight the rejuvenating and healing beauty of plants and labor and the sort of time and care and attention this kind of work needs in order to flourish. And it's a premise you can tell he liked metaphorically, because it's like an ancient elemental relationship and something that occasionally requires violent pruning, which we do see later in the film. But I don't know, there's something that's just been so affecting to me about this kind of mode that he's in, where he used to be so venomously angry, and there's something so kind of relaxed and great and graceful and kind of like seeking absolution, and less so in the sort of bonding, cleansing violence, and doing more so in this kind of contemplative way that we see more recently. And the only thing I could imagine for some people, I don't know, like some people I think might argue that the protagonist in this one is given not quite as much of like harrowing existential weight or punishment, because when we start the film, he's kind of already made a lot of his transformation. And he's actually, a lot of this movie is about him actually trying to help someone else get out of a bad situation, in a
sense. But it's and when I say get there, it's in a different context, because this is a black woman that he's kind of I guess at first just learning how to do the job itself, and then eventually kind of falling in love with.
Well, and you can see him being like premise wise, you can see him just being like a provocative little shithead. The old Paul Schrader we all know and love, man, where he's like, what if I give like the most irredeemable background of like any character I've ever had, like a guy who actually is a neo-Nazi murderer, right? And then have us, not reveal that until a little bit later in the film, and kind of save it as a little bit, not quite a twist, but like, we really get the full depth of it when we get the first shot of like the tattoos on his back, and we see all of that element. Whereas prior to that, you're like, oh, this is just a nice guy delivering voiceover about, like writing in his journal and doing gardening on a plantation. And it's small little details like the buzz of smelling flowers is sort of like the buzz of pulling a trigger. That's where you get like the, oh, what is he? Oh, and Paul Schrader, he fucking loves that shit. And he loves like... He loves the idea of like this character finding forgiveness by doing like a plantation, like Lolita fantasy, where there's like a young Zoomer black girl that he gets into a relationship with. And he's like, you can almost hear him being like, you got to let love grow instead of hate. And, and there's part of me that if anyone reads the film that way and just can't get past that, I kind of get it.
Sure.
But I think that his movies are just so much weirder and so much more interesting. And there's something kind and inelegant and kind of optimistic about this that I just really took to. There's something fable-like about it. I think Edgerton is really good. And whether it makes political sense or not, I think Schrader genuinely believes in this vision of like an alternate life being possible for someone if they are just like willing to put in the hard hours of dedication to actually becoming something else or to helping someone else. And it's kind of a beautiful idea. And it's there's just something that has really stuck with me about this film in terms of the way that it moves and the way that it sounds. I really do like the song that it ends on.
Oh, me too.
I never want to leave this world without saying I love you, which when I first heard that, I thought that was Paul Schrader saying that himself, which he kind of made it sound like he was, but then it turned out that he just really loved the lyric from the song and put it in the movie and everything too. And I don't know, there's something interesting about watching the taxi driver guy still writing the same character, but trying to actually spend time with him and find an out and find a happier ending for him that has really stuck with me.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it is very complicated because of the past that he gives this character. The way I saw it was kind of just like, after you're seeing him at this point in his life, when he's gone through the kind of the self-reflection and I'm sure the very painful burning of the dead wood inside him, metaphorically speaking, to me it seems like this kind of character. I said it in one of my first reviews, but it's like after being nurtured by hatred, you can either change or die. And it feels like Paul is giving this character at least a chance to change. And it seems like if we were to have to just have it in a black and white stance of, this type of man or character either just dies or changes and does good for the world, I would like to think it would be better for him to change and try to do good for the world. As impossible as that may seem, like that takes a lot of, empathy and sympathy that I don't necessarily he deserves.
And one thing you have to give Schrader, I think, credit for is how openly confrontational he is actually about the Nazism. Like he doesn't try to be like, oh, he's kind of one of the nicer ones who got in by accident or something.
Yeah.
It was like,
he shoots a dude blank in the face. Like it's
yeah. Like
so he's done incredibly horrifying racial murders, and so he's establishing that. And so I can understand someone just being like, I don't even want to be challenged by that, because I get it. But I do think that if you're looking at something this ugly, it's either change or die. And I'd rather someone be able to have the capability of changing, even if that is impossible in the real world. I mean, this could be just, a film fantasy in a sense, but I think that idea is very powerful.
Old man film fantasy, maybe.
Yeah. But I think that idea is very powerful and very beautiful. And even though maybe I don't wholeheartedly believe in it, I would like to believe in it. And I think that says something. So I think Schrader, I love Schrader. I think he's just a master. So, yep. Number 9.
Hell yeah. My number 8 is following up with Paul Schrader, a longtime collaborator and friend, Mr. Martin Scorsese, Killers of the Flower Moon.
Hell yeah. That one's a little later on mine, but I mean, top 10 for sure.
Yeah. This is Martin Scorsese's true crime sort of like Western sort of epic adaptation of David Grann's shockingly detailed and deeply depressing account of the Reign of Terror, which was the deliberately plotted gruesome murders of oil-rich members of the Osage Indian Nation in 1921 through 1926. It's a really great book, a nonfiction book about the Osage people who were nearly run off like 100 million acres of their ancestral land, and given instead this sort of like small slice of property in Oklahoma that was deemed, I guess, like rocky and infertile, not knowing that it had a huge oil deposit beneath it, resulting in them getting leases and royalties that turned them into some of the wealthiest people in the country. And as a result, there were just hundreds of like essentially, racist murders that were sort of like orchestrated by, sort of like local white people who were really upset that they, these people had nice houses and nice cars and things that they didn't have. And many of them were orchestrated by a prominent and corrupt local white cattleman and businessman named William King Hale, played by Robert De Niro in the film, and a bunch of web lackeys, including his ridiculously impressionable World War I veteran nephew, Ernest Burkhart, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, who he managed to actually persuade to marry and have children with local Osage women, like Molly, played by, why am I blanking on this?
Lily
right now?
Gladstone, I believe.
Lily Gladstone, that's right, from Certain Women and First Cow. Very great actress.
Yeah, really good.
And so good in this movie too.
Yeah.
And they depict the sort of elimination of her family in the film, and the sort of kidnapping and shooting of one of her older sisters, and the slow poisoning of I think another one, and her mother Lizzie, and another sister who had like a bomb planted in inside of her home, all over the sort of like valuable head rights, which could not be bought or sold, which is why they had to kill them. They had to marry into the families and actually inherit the wealth that way. And either way, it's just an astonishing sort of like largely forgotten and ignored true story about just blatantly legalized like racism and corruption and sort of murder, with systemic implications so vast and brutal that like it's crazy that this isn't like taught in American schools, or, it's crazy that we needed a Martin Scorsese movie and a David Gran book in order for some people to learn this stuff. And it also just like naturally lends itself to so much of what Scorsese has been doing as a filmmaker for a little while, and stuff that's been like swirling around in his mind for a long time. You do get a little bit of the economy of violence, sort of like mob movie stuff with the guys orchestrating these crimes. You do get the grand, tragic sort of American sort of like Western. He's always talked about how badly he wants to make a Western. Like The Searchers is one of his all-time favorite movies, and he gets a little bit of like that idea of making a Western specifically about sort of like racist institutions and racist cowboys, I guess, in a way. And then he also manages to make the sort of gothic marriage melodrama out of all of this too. Merging this material and history with a kind of sort of procedural vision of Gran's text, which was more about like an FBI Texas Ranger cowboy by the name of Tom White, who was like, I think at one point Scorsese admitted the film was going to be about this, and it was going to be like Henry Fonda and My Darling Clementine rolling into town and like solving a mystery and prosecuting the bad guys and all that kind of stuff. And he at a certain point, him and Eric Roth decided to rewrite this film and really wrestle with the sort of like the ruthlessness of the sort of white supremacist characters, and to really get you into the shock and the guilt-ridden nature, the sort of inward element of this story. Really try to get you into the betrayal of trust and the poisoned sort of romantic tragedy between Ernest and Molly, serving as kind of like a microcosm of the broader historical relationship between indigenous Americans and sort of white settlers. It's like, here's one example of how this went really horribly wrong. And I think that he's done it, really well. The book nerd in me, and we went over this a lot with the
we got a full
bonus
review of this
transmission.
bad boy.
Go to that if you want to hear about some of my sort of like hesitations about some of the stuff to do with the centering of the Ernest character over the Molly character, because the book is like really good at making Molly's perspective just like so confusing and horrifying that I had to kind of adjust on my first watch to the fact that they kind of reveal the conspiracy right at the beginning of the movie, and they go, look at how like brazen and obvious and that De Niro and DiCaprio are being about really infiltrating Lily Gladstone's family and slowly poisoning and killing them and latching themselves onto it almost like vampirically, right?
While acting like they're just another part of the community. There's actually a love between the two. Being that close with somebody, and then that's what you're doing to their actual immediate family. Like, it's just, I understand it kind of why he went to that perspective. But yeah, there's a little bit that you almost want a little more from Molly's perspective because of that.
Yeah, so it focuses just more on a character who was like a blank slate, who we didn't know much about, because you could tell that Roth and Scorsese, as guys who, they wanted to do this material, they wanted to move it away from the fact that it's not like a white savior cowboy Texas Ranger movie, but they're like, we're also not like we don't have an indigenous perspective. That's not who we are. So they were like, let's make it about the sort of like the weak Catholic man who's tormented by his own sins. And I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense for Martin Scorsese. And, and it does lead to some really incredible sequences. Like I've talked about it before, but the sequence where Ernest is like, he's poisoning Molly through so much of the film, and he can sense the suffering. He can sense that something's wrong. And he actually poisons his own drink to kind of like, to actually try to it's a very Christian vision of like guilt and self-punishment to, try to do that and to have him like sins. Then. Yeah, and then to do that in the sequence while like the hellish like Black Sabbath dance is happening outside of Robert De Niro like burning his ranch down for the insurance money. It's so greedy and so evil, and the mood is so well done that despite my misgivings that maybe a master filmmaker felt a little plagued by doubts and hesitancies just because of the massive nature of the material and whose story it is, and like I totally I'm not saying I'm someone who could have done it better. It just there is a little bit of an element to me, which is why it's not quite as high on my list. But I mean, I'm not gonna put Martin Scorsese in the top 10. It's just not gonna happen. The guy, his worst movie is probably a top 10 contender in a given year. For real. Like I don't know what
unbelievably talented.
And as far as taking on a particularly barbaric and racist piece of foundational American colonial history, this is grief-stricken, and it's all about, how complicit we are socially and economically even today. And, it really does combine foundational sort of cinematic imagery that no one on earth has better encyclopedic knowledge of the Westerns and crime films. And, it's great. And there's a million things that you can say. A special shout out to the Robbie Robertson score, which is haunting and mournful. Thelma Schoonmaker, whose editing is always incredible. The legendary production designer, Jack Fisk, who fucking did like There Will Be Blood and the early Terrence Malick films. It's the set and the recreation of the the sort of historical location looks amazing. Rodrigo Prieto's photography, gorgeous. The dude's a master, and I do plan on rewatching this and seeing if my feelings change and even become more positive in the future, because that's definitely happened. And I have found myself, I will say, thinking about the ending of the film a lot, which I won't spoil the exact details of, but it really is Scorsese acknowledging, as Jamie was kind of mentioning with Red Rooms, there's a certain limitation to true crime and what we can actually do with it. And part of this whole project is him acknowledging that even if he tries his absolute hardest, in some ways he's still kind of making a tacky corporate sponsored entertainment product, and whether that can actually do historical justice or not is it's unclear.
Yeah, he's still got to make that money at the box office.
That's
Which
right.
Unfortunately, I don't think he did, but I think Scorsese knows full well what he was doing in that department, in a sense. But
well, that's anyway. Just it. You have to think of it a little bit as Apple spent $200 million, and half the time when these streamers spend that much money, they just don't even give it a theatrical release at all. So as far as I'm concerned, this is just money they would never that Netflix just doesn't get on their big movies. So does that make it a huge bomb and a failure for them when fucking what was that Ryan Reynolds and The Rock and Gal Gadot movie that didn't play in a theater? Did that make $0 at the box office? Then it cost more than the Killers of the Flower Moon.
For real. And that looks like garbage. But anyway, I agree. Fantastic film. I have it a little bit later in my list, but my number 8, I believe, is Dream Scenario, directed by Christopher Borgli, starring Nicolas Cage, Julianne Nicholson, and Michael Cera. Hell yeah. So this one, I ended up watching it twice. The first time, I unfortunately kind of had a very distracting movie theater experience, and it was really
I wanted to
hard.
Ask you about that. Are you going to talk about it?
Half of it I can talk about, and the other half I'll have to tell you after the show. Sorry, audience members, but it's just can't put somebody under the bus too much. But I did have a bit of a distracting just audience in general. It felt like I don't know, I think it's the Nick Cage-ism thing where it's kind of like, it's Nick Cage, so I don't have to take it as seriously. And so I can kind of just talk and laugh at inappropriate times.
Nick
And
Cage meme watchers, which the
Yes.
movie is directly addressing in its subject matter. But
Exactly. Which is, I mean, I will say that, me sitting there and them having that reaction at times and having the film directly kind of talk about that was an interesting thing to experience. I will say, kind of, it was meta in itself, but it was distracting nonetheless. But so I was trying my best to engage with it, and this film I find is very strange, tonally, and on purposely so. It kind of goes everywhere from like comedy to horror. To much more of a, it has drama, but I guess you could kind of call it a dramedy in a way. There's also a bit of a romance quality to it with him and his wife and kind of what he yearns to once have with her. And so I found the movie to be hard to latch onto the first time, even aside from some of the stuff that I was just distracted with. But the second time through, I really did start to kind of connect to his performance itself. I mean, Nick Cage, he is well aware of the memification of Nick Cage, like you just said. And he was even commenting on it in interviews and saying, like, he found that he kind of lost himself. He didn't really know how people were interpreting his art and his work anymore, and if it was all just a joke, if that at a certain point should also be flattering, just because people are still taking on his performances and it's still meaningful in a way. It's just not exactly what he was trying to do, maybe. And so he kind of wrestled with that and brought that to this character, which is it's a man that's going through this weird phenomenon where everybody in his community is dreaming about him. But he's kind of just this very passive character in their dreams, and he's not doing much. So he becomes famous just for being a man that everybody recognizes, but he's not famous for any specific thing except for just being that man. And at first he kind of takes on that fame with a little bit of like excitement. He is very nervous about it still. He's not like a very outspoken man or a very confident person. He just wants
to write his book about ants, man.
Yeah, exactly. And so people start to try to take advantage of his fame for monetary purposes, and he's trying to do kind of the same, but to propel his book or advertise his book instead of just his fame itself. But then, of course, it's about him getting used to that fame and kind of enjoying it and embracing it, although he's not very good at it. There's a lot of complications to it, but essentially it's kind of just letting
milkshake ducked. That's the premise, yeah. Which is hilarious. It is hilarious to think that it is a meme ready premise for a movie that Nicolas Cage is a neurotic, pathetic, like Charlie Kaufman style professor who suddenly is like basically Freddy Krueger and can infiltrate people's dreams and everyone's dreams every night, which eventually turn into nightmares and people get freaked out and they start trying to obviously kind of like they hate him and try to cancel him in the sort of like public, it's a very online kind of ready movie where, it's first everyone loves the nerdy professor who's in our dreams. And then it's like everybody hates him and we should destroy his life.
And I do think I did see a lot of people commenting on the actual the stuff that they're saying about cancel culture. For me, that seemed more of a surface level thing where it was just the idea within cancel culture, whether or not the person deserved to be canceled or not. It's kind of just, it's out of their hands at a certain point. And I think just it's like letting go of how people perceive you is a very difficult thing to do and to handle. Especially when you think that you have maybe done nothing wrong or you're an innocent person. But then at the same time, those reactions and the way that you handle them can kind of dig yourself a little deeper. Like there's a moment where, you feel for him in a way. He is just going through he's in these dreams that become nightmares in which he's killing the people. So that like his friends and family and all of his community are scared of him. So you understand why he would be like, this has nothing to do with me. You're just dreaming about me. But then the way that he reacts, it becomes a much more selfish kind of only benefiting himself. At a certain point, he just goes online and starts like just having a mental breakdown and saying like, this isn't my fault, I'm actually the biggest victim here, which you could probably argue maybe he is.
The apology is the funniest thing when he records the video and they go, dude, that's just makes you look so much worse.
Right. Yeah. And that's it. Yeah. And I think that his just lack of understanding on how to navigate these very, very rough waters are very interesting. And then it kind of turns into a more personal thing by the end, which I won't spoil, but it's between him and his wife that I thought was really both sad and beautiful. So I this is one that honestly, I've been thinking about it even after the previous time I watched it just a couple days ago. And the first time I watched it maybe a month ago. And it seems like something I'm going to come back to a couple times, honestly, because I think there's a lot of nuance within it, and especially within Nick Cage's performance. He's fantastic. He's firing on all cylinders. It's great. It's every aspect of Cage that you kind of want, but I do feel like he's very grounded. It's not like you don't actually have a lot of the Cageisms, and the stuff that he is doing that's within that is actually very true to his character, because his character has some like kind of eccentric quirks to him, just the way he delivers lines and stuff. But I think that this is a very just a very grounded performance from Cage, considering what the film is about and what they have him do every once in a while.
Yeah. Considering the premise of the film was the director going, wouldn't it be funny if Freddy Krueger got canceled? Like that seems like where the movie was born from. Yeah. And then Cage read it and was like, dude, I totally see how I could put my own like my own feelings about losing control of my image and sort of self-perception. And he talked about like watching the Nicolas Cage loses his shit like meme video, and he was like just completely out of context, making him seem like a bad actor who didn't make deliberate choices to get to that space, and him just feeling like, is this, just completely losing control. And part of it is being like, am I kind of a vain asshole for thinking about it that way? Should I just appreciate this like attention that I'm getting? And there's a whole thing in the movie where they try to like see if he'll like sell Sprite in people's dreams. And like some of the comedy is like quite mean-spirited, and it almost does get to the point where they're like, well, now you're a right-wing culture war, discredited academic overseas,
because no mainstream will touch you, so you just have to go to the culture war people now. Even though he doesn't want to, he just has to. They
were like, we can get you on Tucker. Obama's not really an option anymore, but we can get you, an interview with Tucker Carlson. And I just love Nicolas Cage's extremely whiny, I don't want to be controversial,
Oh man, that's the thing too. He has a very good understanding of like, you kind of want this character to not be going through this hell that it turns into, but then he adds little nuances like the whininess and that, where you're kind of like, okay, man, like, shut up though, like that kind of thing. So it's I really enjoyed it.
It's a very funny movie, and Cage is very good in it, and it was really close to that was one of the honorable mentions that I skipped because I figured it would be on your list.
Yeah, hell yeah.
My number 7 is Godzilla -1.
Nice. That'll be a little later for me.
Ooh, even higher for you too. Yeah, okay, let's go. This was one that I was surprised at how much at how good it was, and I was stoked that I got to see it in IMAX. It's the first major release, sort of like Japanese studio Godzilla film, I believe, since Shin Godzilla in 2016 by Hideaki Anno, who did Shin Kamen Rider that Jamie was talking about earlier, and that one was this very sort of like post-Fukushima, sort of like bureaucratic political farce reworking of a traditional Godzilla sort of disaster movie scenario. And this one seemed more hellbent, I guess, with director Takashi Yamazaki on delivering a much more sort of like classic and unreconstructed take in terms of sort of narrative and in terms of design. It really does harken back to like the original World War II time period, the original kind of amount of screen time that Godzilla gets. It really is a human story first, and Godzilla is just kind of this like dispassionate, unnatural force that kind of stomps around and is used more symbolically. And And but the set pieces are so fucking good. The opening one is like this Jurassic Park style one that's like all stomping and biting, and Godzilla grabbing people and throwing them through the air and stomping on planes. It's this ground level sort of like island point of view set piece. It's very menacing. It's very loud, and it sets up this story about a this very sort of like downbeat post-war period drama of essentially sort of like living in the ruins of World War II. So it's not as much about sort of like the nuclear anxiety or the environmental anxiety and sort of existentialism we've seen more recently with Godzilla. It is really about this orphaned kamikaze pilot who, was only on that island because he couldn't like go through with the suicide mission attack that he was supposed to be on. And the guys kind of started to realize that he was a coward and he was pretending that his plane was broken. Mm-hmm. And as a result, he, was there to watch a whole bunch of people get killed. And so he kind of deals with this sense of sort of failure and cowardice and feeling like he's been shunned and like he didn't carry out his honorable, job duty that he was tasked with doing, which, obviously we feel a little bit different about kamikazes and suicide missions now than we did in the 1940s. For sure. And I like how much of the drama really does reckon with that we see him forced to, he can't really do any work in a post-war setting except for this really dangerous mine sweeping. We see him attempt to like rebuild a home and sort of build a family with this woman and this child that he kind of brings into his house, and actually starts putting money into the house and trying to literally rebuild and figure out what a future might look like beyond the horrors of all of this war and destruction. And so much of the movie is that, but it's also a fantastic old school action Godzilla movie. So there is so much destruction visited upon these characters. And I love how often they go, it's a dinosaur like monster. And, I just love the way that they're kind of dealing with him for like the first time again, or like just like hearing about him vaguely through like legends and stuff like that. And there's a whole bunch of amazing set pieces. One of them is an excellent sort of like mine sweeping cannon fire boat chase where the guys are like literally like trying to throw a mine into his mouth and blow it up with a sort of chain gun on the back of a boat. There's a very old school full city sort of demolition sequence that almost feels like straight out of the original film, where he's like picking up train carts and knocking buildings over. And the design of him, where they even though he's CG, they do bring back some of that like man in a suit physicality a little bit. And where he's a little stiff and he's a little awkward, and it's beautiful.
My favorite physical detail of it was that he has the classic kind of dopey smile that the old Godzilla always had, just because it's like the way the mask just kind of was. And it's so amazing because they'll have shots of him like looking directly into the camera before he's about to destroy something, and it looks like he's got this evil smirk on, and I love it every single time.
Yes, it's so good. And then they'll also throw in like more what feels like a very like modern moody shot, like the fact that he destroys that whole city, and it is like you're watching people fucking die. Like it's like a brutal, like it's a full-on disaster massacre type scenario, and you get like characters like screaming as like ash rain is falling on their faces and stuff like that. And it eventually all builds to the pilot getting a quite movingly conceived sort of second shot to redeem himself via a very straightforward and really well done and rousing Men on a Mission final third. And I watched it with my buddy Alex, and we were both briefly concerned that it was building to him getting to do the suicide mission and being like, kamikazes were good, and I'm glad he finally got to kill himself for God and country or whatever, and briefly it kind of feels like it's building to that. Luckily it doesn't quite. There's
a good little twist on it. Yeah.
It does a little twist on it, and the actual Men on a Mission final third is just great. Like there's so much attention paid to some of the side characters, like the scientist character named Doc, or the sort of interlocking procedural sort of military sci-fi logistics of what they're going to do to actually take Godzilla down, which is this whole elaborate thing involving gas and balloons that I can't even spoil because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And I will say, hands down the best use of the original theme of Godzilla, the music, the score in I don't know how long. Yeah, because I mean, maybe it's because I was watching it in IMAX with like a packed audience, but man, you could feel people being like people head bobbing to being like, look at these guys. Yeah, look at da-da-da. Look at these guys going in. They're going to take Godzilla down, and the build up and the payoff of the teamwork mission filmmaking is just incredible. So I was stoked that there was like a brand new, like genuinely great Godzilla movie this year.
Yeah, me too. It's a little further in mine, but I totally agree. It was so just lovely to love a Godzilla movie in theaters. It was awesome. I got lucky too because I moved to my smaller hometown and we don't get everything, but I just looked online one day and they just happened to have Godzilla there for a few days, and I was
it was
so
slowly
excited.
Expanding. It was making so much money. They were putting it in more theaters on a weekly basis here, which was incredible to see.
It's a great sign if it's coming to Chatham, Ontario. Let me tell you that. So I'm glad that it is. So this is number 7, I believe.
Number 7, yes.
Cool. So my number 7 is When Evil Lurks, directed by Demian Rugna. I don't have too much to add. I just loved how absolutely mean-spirited this thing is through and through. It's completely relentless. It has some of the most, again, memorable fuck them kids moments I've seen, especially in modern age. Josh already mentioned it, but you straight up see like a 6-year-old get ragdolled by a big pit bull and then dragged down a neighborhood sidewalk. And it is just, it is harrowing. Like it is absolutely one of the most violent, depraved, just blunt things that I've seen the entire year. So I have nothing but respect for that. I just love how it feels. It feels like a hopeless film, and sometimes that can feel a little bit, I don't know, like too much. But there's something about the style here that I really enjoy. All of the color is just like washed out completely from everything. It feels so much like it's just like browns and grays and piss yellows and vomit colors. Like there's nothing to latch on here that's beautiful. And I love that. So yeah, this was my number 7. I actually got coming up a few horror movies on my list here. It seems like I kind of liked all of these around the same. So yeah, When Evil Lurks, check it out.
My number 6 is Knock at the Cabin.
Me too, dude.
Let's go. Another one we can do together. This happens sometimes. We got some brainwave connections going on.
Damn straight. M. Night's back, baby. Not that he ever went anywhere, because Old was awesome too. So
yeah, he's on a roll. Jamie and I are like some of the few. I mean, this is partially why Jamie and I are friends. We every once in a while, there's just something we are just in complete, total agreement on that we feel completely baffled by the rest of the
world.
So yeah, the rest of the world's relationship. Because this is another one. This might be one of the lowest rated movies we're going to include on the list because it has a 2.9 on Letterboxd, and I'm just like baffled.
I am too, especially this one seemed like it was a lot more like an easier accessible film for him. He's not doing that much experimental stuff. It's a pretty straightforward, I think, intriguing premise of just 4 strangers coming to a couple in their daughter's house, and they're just like, it's the end of the world and you need to choose who you're sacrificing to save the planet. And it's just a matter of trying to prove that they're right and trying to find that trust within each other, that's actually the case. And it's incredibly suspenseful, has a lot of great mystery elements just to the unraveling of the narrative. And I am shocked that people didn't dislike this. I thought this would have been a home run for him and a really easy one for people. But
yeah, and gorgeous, like shot on film, shot by using 90s lenses for like those like classic sort of like off kilter sort of like thriller looking sort of distortions and the wide angles and things like that, and shot by like Robert Eggers, the cinematographer who did like The Lighthouse and like The Witch and stuff. So I kind of figured that like people were going to be more into this. But I mean, it as always, it's M. Night's sentimentality and his sense of drama that really just, I feel like, undoes it for people, because you can see so many of his career-long interests of just like, you know, a family being put through sort of like this sort of chaotic tragedy, and whether and stuff to do with sort of like fate as well. And like, you know, I thought a little bit about Signs, where it's like, do you kind of accept this reality, or that could be supernatural, or does it like reaffirm your fate or stuff? Like so many of the things that he's kind of dealt with through his entire career. But I really did think that doing it in a more sort of tightly conceived and constructed genre context would be something that people would, you know, kind of latch onto, because it's part home invasion thriller, it's part sort of like religious zealot, like cult movie, which gives it a sense of anxiety to it. And then it does eventually go genuine biblical, like apocalyptic disaster horror stuff. You know, so and I get it, like, you know, as always with Shyamalan, like emotional cogency does sometimes outweigh sort of like logistical ones for him. Sure. So every so often you kind of have to just buy into a big swing that he'll take with about a character, like the detail of like the one dad getting like hit really hard in the head and concussed, and it's like, is he having a spiritual reaction, and or is he just like sensitive to light due to his concussion and stuff like that? And you know, every once in a while you really do, you know, just kind of have to go with it. And I think if you did, I found this like really exciting and menacing, and the time frame aspect of it worked really well, where it was like, yeah, you have like a couple of hours to make this decision, and every time that you don't, like one of our guys is going to kill themselves to prevent like an apocalyptic thing from happening in the outside world. And at first the family is obviously incredibly distrustful, because they're like, why should we even believe you? And are you also, one of you is like someone who at one point committed a homophobic hate crime against one of us. So how do we know you're not just like torturing like a gay couple who has an adopted daughter, or, you know? And it's, you know, I thought that this was, you know, really sharp, you know, really harrowing, and the sense of feeling like your sort of safety and control, or your space, is kind of being invaded by a force, I found really powerful, especially when Dave Bautista is the physical representation of that force.
Yes, but also playing really the like kindest, most gentle, sensitive person that you've ever seen.
It's one of my favorite performances of this year still, because he really weaponized his physique in a way that makes him feel imposing and dangerous, so much so that you are really left unprepared for how kind of kind and rational of an actual character he is, as the guy who's delivering this proposal or this binary decision that they feel is obviously absurd and very unnaturally violent. And they go, well, we're not going to kill our daughter, and we're not going to kill one of us to do this. We would rather all be alive and the end of the world happen than do that. And all of these characters are each taking their turn, like begging them or demonstrating their belief to them of being like, you guys really need to make this choice. And then the sort of questions and doubt and fatalistic coincidence start to build up from there through the actual thriller set pieces, which is just really, really well done, and eventually builds to a theme that I was talking about again, about this sort of like uncertain future aspect, where it does kind of have a bit of woundedness about this idea of like the world might be apocalyptically ending, and you might be having a kid in a world where they aren't going to make it. So is it worth just killing someone off so that they can live comfortably? Or, you know, we are kind of put in an unfair world with an uncertain future, and it's forcing these two dads to kind of have to wrestle with that. And credit too to Jonathan Groff and Ben Aldridge. I thought they were great too.
They're so
how
good.
They react.
They really sell it well, especially with all the nuances and complications when it comes to the sacrifice that they're eventually going to have to, or possibly going to have to make. And specifically with, I think it's, I got to just double check. Not Jonathan Groff. It's Ben Aldridge. His character going back and forth with Dave Bautista about the logic of it all. Like, well, he starts to like break down the timing of everything. He starts to break down the news stories that they're showing them. They're like, well, this could be pre-recorded, and just that back and forth that they do until things are completely unveiled are really compelling. And I thoroughly loved this movie, even from the beginning. It was very easy to love. I think M. Night is just incredible, and I hope. I don't know. It's weird because I thought this was going to be the movie that people got kind of back on his team with. And I just, it's not that he needs it. I'm thinking that he'll be able to make movies, and it seems like at this point he's just making whatever he wants. But
he has a great deal with Universal where he just keeps he keeps his budgets relatively low, and they keep making money. Like this was still a pretty solid hit for him, I think.
What's wild too is that they keep making money because M. Night Shyamalan's name is still The Cell. Like you can go and be like, I'm going to go see the M. Night movie. But oddly enough, it's become this very middle thing where half of the people are going because they genuinely love his style and what he does. And then half are going to see if it's a train wreck. And I'm hoping that people get more on Team M. Night over the next few years, you know? But yeah, it's fantastic. Check it out if you haven't. It's awesome.
Yeah, and we did a bonus transmission earlier when it earlier in the year when it was still fresh too, where we went into a lot of the stuff that we really really liked about it that I'd recommend as well.
Yeah. Yep.
I still think about that scene with Batista, that slow zoom on him when he's like reciting what the news broadcast is saying or whatever, like confirming that it's like all true and all that stuff. And
yeah,
so
that is a really great moment. Just very like skin crawling in a way, because you start to realize what the truth is in that. It's really good. I agree.
Yeah. So that was both of our number 6s, right? Yep. So we're moving on to 5. Did we have it happen again? My number 5 was John Wick Chapter 4.
No, this not the same one for me. So go ahead. John Wick's further in for me.
Okay, I knew that this was probably going to be a top 5 for both of us because it's I don't know what else we can say. We did a long bonus transmission on this one as
everything
well.
Everything you need to hear has been recorded, but it's fantastic. Yeah. Oh my god!
But it has been amazing to see this franchise go from like the original John Wick, which was historically it was almost a direct to video movie.
Sure. Yeah. Even in its style, it feels that way too, regardless of the success that it took on.
And now the fact that this fourth one is just like a globe-trotting epic.
3 hours.
That just like just decades of genre style and just like pure action movie worship monument. It's really kind of incredible that they've managed to just maintain this style of impeccable detail-oriented action craft. And, doing this whole sort of like bleak, mournful revenge movie tone, doing the bloodthirsty sort of like gun fu that's like staged in a way that's very, very entertaining and sort of gleeful, and continuing to expand this world of just the economy of assassins and how it operates in almost like this old school, like samurai influenced codes of honor and the discipline of warriors and all this kind of stuff. And, doing that in the martial arts and the stunt craft and, clearly taking inspiration from Hong Kong and from sort of silent era filmmaking, and managing to make that all fit into this like production design element as well, where it's all like ancient architecture and neon synthwave lighting. And so he's through the second one and through the third one and through the fourth one, like Chad Stahelski has really, I think, began to form something that is kind of uniquely his own. And I was really taken with the fact, because I will say after the second one is probably still my favorite one. The third one I really, really but I was starting to feel the wheels spin a little bit. And I was like, dude, you can't just keep having him deal with this every time. You're going to have to come up with some sort of ending for this.
Yeah.
And so I was really, really stoked that the fourth one, maybe they heard people cry fatigue a little bit or something, but they were like, let's kind of try to wrap this up and let's actually
let John Wick rest.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it's hard to say that you kind of have to argue that fatigue is built into the movie. Like the character is tired. The character has been straining for this long. Like it's just the so much minute physical progress being made by this character to just like keep ending up in these like never ending rippling cycle of destruction, despite all his like Herculean effort to escape this world. It really is just like an abyss. Despite all my wariness of where these movies were kind of going, I was pleasantly surprised by John Wick Chapter 4, which I just thought had a level of scope and commitment, and it really earned every sort of like movie nerd reference it was making. Like, this is one where John Wick practically goes to the Lawrence of Arabia desert and gets into gunfights. This is one where they full on recreate a sequence in France to Walter Hill's The Warriors, where John Wick is literally being chased by like an entire radio broadcast of people hunting him down. They're doing a whole thing to do with Bond and a little bit of Sergio Leone, where there's this whole like central trio dynamic of bounty hunters who all respect each other but are all cutthroat and in the same business model, that and it literally ends in a fucking duel, a fucking hand-to-hand duel, straight out of a fucking Leone movie. So I was just like, the fact that he can do all of these things and I'm not like rolling my eyes at being like, dude, you're not those movies. This is like, it's impressive. And the location work from Jordan to Germany to Japan it's gorgeous. Some of the uses of some of the supporting actors like Ian McShane and Lance Reddick, who obviously passed away, and Sonata that come back are very good. And the new characters like Bill Skarsgård as the fancy lad asshole, and Rina Sawayama as the Sonata's daughter at the sort of like the Japanese Continental. She's very good. Fucking Scott Adkins in a fat suit fighting in like an Axe waterfall nightclub. Shamir Anderson, who shows up with like his high tech like Western repeater rifle. Like the Scott Adkins doing the sort of like Batman crime boss like Sammo Hung routine was incredible. And how am I forgetting Donnie Yen, the fucking god, doing like Zatoichi like blind fighter physical antics while wearing a turtleneck and sunglasses drip throughout the entire movie. Like it's a really, really just fit, like it for me it really was the like action movie of the year. It was the movie that really stood out in terms of its style, in terms of how big in scale it's getting, and the fact that they really did pull off the fucking firing pistols on horseback in the desert, the final 45 minutes is maybe the hardest in the entire fucking franchise, where they do the sort of interlocking set piece that is like the just the logistics of him like getting to the church for the flintlock pistol duel, and the chaotic like Frogger level that he does at the Arc de Triomphe, and the Hotline Miami Dragon's Breath shotgun. I'm just remembering all of this shit now. Like it's fucking crazy. The Buster Keaton like stairs sequence, the fucking the Barry Lyndon actual duel itself. It's just like, man, like this was like, I actually watched this at like a not packed noon screening, and people were still fucking hyped on this movie. It has really stayed with me. So John Wick chapter 4, number 5 for me.
All right, so my number 5 is Saw X, directed by Kevin Gruter. Essentially, the reason that this one made it so high is because I am just an absolutely massive fan of the Saw franchise, and I do think that this film really captures everything that the films do well and what I love about the films. It does have Kevin Gruter coming back, like we said, and he's the one that did Saw 6. He did do Saw 3D, so we can forgive him for that. That's okay. We forgive you,
he directed
Kevin.
3 of them, but he's also edited nearly every single one in the entire series. So like this is like the studied Saw expert is who we needed to revive this franchise from the kind of clean kind of the new era it's been in that hasn't quite been working for it.
Yeah, exactly. He just has an understanding of how to like the kinetics of making you absolutely disgusted through these traps. All of the zooms and the weird pans that it does as they're like shaking, and you kind of see the multiple figures of them shaking because of how like faded it all is. I really love the editing style, and I'm glad to see that it's just back in full force. Kevin is thoroughly doing his thing on this, and I love that. And then also bringing back Tobin Bell, who, you know, he dies in kind of the mid Saw entries, but they always find a way for him to come back retroactively by usually having a bunch of taped recordings of himself, because he's such a mastermind that he's planned this for like 20 plus years and all of that. But what's nice about this is that it's based between the events of Saw 1 and Saw 2. So you actually just get Tobin Bell on screen being Jigsaw. And what they do with this one too is they kind of leave him completely unmasked. Like they get rid of the whole... It's not that they don't have the pigskin mask to capture people, but because he's working with Amanda, who is also coming back, he's more able to just be freely Tobin Bell Jigsaw. So he gets to actually act and have all of these really amazing deep voice line deliveries that he's so good at. It has everything that you want. It has the twists and turns. It has the build up to some finale where they have a 10-minute monologue of explaining every twist and turn you didn't think was coming, even though you know it is. 10
seconds earlier.
Yes. To remind you of things somehow you didn't remember. Yeah, just fantastic stuff. And it was fun for me as a huge Saw fan and someone that is constantly like deconstructing these movies as they're going, to see those things and go like, oh, I can't wait for that to be in the flashback in the last 10 minutes. And honestly, 9 times out of 10, I was completely correct. And I had a blast with that. So I just think that this captures a very true form of what a Saw movie should be. And we haven't had a great one in a while.
It's rusty. It's squirm-inducing.
Oh, yeah. My brother said that he was feeling absolutely nauseated watching this thing. And he just told me while we were watching it. So it was very funny.
But also tearing up for, I'm assuming, the terminal illness drama that the movie starts as for most of the movie.
Yeah, they're really like, that's the thing is they make Tobin Bell to be technically kind of the good guy. And it's very, and you know, there's always that stupid philosophical question of like, is he really a killer because he's not actually killing them, which is dumb. Of course he is. But to just give you that sentimentality, 45 minutes of it, which still includes him fantasizing about killing certain people before he actually does the traps, is just, I think it understands why people love these movies. As perverse as that might be, and I love it.
They do push as far as they can, making Jigsaw the protagonist of the movie and having you identify with his bloodthirst, which you know, Kevin experimented a little bit with in the 6th one when he was killing like health insurance executives who were like screwing people over. Yeah, there was a little bit of revenge element to it. In this case, it's the experimental sort of like medicine scammers who defraud terminally ill patients like him, and yeah, just watching him then put them in just the nastiest possible traps and really fucking like chopping limbs off, forcing them to do it with like the wired pulleys, people using intestines as fucking ropes at one point in the movie. It's just a disgusting little movie.
They're the types of traps too that like every single trap has, I would say, 4 or 5 layers to it, and each one is, you're sitting there just like, one of those layers could have been the trap. This is just outrageous with how much you're making them do. And what's great about the way that they show you every single trap, and it's every single one. You'd think that like if there's 5 people, you'd think 1 out of the 5 would get it done in the first minute, rather than every single person never getting it done, and you get to see them until the tail end. Like every single person almost gets through their trap, and it's just so that you as an audience member can see what would have happened throughout the trap until inevitably they die. And it's just so cruel and mean-spirited and gratuitous, and I love it. So that was my number 5.
Yep. And Jigsaw bonds with a little child by bloodboarding. So
he's a father figure, as we know.
Yep, and a hero.
Yep, damn straight.
Can't wait to see more of them.
Can't wait. Ugh.
All right. My number 4 is Ferrari. a kind of last minute addition that I was happy to, get around to last minute here. The new film by Michael Mann opened on Christmas Day. And we're recording this only 2 days after. So I had to see this one fast. But I really did want to watch it because I knew that even though it was a biographical film about, the, as they put it, the automotive mogul, Enzo Ferrari, who, behind the Ferrari brand, behind the F1 team, behind the cars, obviously, I knew that there would be some element of it where Mann would have to get in that obsessive sort of death drive engineer element he always gets into his films, and he did not disappoint. This has all the level of craftsmanship and sort of psychological portraiture and sort of operatic romanticism you kind of expect of him, and especially of a project that he's been trying to get off the ground for literal decades. He first got involved with this prior to Heat in the 90s, and for obvious reasons that this, character almost does work as self-portraiture for him as a sort of technician, as artist, and it has all of the sort of elements of the sort of personal life threatening the professional life that you even saw him explore in the 90s with things like Heat and The Insider. It almost feels like a little bit of a spiritual successor to those films, even more so than his more sort of recent digital experimentations. And for a lot of people who have maybe been getting annoyed at the digital experimentations like Black Hat or Public Enemies, which for some reason are the only movies he's been able to get funding to get made in the last basically 20 years practically, other than Miami Vice, I guess. This one is going back to that 90s era for him. It's a little bit more elegant. It's a little bit more classical in approach. It has a sense of sort of nostalgia and a little regretfulness to it. And Adam Driver is playing Enzo Ferrari and is apparently, I guess, maybe now going to be in Heat 2, maybe even playing young De Niro because Mann liked working with him so much and he felt that he was a really committed actor.
That's great.
So that's kind of exciting, and Ferrari seems like a pretty cool little test run. I hope it kind of works out for him because it's it's a very bleak drama, I'll put it. I think there's a lot of people who are going to go into this on Christmas Day, especially being like, we're going to go watch a biopic about a really successful man, and it's going to be also a motorsports drama where there's going to be lots of the guy's going to win races and is going to save his company, and he's going to and to be fair to those people, there are elements of that in Enzo Ferrari's life, and there are parts of it in this film, but what makes this movie so Mann is that he really, really does condense himself to 3 months of Enzo Ferrari's life in Modena in 1957, when he had already retired from racing and was fully committed to just being on the engineering and manufacturing side. And when he was dealing with a very sort of transition period in his life where he had a son recently pass away, and he was having an affair with a woman who had another son for him who was kind of replacing that son. And he sets it up with a prologue where they show you Enzo Ferrari in the 1910s or 20s when he was this really romantic driver, and it's Adam Driver, really young, smiling, racing, having a great time. And in 1957, he's just a very different man. He's hardened, he's repressed, he's hiding behind his, he wears his suit and his sunglasses almost like armor, and all he cares is about serving the egotistical kind of progression of his brand and the logic of the power of the engine and the beauty of it. And there's so much stuff in it where you could just literally hear Mann reading the dialogue like himself. It almost sounds like it's him. Yeah. Or you have Adam Driver saying shit like, two objects cannot occupy the same point in space at the same moment in time, and this is why you need to learn to pass and why you need to brake later and why you need he's teaching all of his drivers that kind of animalistic determination you have to actually be good, how cutthroat you need to be, and how fully concentrated and kind of violently expendable you need to be in order to push the relationship between man and machine truly to its limits. And so that's so much of what this movie is about, instead of, and it's kind of just a more unsympathetic portrait of this character, of this guy who had so much success in his life, but it's so much what's the tragedy and what's the pain pain that kind of got him there. And it is so much more not about winning races and winning podiums. It's like, how many racers did he kill? You know, that's so much of what the movie is about. Or this identity crisis he's happening where his past self, who used to be warm and loving and had this family, you know, due to the loss of a child, he has, you know, that heartbreak has just made him a harder, kind of more cutthroat, more detached person, which is what made him good at being a businessman. So that's kind of the diagnosis that Mann is kind of going through. Movies I thought about were like Martin Scorsese's The Aviator, the depiction of Howard Hughes in that, and the like obsessive drive that he has, but also specifically that plane crash sequence in that film. I don't know if you remember that, the one where it's like super bloody and he lands in the field, and how just, you know, fragile we are in these like metal death boxes. That's kind of the depiction of like race cars in this, where it's like, yeah, you can, it's a metal fucking box that you're gonna die in. It is a coffin that moves at inhuman speeds. That's the idea. So that's so much about what this is. And yeah, so I won't spoil, you know, where it ends up going, like specifically, but like the fact anyone who goes into this knowing the history of the race that it's building to will, their stomach will be churning watching this movie. And anyone who doesn't, we're already hearing, you know, reports of people being kind of shocked in the theater about where this movie is going, because it's just what is uniquely Mann about all of this is that he really is not, he's not interested in the guy's successes, he's not interested in the wealth, he's not interested in the passing of the racing, because the racing is really cool. It is all shot like digital cameras, as you would expect, placed into these super fast cars, these recreations of the 50s F1 cars that were not safe at all. And it's like literally in the cockpit where you can feel like the fucking like oil hitting the camera, and you can feel the, you know, like one little hiccup where they nick a rock and all of a sudden a driver's fucking cut in half or something like that. Like all that element is in there, and it builds to all that stuff in just such a downbeat, kind of unsettling way. And it is really kind of meant to be this operatic melodrama about just, you know, a guy who at one point was a romantic racer and who eventually became a much more ruthless business competitor. And that's what the portrait actually kind of becomes. And I was obviously really taken with it. And it was a bleak way to ring in Christmas for anyone else who ended up catching it. And I would highly recommend Man is Back.
A bleak Christmas present from Mann. We love it.
That's right.
Nice. My number 4 is Killers of the Flower Moon. By Martin Scorsese. We kind of already covered it, but I did think, really for me, it was the significance of the story that I had no idea about. And I just think for Scorsese to be the guy to tell it is just perfect. I mean, he's a masterful director. He's a very sensitive and empathetic man. And and although we already talked about it, but focusing on De Niro and DiCaprio's character, you know, there's some things that maybe get a little bit put to the side that I would like more focus on, and that's maybe why it's not like number 1 for me of this year. I definitely would have liked them to focus a little bit more on Molly Lily Gladstone's character, and just the way that you, Josh, told me the way that the book kind of operates with the narrative and how it shows you the information is a little more intriguing to me. But this is just so true to Scorsese and his past and what he's done with narrative before. So I think that although I understand the critiques coming from the focus of the idiot Ernest, I think I understand what he's trying to do.
I sure do love money.
Love it. Yeah. And Robert De Niro, especially, like his character, he's so
fucking
blatantly evil that
performance.
Anytime he enters a room in that movie, especially after maybe like even the first, I think it's like, because like you said, they tell you the truth pretty much right away of what's happening. So the moment that he's interacting with anyone, you think that they're at the risk of being killed. And that tension just automatically gets put into the scene as soon as his character pops up, because he's just ruthless with his disregard for human life. It's unbelievable. And for that to be a true story just is unbelievably depressing. So I think Scorsese really does it well, and I like that he's still. We were talking about the ending with kind of this little. I don't want to spoil it entirely, but there's this stylistic switch that kind of happens with how he's telling the aftermath of the story, and I think it's a very good commentary on just how he can't fully express what he wants to express with this type of film, just given the industry that he's making it in. And he's doing his absolute best to do so, but there's only so much that he can do. And I think that recognition is a very, I think it's telling of just how sensitive of a man he is. And really, he does take the time to try to understand his place in this. That is, I think, mostly positive because of the story he's telling, but he also understands that there's a little bit of exploitative factor in this too. So, I think it's fantastic though. I really wanted to rewatch it. I only got to watch it once, and I just didn't have time. It is 3.5 hours, so it was tough to get in again before the top 10 list, but awesome. So.
My number 3 was a kind of a surprising one for me because it was one of the last ones where I was like, does it count? Does it not count? I don't know. And I said, fuck it. I liked it. It felt the same way about Ferrari, where I just kind of turned off the caring at that point because I was like, it's kind of a sports drama. Whatever, fuck it. I like it, but these are movies that are really high on the list for me and ones that I've been really thinking about. And so one that I threw on here, despite I think people being able to argue about its inclusion. May December, directed by Todd Haynes, which was the new film by one of the sort of seminal filmmakers in the 90s queer film scene, whose unnerving 1995 masterpiece Safe with Julianne Moore as a middle-class housewife who experiences a series of sort of like vague, possibly psychosomatic, like environmental illnesses, is like an all-time favorite film for me and has basically made him like essential watching for me since then. And who since has made a career out of capturing psychologically kind of poisonous environments that his characters are, painfully trapped in through sort of ambiguous formal suggestion, whether that's like the queer repression in something like Carol, or whether it's like the literal systematic poisoning in the legal drama Dark Waters, which is another great movie that he did recently. Yeah, very good. And in this case, he's done it again, but he's done it in such a strange way where he's taken on this very icky, sort of agreed upon, decades later repression of a foundational kind of transgressive horror that creates just this uncomfortable off-kilter haze out of Julianne Moore's older actress in this film named Gracie, and her very manipulative attempt to live in domestic normalcy with her own rape victim, who she had sex with when he was 13 years old, played by Charles Melton, a character named Joe. A actual real life scandal based on a pedophile by the name of Mary Kay Letourneau, which I would highly recommend if you've watched the film, looking up interviews with her to see her say some of the exact things that Moore's character does on like live TV in this film. That whole thing that whole scene Julianne Moore has of who seduced who. Who's the boss? Who was the boss when we were, first getting together? Like that, she actually says that on TV.
Holy shit! Yeah, I didn't know how connected it was to. I heard that it was connected to a real case, but I thought it might have been more of like a general connection. Like it's just telling a similar story. I didn't know how specific it got to the case itself, but
yeah, some of it is just completely invented, but the character is very much inspired right down to some of the details in her dialogue by the actual woman.
It's wild. I do want to say this. I agree that I think that there is an argument to be had that this belongs on the list, and this was one of my favorite movies that I saw this year. So in general, this would be like a top 5 for me. I just decided to just spotlight a few more that were more in line with the like pure genre stuff that we usually do. But like this May December, I will say, especially as it goes, there's this like suspense that just kind of lingers in the air that never really even comes to fruition, and that is almost where the horror lies a lot of the time. It's
so off-putting, just on like pure atmosphere.
Exactly.
And also I will say it's like, I mean, some people have been calling it, I guess, like camp. Some people have been saying that there's something kind of there is like the true crime sort of like tabloid scandal element where it kind of turns it into briefly into like a, you know, almost a critique of like a Lifetime soap opera duel where it kind of makes the two women and sort of actresses in the film are kind of going through a bit of a psychodrama on their own identity and celebrity and sort of exploitative power dynamics. And, you know, Haynes is doing a whole bunch of that using, you know, visual reflections and a bunch of sort of pent up tension that kind of builds throughout the film. And I will say, like, there is a sort of satirical cynicism and humor to how kind of openly sociopathic and performative the two women are in the film, because the other one is Natalie Portman, because she kind of shows up as the witness of this like obviously appalling relationship dynamic and
I love her
home
subtlety
life
of like the distrust you have for a character, but it's not nearly as obvious just given what Julianne Moore's character has done and you know she's done.
Yes.
But I love that it just
it's genuinely difficult to watch like the Julianne Moore and her husband scenes, because there's such an obvious knowledge that we have of they may be hiding behind this veneer of like grown up childishness where like sometimes, you know, he has to play the domestic comforter to her who's tearfully naive and pretends to still kind of be childish, and, you know, or they kind of have to play the reverse where she's kind of briefly the overbearing mother to her husband in a weird dynamic because of the age gap. And either way, like that stuff is so hard to watch that you kind of intrinsically align with Natalie Portman, who is coming in as the witness and kind of disrupting and kind of intruding on it. But over the course of the film, and because Portman is so perfectly cast as like an over-mannered, like self-conscious actor, like people have been making the joke about it, but is like Natalie Portman just kind of playing herself and how she goes in and like researches a role or something. Like she feels so in tune with this character who is researching the Julianne Moore pedophile in order to make a biopic about her scandal. This is all just like
and find
work research for her.
Find truth.
Yes.
Yeah. That's and then first you're like, that seems
meanwhile,
like there'd be sympathy or maybe some empathy there, and in a way I guess there is, but I won't spoil anything. But that truth becomes something incredibly perverse and just skin crawling.
I mean, they let her in because they think that, well, more people hear about our story and there'll be more, you know, I think at one point he says, it'll be easier for you if like people like understand you better.
Who you are,
and she's immediately offended at being like, it'll be easier for us. You know, because he just implicitly separated her from him about, you know, who should be feeling guilt over what happened and all. It's so fucked up. The relationship shit is so fucked up. And Natalie Portman is not making it better by coming in and trying to like probe it and recreate this like lurid traumatic event out of an almost like De Palma-esque, like voyeuristic curiosity where you can tell she's kind of like, she's into it. And there's a point where she actually goes to the location of the actual sexual assault and like starts like masturbating at the place and stuff like that. And I won't spoil the ending, but there's a whole thing to do with like a cheap entertainment quality that almost feels like Body Double-esque in terms of talking like De Palma as well, where there's a little bit of just an astonishing kind of self-reflexivity to it that almost is also a gag. And
that ending
and it's just
horrifying. That's all I'll say. But
it's so horrifying, and so is just Portman's slow reveal of how sociopathic she is about this situation. Like that one scene where she's looking at all the audition tapes of the kids who want to play like the victim role of 13-year-old Joe, and she's looking at them and they're going, yeah, these kids are all cute, but they're not sexy enough. And you're just like, girl, are you and the lisp as well, and her trying to like recreate it. Oh, it's just like this is one where I've been thinking about the details of it just over and over again as I've been watching it. And I will say, I think the most impressive thing about it and why it's so high up on this list for me is that it manages to do all of this kind of like really perverse, kind of bleakly funny, satirical, like sort of true crime, you know, sort of Lifetime scandal soap opera thing that it's doing. And it does all of that without sacrificing the tragedy at the center of it all, which is the boy, played by I guess an actor from Riverdale named Charles Melton, who I was shocked at how fucking good this performance was, and he is tasked with genuinely something I thought would be impossible, which is making this character have be realistic and have actual pain and heartache, and be so haunted by this experience that happened to him decades earlier, and being surrounded by Julianne Moore. Yeah, and just being surrounded by Julianne Moore and Natalie Portman's characters, who are kind of being hammed up a little bit. Sure. And just being so just brutally sad in how these women treat him and kind of exploit him, and how, Julianne Moore did it decades ago, and Natalie Portman is also trying to do it now.
Well, actively telling him that she's not doing that, and that, there are toxic things between his actual relationship that she's really just replicating. It gets so complicated. Yeah.
So his physical performance, where he sometimes is like a scared, stunted child, and sometimes he's like this weary old man with the sort of the dad gut that he has and everything like that. It's so sad. And there's no scene that I've been thinking about more than the one where he smokes weed for the first time with his son on the roof, and it's his son. He's only 13 years older than his oldest son. Yeah. Right. Which is insane. So they almost there's an age thing where
they look like brothers and sisters. Him to relating to his kids look like just siblings.
Yeah, and because she had one of the babies in jail too, it's a whole fucked up thing. And when he smokes weed and it hits bad and he freaks out and he just starts confessing how just uncomfortable and horrified he is by this situation and this environment that they all kind of implicitly ignore and repress, and that we're experiencing through Haynes's recreation of it. And he just cries in his son's arms and goes, "I can't tell if we're connecting or if I'm creating a bad memory for you in real time."
Yeah.
And it's such an unreal piece of acting and staging. And it was just this movie kind of blew me away. So I needed to put it on the list.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's amazing. I really think it's incredible. Haynes is the man. My number 3 is Godzilla -1. I thoroughly loved the way that they used Godzilla. I think it was very cool to kind of go into a more classic time period with Godzilla, but then modernize it with the CGI and kind of change it from, even though I love the horror aspect of the original, kind of change that into more of an action movie. But still using some of the classic Godzilla design and kind of just the way that the narrative operates. It seemed a little bit more in line with the classic stuff. And I like, though, that they switch, the differences in the action from the first one to this one is kind of it's very hyper focused on Godzilla and just the scale of how much bigger he is, destroying all the buildings. With this one, the way that they do the scale is closer, I guess, to the 2014 Godzilla, where they have a lot of the on the ground action and you're looking up at Godzilla as he's destroying everything. And I thought that kind of connecting the two was a really cool way of going about it. It does get to some really cool places with how they decide to kill Godzilla, which I don't necessarily want to spoil, but it's just a very it reminds me of something that they'd come up with in the 70s, 80s era of trying to destroy him. And I think it's cool. And there's a lot of destruction to Godzilla in this, which is cool. And I don't know if it's a power that he had in the older ones that I'm just misremembering, but they kind of have a hyper regeneration quality to him this time. So they'll have moments where they totally destroy a quarter of his face, and then he just starts to morph back into Godzilla again, and it just feels like this unrelenting force that can't be stopped. It's a great way of doing it, I thought. And like I said when Josh was talking about it, I also just love the facial design of Godzilla. It's the old school look of him, but scaly and wet, because it's also that modern CG. But he's got the little smirk, that little evil smirk that he has, and I adore it. So there's a lot of great things here, and I did find the human narrative to be actually very heartwarming, and it worked really well. the whole family dynamic and him processing his guilt for being the only survivor of the attack that you see initially, I thought was really well done. And I can find myself with a few of the Godzilla movies really just itching to see more of the monsters, and I didn't necessarily feel that way the whole time with this. I was intrigued by the character stuff too. So yeah, I thought it was just a very well-rounded Godzilla movie, and I still got to check out his other one. Oh no, I'm getting that mixed up. That wasn't that was the guy that did Shin Mask Rider, the other one that I did. Not I was thinking it was the guy that did Shin Godzilla, but anyway, yeah, I think I guess this is the first movie technically that I've seen of Takashi Yamazaki. I haven't seen his Lupin movie. There's a Stand By Me here. This seems like one of the more mainstream films that he's gotten to do. So I'm glad that it's successful, and I'm looking forward to seeing anything that he does after this. So yeah, number 3.
Oh yeah, and one thing I wanted to point out that I don't remember if either of us ever addressed, Godzilla -1 shot by the same cinematographer of Haunted School.
Oh,
weird.
That's wild.
That's kind.
Yeah, we just covered
weird,
that,
right? Yeah, we covered that not that long ago with Trevor Henderson. So either
Yeah.
way, just a thing I remember looking up one time and just being like, I had to put that fact out there somewhere. Now it's hidden 5 hours into how long? Sorry,
Yeah. You'll find it's in there.
Jesus Christ!
Oh my!
All right, well. Okay, well
Only
we're still
two more.
we're at the point where Jamie and I our brains are on fire.
Yeah, I'm
and
melting
we're
over
gonna
here.
stick it out. We're gonna stick it out. We got 2 more, and I will say at least the last 2 that I've got, maybe the same for you. We did bonus transmissions on that I'm pretty happy with. And so I might even try to keep it a tiny bit short on these 2, even though it feels weird to be sometimes getting to the end and being like, whatever, this was the best one.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
But you can guarantee that if it is in that top 3, we probably have 30 minutes to an hour of it on a bonus transmission. So
yeah,
if you
I mean,
are
that's why I
interested-
wanted to go a little bit longer on Ferrari in May, December, because they were ones we'd never covered on the bonus transmission. So,
Yeah,
but
these 2 we probably
these
have
last 2
reviews for. So
me. Yeah, so my number 2 actually, which I will say I was a tiny bit surprised when I was crafting my list how high up it did end up for me, but this is kind of what I felt about it. The Killer, directed by David Fincher.
Dude, I love that.
I
love that.
I don't know. There was just this one. I get for some people why this is like going to be a lighter exercise and maybe not one of his best movies. I think it kind of calls attention to that almost by just like being such a, like someone else absolutely could have directed the same script and it would be maybe a forgettable movie.
Yeah.
But it just, I don't know. There's something for me so much in David Fincher's craft. And like Ferrari, it did feel like the filmmaker's craft kind of merging with the character's craft in a really obsessive and a really special way. David Fincher just returning to the kind of forensically focused, psychologically perverse, sort of like serial killer kind of genre fare he made a name for himself on, including even rehiring his screenwriter on Seven, Andrew Kevin Walker, after the brief detour into Mank territory, which everyone I think is just happy to forget about for now, even if I don't, necessarily dislike that movie. It's just like the pulpy paperback Fincher is back. That's what I wanted to see.
That's what I like. That's what I love.
Yeah, and The Killer absolutely follows in the cinematic history of sort of detached existential loner criminal subjectivity. It's like the Samurai or The Driver or what a lot of people are pointing to, just with a bucket hat replacing the fedora. And its closest companions are, things to, like, I thought about Soderbergh's Haywire in terms of how just kind of slickly banal and kind of brutal the international sort of industry of contract killing is kind of depicted, and also the strange kind of hypnotic architecture of single-mindedly reversing your way through the crime network, which is something we talked about a lot in John Boorman's Richard Stark adaptation, Point Blank. And then obviously Hitman B movies like Blast of Silence and Murder by Contract, which have a similarly rigorous kind of focus on the hitman protagonist's meticulous planning and procedure and his like openly sociopathic transactional philosophy.
And
which
the
we ended up
contradictions
doing
of his philosophy and his actions. Yeah.
Yes, which we ended up doing an episode on, it literally inspired by this movie. If you haven't heard our episode on Blast of Silence and Murder by Contract, it was quite literally inspired because I saw this movie and was like, yeah, we need to do that episode because this is clearly a genre that I love. So even Fincher admits like this is a B movie premise. It's a pulp paperback kind of character. And I just think Fincher has really updated it for his brand of neurotic perfectionism and sort of like disciplined sort of technician fetish. And as Jamie was mentioning earlier, the sort of dryly amusing political reality of placing what is a historically cool cinematic character into the dissatisfaction and tedium of like the modern temp worker gig economy, you know, like having him do things like, you know, like the opening scene really much basically instructs you to watch it, where it's like, you know, it's very much about being bored and being committed to being bored. And it's like this whole like Rear Window assassin labor sequence. And it really shows you this is a movie, you know, it's not going to show you the scenes where he chops up the body, because that would be too exciting. It's going to be the long scenes of him watching from a safe distance, purchasing recycling bins with fake credit cards, loading them into vans and lugging them around while thinking about the statistics of where this chopped up body fits into today's global death toll. And like and that's such a cool idea for a movie. The idea of like Alain Delon from Le Samurai scrolling his burner iPhone for like Amazon delivery updates and for using, you know, Postmates and WeWork, and Michael Fassbender is so fucking good as like the unblinking alien who just like devours a diet of just McDonald's and Starbucks and hard-boiled eggs that he buys at the store and Advil and whiskey. He does nothing but rock his Smith's Teen Angst Work mixtape. He rocks tacky tourist and service worker disguises that like Agent 47 and the Hitman video games might be rocking. And yeah, he spends most of this movie delivering like Sigma grindset, you know, Albert Camus voiceover mantra about how little he gives a fuck and kills for dispassionate profit, and is just like obsessively focused to a confidently controlled degree that then, you know, kind of breaks down over the course of the film as he misses his shot and he finds his entire network of people trying to kill him and has to kind of reverse engineer his way through it. But yeah, I just think the commitment stylistically and, you know, to a character who just kind of has this, you know, has this level of attention and is really committed to the labor of this job of the airports and hardware stores and storage units and motels. And, you know, it's a really boring job ultimately. And it's something you really do have to commit yourself to. And it's just seeing this kind of guy who has such a pretentious mantra about how he's done Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hours and, you know, and just, you know, at every turn just having his plan go wrong in some capacity and having to become more sort of impulsive and kind of awkward. And when it does go handheld and glitchy and the Trent Reznor score kicks in and, you know, he does have to wrestle with the fact that, oh, he's not one of the few who's actually up high and exploiting people and making money and a genius capitalist. He's one of the many. He's part of a network that is completely expendable in the sort of market environment he's in. And that's a realization the character kind of existentially has to make. And it's really, really well done portrait of a character having to deal with that. So yeah, the end result, a movie that is for sure satisfyingly lightweight and trashy. It's a fucking hit. It's a B Hitman movie on the page, 100%, no disagreement. But Fincher has a level of skill and amusement as a stylist, and he doesn't sleepwalk through it. He has fun with the specific toys. He gets to do a shaky, weighty fucking brawl scene in it where he's breaking the TV. That's the only low light fucking in the scene. And very clearly this movie is also, you know, just a really weird, very funny movie, because clearly David Fincher kind of relates to the control freak craftsman character who, you know, as well probably serves a cutthroat business of clueless money men and middle managers. And, you know, and here's a character who just has to wrestle with the fact that sometimes you commit yourself to a ground level skill or industry and you obsessively learn it. And eventually, you know, the end comes for you, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was a favorite of mine too. It's great. All right, so my number 2 is How to Blow Up a Pipeline, directed by Daniel.
Oh shit!
Goldberg.
This is way higher than I thought it would be.
Yeah, to be honest, me too. Because we covered this. I don't remember. I actually have it logged. Why don't I just look at it? We covered it in like May, I believe. And I've been thinking about
See,
it.
that's why I love doing it, though. That's why I love doing it, though.
I've been thinking
You know,
about it throughout the year.
I get to learn things about Jamie live on the show sometimes.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it throughout the year, and it's totally stuck with me. And strangely enough, too, it was one that I didn't even get to rewatch, but it's constantly been in my head. And I think the two major points of it that really stuck with me is, one, just the procedural element of it is fantastic. It really is, from start to finish, how these groups of older teens, young adults are going about this eco-terrorism. And I loved how they kind of have, there's a lot of nuance within the characters. Everyone is kind of doing it for a different reason. There are characters that are doing it for very pure reasons that you can understand, like, you know, they have connections to their a death in their family, their livelihood is at risk, that kind of thing. But then they also have these, like, some of the younger ones that are kind of doing it for more superficial reasons. Like, there's a couple that are trying to help, and they're monitoring a certain area, and they end up just like making out with each other and thinking that the whole situation they're in is very hot and steamy. And so I liked that there was kind of these complications within their characters of there's just very different motivations. Every single one of them also has kind of a different ideology in a way. There's even what seems to be a conservative couple that what's been going on has been disrupting their livelihood on their farm. And so it gives all of these nuanced reasons for why someone would feel like they're forced to do something like this. And I just thought the mix of the procedural elements and the character nuance was really well done. And then you get to the actual kind of the thriller and action elements of the procedure stuff when they're trying to tie the bomb up to the pipe, and, you know, one of the things gets loose and crushes somebody's leg or something. I believe someone gets injured. There's a ton of different steps that they take and things that they have to kind of adjust as they're going and doing the job. And I thought it was enthralling the entire time. And like you said, I like that it doesn't, like, you know, it doesn't have this like super judgmental moralizing of it all. It is complicated, but it's by no means saying like what they're doing is wrong. There's an empathy to it. There's an understanding of why they would do what they're doing. And I think that is important, and it kind of, like you said, it makes it a different film than what you would see in another film that's kind of trying to capture the same themes. So, yeah, I thought it was fantastic. Loved it. So, How to Blow Up a Pipeline, number 2.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. So there
yeah.
you go. Jamie, number 1, How to Blow Up a Pipeline head. I'm excited to make that list now and be, because I always start with our number 1s and go down number 2, so that it's kind of weighted by where we put them on the list. And so How to Blow Up a Pipeline is going to be very high on our list now.
Yep. That was number 2,
but
right?
That was number 2, yeah.
Okay.
So we're at number 1, and now, okay. So are we doing? No way we're doing this again, right?
No. I think
okay,
I know.
You left
go
one
ahead.
off.
Go ahead and say.
You left one off.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I was like, is this really going to be like, how many years in a row is this where we build the same? I was like, I didn't think so. I think you would have a different number 1 than me this year.
What I think you're about to say is what
I did it.
Yeah.
I put Oppenheimer on it.
Let's go.
I am who I am. I wrote a super long review about this that you can read. We did a super long bonus transmission that was like an hour?
Like an hour,
maybe
yeah.
even. It might have even been longer than an hour, honestly. We might have just been going hard. I had a lot to say about this movie, so I honestly don't even want to go that hard into it, and you know, I wasn't sure if I was going to qualify it or not based on the fact that it's an obvious, like, again, another sort of biographical drama, but Nolan still basically just does bend this movie to operate craft-wise like another one of his sci-fi action thrillers. So for me, the kind of things that we were comparing it to were stuff that we've covered on the show. So I went, yeah, fuck it. You know, like, I was comparing it to, you know, like JFK, for example. example,
Sure. Yeah.
was one that I thought about.
Well, for me, it's
because
like
it has
there's
sort of
elements of like because he's obsessed with time, right? The ticking clock kind of
Yeah.
thing. And so there's just it's kind of similar to how it's different, of course, the way they use it, but there's this again lingering suspense that kind of makes it feel like a thriller, even though you're still watching, courtroom transcripts and whatever else like that. It's just that ticking time that really makes you feel like there's a bit of a thriller aspect to it. So I'm totally there with you in that sense.
Yeah. So I've already made my case kind of like at length for this one, but for me it really did come down to the fact that of just like how much it fits in the Nolan catalog of characters who are just these professionals who are so tormented, and again similar to as I was kind of saying about Ferrari and The Killer, I think I have a brand, technicians as artists. That's another kind of thing that they like to do. They kind of relate it to their own sort of psychology as people who make movies, and there's an obsessiveness that when these directors get into the single-minded characters like these, there's something that feels just totally in lockstep with one another, and this was just like another case of that happening to me. So it doesn't quite have like the detective element of Memento, or I guess even Batman, or or even the literal magician stuff of The Prestige or something. But mechanized construction in theory has always been a sort of motivating factor for him. And so Oppenheimer, who he kind of clearly depicts as this sort of like tortured contradiction, it very much clearly symbolizes for Nolan this excitement of scientific creativity and sort of like this left-wing academia that has been, poisoned by the corrupted sort of political gamesmanship and sort of horrifying military industrial complex might, which he does by adding him into, his rotation of intelligent, ambitious, and sort of conflicted protagonists who have to deal with all these outside factors. And I do think that there were few films as densely packed with material as this one ended up being, but still moved with just like a clockwork kind of precision and propulsion to it, and still maintained that kind of doomsday annihilation kind of momentum to it as well. Because we did an episode inspired by this as well, where we talked about sort of Cold War anxiety merged with thriller logic. So we did things like Doctor Strangelove, and I mean, Failsafe is one we didn't do, but that's another example of that. But, so you can see him kind of pulling from that, as well as doing, a little bit of precedent set by Paul Schrader's Mishima, I guess you could say, which we also covered this year. And just the way that he structures this, the flashing forward and backward and the fragmented color and black and white, like non-linear timelines, and the repetition of images and recurring interactions and all of these, various sort of scientific and political rooms that kind of interweave with one another as, the subjective perspective of Cillian Murphy's Oppenheimer and Robert Downey Jr.'s sort of Louis Strauss, whose professional ego rivalry and opposing attempts at sort of wrestling and grasping power are the organizing object for the film, making it just two very long dialectical montages. And some people even critique the last hour is basically just a hearing. And I'm like, that to me that's incredibly successful. The fact that this many people sat there riveted for an hour by a hearing is like, it speaks to the craft on display. And I think it's so well intelligently, done that these two characters on a professional and sort of a personal level end up doing the sort of mutually assured destruction between the two men professionally as the film kind of goes on. And there's again, I can't go on too long here. There's too much to name. We did a whole bonus transmission on this, but I did want to give a special shout out to Hoyte van Hoytema, the cinematographer, who this is his second year in a row being my number one, because he also shot Nope last year. The dude is a genius. He has really pushed Nolan into being more comfortable with experimentation and abstraction as an image maker, which I think has been incredible and has made him a better artist. I think so. There's so many sequences in here that I just won't even have time to name. But the Trinity sequence, for example, the sort of warmongering sort of propaganda speech he has to give, where it recreates the Trinity sequence and all the horror in his mind in that moment, is amazing. I wanted to give a shout out to Jennifer Lame editing. I think this is one of the finest accomplishments in editing that we saw this year. Like the way how sharp it is, how bombastic it ends up feeling, but still being kind of like intimately psychological with the characters. And the score, which is Ludwig Göransson. This has been the score that I've listened to the most this year. Like I have thrown this on while I'm just like reading and stuff like that. So
Ludwig is so good.
It is just, he's insane.
Yeah.
And it's so crazy that he went to Nolan, and Nolan apparently said he had like no concept in mind for the music, except for he said he wanted the violin, because he said the violin would be a really nice instrument to where you can do these very sort of elaborate, sort of like note hitting with it, but you can also very suddenly go into like a piercing shriek with it, like a horror sound. And he said that was what I wanted. I wanted you to get the sort of the flittering of his mind at work, followed by this like screeching noise of like his world coming undone. And so the fact that he took that to heart but still mixed it with Göransson, who I think is just one of the unreal composers working with synthesizers right now. And I was just, this score just absolutely kind of blew my mind. And yeah, the whole aspect of this where it really does end up focusing on the, Strauss's like McCarthy era Red Scare witch hunt for Oppenheimer, and the, the sort of level of, sort of existential devastation he feels as the bomb gets, the accomplishment that it builds up to, where it spends so long being like, the guys are going to get this job done. It's really important that they get this job done. And then you're like, oh fuck, what did we do?
Yeah.
And like that structure to me is so subversive and so well handled by Nolan, and so far beyond what I kind of expected him to do. Like the fact that 2 hours in, the bomb is made, and then the rest of it is just the gruesome regret of having done that, and also the way that he builds up how swept up you get in the hysteria of wanting to get it done, and then the devastation of it all. And Cillian Murphy,
fantastic.
Yeah, like what do you say? Like perform, like it probably still is the performance of the year for me, just in terms of like, I don't know why Nolan held him in his back pocket for this long.
Yeah.
Like the guy should have been the lead for a lot. I mean, I know that he almost was Batman at one point because he tested really well as Bruce Wayne, but they couldn't convince anyone that he would get buff, so he didn't get that role. But that audition is why he's worked with him so many times, and he's always had a role for him in so many of the movies he's done. And yeah, just the way that they use his face as like an IMAX landscape in this, and the way that he uses like the sort of skinny dapper physicality of David Bowie as like a reference point, as he just gets like increasingly gaunt and like hollowed out and skin tight, as he's just like increasingly horrified at his lack of control, and in the middle of these like American myth, almost like Western vistas that they really shot in like New Mexico and stuff like that. And yeah, I was like, Nolan doing IMAX shots that reminded me of like Passion of Joan of Arc was not something I expected to see this year, just Cillian's face just like perpetually teary-eyed and claustrophobic. And yeah, so for me, this was the most intimate and claustrophobic use of like a large scale, like epic sized film, and it was so tormented and devastating. And yeah, I was really, really blown away by this one. And again, still have a full review and a full bonus transmission where we go into even more detail about it, but we're 5 hours in. We need to, I'm gonna
exhausted.
die.
Yeah. So I'm
gonna stop so that I can let Jamie do his.
And by the way, Oppenheimer, top 5 for me easily. So totally get you.
Well, now I got to figure it out now.
Yeah. My overall, I'm gonna do that eventually. Maybe, I don't know. It's so torturous for me to do orders. I can't do it. But anyway, so my number 1 is John Wick Chapter 4. I ended up just absolutely loving this thing. It really is just an homage to 100 years of great action cinema. and I love action. I've loved it since I was a kid. So to just see all of these references, including everything from like, Buster Keaton, but to like Hotline Miami video games, is fucking awesome. They just have such an understanding of where these films come from, and they're just wearing their heart on their sleeve, and I absolutely adore it. And I love specifically the finality of it. I mean, we're obviously going to get more John Wick-esque, world movies, like probably spin-offs and stuff like that. But I am kind of hoping that, they're not going to do anything more with John Wick that is, at least in the timeline that would be after this. I think that you can, let the character rest in I won't, if you haven't seen it, I won't spoil exactly what that means, but I think it's well deserved. And I'll end it with just I read it on the review that we made, but I want to do it here again because this is for the general audience here. The director said this about like finally kind of letting the John Wick character rest. He said, John may survive all this shit, but at the end of it, there's no happy ending. He's got nowhere to go. Honestly, I challenge you right now. Here's a question for you. How do you fucking want me to end it? Do you think he's going to ride off into the fucking sunset? He's killed 300 fucking people, and he's just going to walk away? Everything's okay? He's just going to fall in love with a love interest? If you're this fucking guy, if this guy existed, how is this guy's day going to end? He's fucked for the rest of his life. It's just a matter of time. I just love that quote so much because it's very honest, and I think it's an understanding of this character. It's like at a certain point, this kind of man just has to rest, has to stop doing what he's doing. He's created his own hell that's now after him. And so I thought that quote is, one, very funny because of just how crude it's put. I love that. But it is a deep understanding of this kind of character. It's like, this can't go on forever. And I think that this kind of this if it is this final chapter, is just a great way to end it. So I adored this film. And I love action, baby.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah.
John Wick Chapter 4. You heard it here first. Genre movie of the year.
Let's go. We did it.
But yeah, are we done? Is that
we
it?
did it. We are done.
Oh God.
Let's wrap it up, boy. I gotta pee.
I love doing it. I love doing it at all. But how did we add another hour?
I know. I know. It is what it is. I hopefully everyone enjoyed it and you stuck with us. Maybe listen to it in installments.
Sound off and let us know if you actually want us to contain ourselves next year, or if you're cool with us just getting longer and longer every year. Maybe no one cares. Maybe people want it. I don't know.
Because we have had people say that they still love this kind of episode because it just
is
gives
anyone
them a
listening?
giant watch
I'm
list.
checking the mic right. Is anyone out there?
Yeah, if anyone is listening, just let us know if this is just way too much of an extravaganza.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Right. But that was 2023.
Yes.
Happy New Year, everyone. We wrapped it up. There was a lot of movies watched this year. In a couple days, we're going to be starting. The counter starts over. The January new hits are coming. Is there going to be another Plane?
I hope so.
I haven't looked yet. Maybe there will be.
I sure hope so.
We got lots of great stuff coming up in the new year planned that I'm excited about.
Me too.
But that is 2023. That's a wrap on it. We're done. No one's talking about it ever again. No one's watching another 2023 movie ever again.
Nope.
Nope. That's done. Back to the old movies. In 1 week's time, we're going to be back over on the Patreon feed, doing, as we mentioned, patron DQ's voted episode that it didn't actually win, but it's come second place. Like, I don't know how many polls in a row now that I'm like, we finally have to do this episode. Yep. So we're declaring 2024 the year of the lion, and we're talking Roar and The Ghost and The Darkness, neither of which I've seen, but I have been assured involves lots of violence with lions.
Can't wait for Roar. So excited.
Yep. So that's what we're going to be doing in 1 week's time over on the Patreon feed. And then in 2 weeks' time, we're going to be back with a special guest, I think, talking about Jack the Ripper.
Hell yeah.
Which is, I don't know how that fits into Lion 2024. But
Watch there just be a coincidental lion plot somehow in there. It just seems to work out.
I'm not going to say Jack the Ripper wasn't a predator.
Yeah,
we could maybe,
works.
There you go.
There you go.
We got something there. So we're going to be talking about the 1972 film The Ruling Class, directed by Peter Medak, who also directed The Changeling. So I'm excited to see another film by that director. I really like The Changeling. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to be talking about a film that Jamie and I watched together, I think just sometime last year, called Jack's Back, directed by Rowdy Harrington of Roadhouse fame, with the god of the sweaty erotic thriller James Spader as a guy who was dealing with a Jack the Ripper copycat.
Very awesome.
And he also plays twin brothers in it, and it's hard to there's nerdy and sweet James Spader and also sexy smoking leather jacket James Spader, so you kind of get the two sides of James Spader in that film that I'm excited to talk about.
It's a weird one, but a fun one.
Yeah. But as you can hear, Jamie and I are losing our voices, so it's probably time to wrap it up. Thanks so much for listening and staying with us into the new year. Thanks to anyone who's listening for the first time and is going to be continuing with us.
Yes.
Hope.
We promise that's not always this long.
We do promise that. So thanks so much for listening, as always, and keep it sleazy.
Keep it sleazy, and Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.